Good evening. The October 30th special meeting of the Evanston City Council will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Ravel. Here. Councilmember Reed.
Here.
Councilmember Hadakaris. Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Nusma.
Here.
Mayor Biss.
Here.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember
Here.
Severden.
Here.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on our agenda is my public announcements and proclamations, of which there will be only one, which is kind of a guided tour of the experience awaiting all of us this evening. So the way that we're going to do this is obviously first, after I'm done, will be the city manager's public announcements, followed by communications from the city clerk. This will be followed by public comment. I've requested from council and have no indication that council would not agree with this, to do a highly unique and entirely unique, at least in the time that I've had the privilege of being mayor, thing of extending public comment indefinitely in lieu of the 45-minute limit that's in the city council rules. So our intent would be to offer every single speaker a minute and a half to participate in public comment. I want to warn y'all right now, based on my back of the envelope arithmetic, I believe 145 people have signed up. I know that there's some duplications and perhaps there's some, perhaps stamina will become an issue, but that indicates that public comment could go on for over 3.5 hours. So on the one hand, that's going to be a lengthy experience. On the other hand, I think that's indicative of the level of community interest in this issue. And I think people in the community feel a need to be heard. We've never dealt with this much public comment, and so I want to kind of walk through a little bit about how it's going to be handled. There are a number of different overflow rooms. We are going to do our best, and I want to be clear that there's a lot of moving parts tonight, and so our best will be imperfect, but we're going to do our best to begin with those who are signed up and are in this room, and then move through the overflow rooms, room 2402, followed by 2404, followed by 2403, followed by the parasol room. There is someone from city staff in each overflow room right now to just help answer questions and make everything move as smoothly as possible. So at this time, I'd like to ask city staff who are here to help guide the process to raise your hands and make yourselves visible to residents who might be looking for some assistance. I'll give a second for that to happen in all the different overflow rooms. Thank you, friends. And then at the end, we'll go on with the enormous number of people who signed up online as well. So direct that up here and not down there. Thank you very much for that. Finally, there's another technical issue for the evening that I regret to inform you. We've heard from Comcast that apparently channel 16 is somehow having some issue. Apparently that's going on with the ETHS public access channel as well. We're pushing them to fix it as quickly as possible, but that's totally out of our hands and out of our control, and we regret that situation.
And YouTube is fine.
And YouTube is working, so there's no, someone with an internet connection at home should be able to watch this in real time. It's just channel 16 is not working right now, and we don't know at what time this evening or whether this evening it will be updated. Okay, that's public comment. After that is complete, we'll take up 2 special orders of business that are related to tax increases that are relevant to the main discussion of the evening, but not directly the main discussion for the evening. After that, I will invite both the applicant, represented by Northwestern University, followed by opponents, represented by the Most Livable Cities Association, to each give 10-minute presentations representing their point of view. At the end of those presentations, council will have the opportunity to engage with and ask questions of both of those presenters. And then after the completion of that, we'll move on then under our ordinary procedures and rules to taking up SP3 and SP4. So that's the plan for the evening ahead of us. Councilmember Reed.
Yes, I would just ask that 3.5 hours of public comment on the same issue is quite a bit, and I get that folks want an opportunity to speak, but I would ask us to maybe limit it to an hour and a half.
I mean, it's,
Which is
I guess it's clearly the council's call, and it's clear that this is going to be a long night if we do it the way I proposed. My counter would be that people came here this evening with the expectation of having those 90 seconds, and I wouldn't feel great taking it away from them at the last minute. But again, this is council's call. Our rules say 45 minutes, so whatever a majority up here proposes as a replacement of those rules is what will stand.
I'd encourage folks, if this is your first time here, don't let this be your only time here. We got a lot of folks here who do not come here for issues around affordable housing and all kinds of things. So I'd encourage this to not be your first. But I think an hour and a half on this would be fine. I don't know where my colleagues are.
Well, let's go to the question then. Is there a motion to suspend the rules relative to public comment?
I'll make that motion.
What is the motion, Councilmember?
The motion is to allow everybody who wishes to speak up to 90 seconds.
Is there a second? Councilmember Nusma moves to allow everyone who wishes to speak 90 seconds. Councilmember Revelle seconds the motion. Councilmember Reed.
As I said, then I hope this becomes the norm for every issue. I hope if we're talking about affordable housing, or if we're talking about workers' rights, or if we're talking about the city budget, that we're going to give everybody 90 seconds to speak, which is not the practice. And I don't know exactly why this particular issue, well, obviously there are a lot of people here, why this issue would require us to vary from our rules so drastically and disrupt the ability for us to actually do the business that the people sent us here to do.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
Councilmember Revelle? Aye. Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? He's probably muted. Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
I couldn't unmute, but now I can. Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the rules are suspended. Everyone will be given 90 seconds to speak. The next item on our agenda is the city manager's public announcements.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. No announcements tonight.
The next item on our agenda is communications from the city clerk.
We've received 9 emails in favor of the Ryan Field and 17 emails against.
Thank you very much. This brings us to public comment. The first 3, so I'm going to start on this sheet, which was the top sheet out there. And the first speaker will be Senta Plunkett, who will be followed by Jerry Smith, and then Ken Prosky.
Good evening. I'm Senta Plunkett, Village President of Wilmette, joined by Trustee Jerry Smith. We are here on behalf of the Wilmette Village Board to object to Northwestern's proposed text amendment, specifically the concerts at Ryan Field. Included in your materials is the resolution adopted unanimously by the Wilmette Village Board with overwhelming support from our residents. Wilmette remains steadfast in its opposition to any number of concerts in the middle of a residential neighborhood. We have studied this project for the past year and do not see how this venue in this neighborhood can successfully manage the traffic, parking, noise, and public safety impacts. Since the 1970s, the Village of Wilmette, along with the City of Evanston, has consistently objected to the commercialization of Northwestern's athletic campus. We have enjoyed a partnership that served to protect residents of both communities. The athletic campus was designed for a narrowly intended purpose, a use in which Wilmette has and continues to support. However, the inclusion of for-profit concerts as a requirement to a new stadium betrays that long-standing purpose and is unacceptable. The proposed 28,500-person outdoor concert venue would be one of the largest concert venues in the state of Illinois. This would be over twice the capacity of Ravinia without Ravinia's ample on- and off-site parking, proximity to I-94, and on-site Metro stop. Moreover, Ravinia has been in operation for more than 100 years.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jerry Smith.
I'm taking Jerry's time. In this case, none of our constituents, mine or yours, could have ever envisioned living next to a 28,500-person concert venue. Northwestern has said that traffic issues will be resolved in a future traffic management plan. But a plan to funnel thousands of concert goers in and out of a residential neighborhood with limited parking in the short windows of time before and after a concert would not be routine. It would be extraordinary. And it is not enough for Northwestern to say they have merely initiated discussions with CTA and Metra, or that they assume downtown parking availability and shuttle service, because if any of their assumptions fail, this plan falls apart. And perhaps most importantly, the noise from the open-air concert venue will adversely affect not only those living near the stadium, but those in a wide-reaching radius, and exceeds the limits of both Wilmette and Evanston's noise ordinances. Ultimately, we fail to see how such adverse impacts can be satisfactorily mitigated. As elected officials ourselves who routinely consider land use applications, we ask whether the average person would consider this reasonable. You've been presented with a community and financial benefits package from Northwestern, which is surely deserved due to their tax-exempt status, but it should not require you to approve a request for-profit concerts that is on its face unreasonable. The Village of Wilmette urges you to deny the components of the proposed amendment. Thank you for your
very
time.
much. The next speaker is Ken Prosky, who will be followed by Blair Miller and then Dana Hoffman.
Point of order, Mayor. I just want to note for the record, our rules don't allow ceding of time, just so we don't get that a bunch going down the line.
Just while we're setting rules here, I think in the event that the person who's been called on is standing there, but is not the one out of whose mouth words are coming, I'm not sure that's the hill that we need to die on. But
In the
again,
interest of time, 3 hours of comment is a lot.
Mr. Prosky.
Good evening, I'm Ken Prosky. I submitted to the Land Use Commission a 20-page rebuttal report to the applicant's concert study. I also reviewed the applicant's traffic management plan in your packet. Both documents rely heavily on exaggerated overestimates of public transit and underestimates of parking demand and shuttle requirements. My report provides realistic estimates based on known facts and published capacity constraints. For now, I would just like to emphasize 3 points. The applicant's public transit estimates are incorrect and double the actual system capacities. The applicant knows this and is seeking a partnership with CTA and Metra to add capacity. However, the far-fetched proposals are being floated. They are misleading and speculative. They are not feasible due to system constraints that cannot be overcome. 2, the applicant's parking space requirements are also incorrect. Far more people will drive, which will create a parking demand that exceeds capacity not only for the U2 district, but for downtown as well. Number 3, the applicant's shuttle plan is unachievable and defies credibility. For example, over 300 shuttles will need to depart Ryan Field in the first hour after a concert, or one every 11 seconds to transport 15,000 people. This is 6 to 7 times more than the Ohio State football game last year. Thank you for listening and for your consideration. I urge you to please read my report and please vote against this proposal.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Blair Miller, who will be followed by Dana Hoffman and then Jeff Dallabrew.
I'm Blair Miller. I also live in the 7th Ward. I'm concerned about the people waiting around 1 to 2 hours after a concert to catch a shuttle or a train. We are talking about thousands of folks. Where will they wait? What kind of disturbances might they get up to while they're waiting? Ken mentioned 14 to 15,000 will need a shuttle back to their cars. An additional 6,000 will need to wait for CTA or Metra. We're expecting that 20,000 people are going to wait around for 2 hours, up to 2 hours, to catch a shuttle or a train. I think that's unlikely. many will decide to walk back to their cars or to call a rideshare. Now, let's assume 25%, 5,000 people decide to rideshare. Assuming 3 people per vehicle, this would trigger around 1,700 rideshare vehicles converging into the area. That's more cars than the entire capacity of the U2 parking lots. I think that's sheer insanity. And it would lead to even more intense congestion in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dana Hoffman, followed by Jeff Dallabrew, and then Robert Sokol.
I'm Dana Hoffman. Concert-related traffic and parking issues will extend well beyond the 7th Ward and paralyze downtown Evanston, much to the ire of downtown businesses and residents. This directly impacts the 3 downtown wards, the 1st Ward, the 2nd Ward, and the 4th Ward. Far more people will drive than the applicant's traffic report assumes, causing more intense traffic and parking congestion. Because so many more people will drive and there isn't nearly enough parking at Ryan Field, Northwestern will fully consume 7 downtown Evanston parking garages, aggravating and frustrating its residents, patrons of restaurants, the movie theater, and the soon-to-be Northlight Theater, which has no parking. A virtual circus of caravan of shuttles will amplify downtown congestion as they circulate, wait, load, and unload at various locations. More than 6 to 7 times as many shuttles will be needed as compared to a well-attended football game. It's an unrealistic amount of shuttles that defies credibility for this plan. After the concert, thousands will wait, maybe up to 2 hours, or for a shuttle or train. But where and for how long will they wait? For some, it will be faster to walk 1 to 2 miles back to their cars, creating noise in other neighborhoods. Others opting for ride shares, further contributing to gridlock. Please vote against this poorly conceived proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Dallabrew, who will be followed by Robert Sokol, and then Bob Thiersch.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Dallabrew. Please watch this short video while I speak. This video shows the reality of traffic congestion, eyesores, noise, and other impacts that will last for days, not just for the 3 hours of a concert. Northwestern states it will take 1 to 2 days for concert setup. However, this video shows that it can take up to 6 days. Northwestern claims that this video is from an old stadium and is not valid for Ryan Field. But we contacted a concert setup professional, Neil Bergman, who has 28 years of experience and who has worked on hundreds of concert stage setups. He told us that 4 to 7 days is normal for setup, plus 2 to 3 days for the teardown. There's a reason why concerts at Wrigley are scheduled when the Cubs are out of town for 8 to 10 days. It takes days for concert setup and teardown, and this is what the community would endure while those events took place. We urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, oh, you spoke too fast and the video's still going.
You get the point.
We do get the point. The next speaker is Robert Sokol, who will be followed by Bob Thiersch and then Debbie Thiersch.
Hi, Council. I'm Bob Sokol. Traffic and parking congestion occurs at almost every U2 event with more than 4,000 attendees, the capacity of the parking lots. No matter how many traffic officers, events above this size create congestion and attendees scour the neighborhood to find parking. I compiled the data for all 500 events held at the U2 district from 2015 through 2019 to see how many have 4,000 or more attendees. Then I compared the results to the zoning proposal. Here's what I learned. Currently, there are 98 events per year in the U2 district. Of these, 28 always have attendance over 4,000, 7 football, 19 basketball games, and 2 graduations. The other 70 events average less than 800 attendees. Under the zoning proposal, the number of events with 4,000 or more people will nearly quadruple from 28 to 104 per year, which is far more events than at Ravinia or Wrigley Field. In addition, the applicant proposes to add an unspecified number of amateur sports and commercial or private events. There could be hundreds. As examples, the applicant mentions the NFL and NBA scouting combines, which are week-long events. All combined, this dramatic increase in a family residential community without adequate parking and streets is a major reason why so many of us are opposed to the zoning change. Please vote against this ill-conceived proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bob Thiersch, who will be followed by Debbie Thiersch and then Molly Scheipel.
Hi, I'm Bob Thiersch, and I want to show a short video clip. This video was taken near the corner of Ashland and Isabella, which is at the north end of the West Ryan Field parking lot. And officers directing traffic in good weather as fans arrive for a sold-out 8 o'clock basketball game on February 15th, 2023. This is a typical example of congestion and unsafe driving on our streets and down our alleys to bypass the congestion. This is not a one-time occurrence. I've lived here for many years, and it happens when events at the U2 property exceed the available adjacent parking. And it happens even when an officer is directing traffic. By the way, the Kimley Horn traffic report classifies this location as a Category A level of service, which means unimpeded movement, free flow conditions on all approaches before and after sold-out concerts. This video clearly shows that this is not Category A, even for an event with 1/4 the number of attendees as a concert. This is actually our alley. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Debbie Thiersch, who will be followed by Molly Scheipel and then Mark Rosati.
Hello, good evening. I'm Debbie Thiersch. I showed this video that you just saw at the Land Use Commission meeting on September 27th. At the next commission meeting on October 11th, Northwestern stated that it was an isolated incident, and they resolved the problem. Nothing could be further from the truth. This has occurred at numerous basketball games for many years. Even Evanston city staff know this. A year before this video, the city retained WGI to perform a citywide parking study. They observed similar gridlock and driving behaviors before a similar sold-out Northwestern basketball game and confirmed that the complaints by residents were valid. Now the applicant wants to add a dramatic number of these events, 60 days of 7,500 person outdoor community events, an unlimited number of amateur sport events, an unlimited number of university-sponsored indoor events, and an unlimited number of private commercial events, all of which would easily exceed the capacity of a sold-out Welsh Ryan Arena game where traffic and congestion problems are known to occur. These additional events could occur on any day, far more than the number that currently occur. It is obvious that we will experience a huge increase in the number of parking and traffic problems in this residential neighborhood. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to deny Northwestern's unreasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Molly Scheipel, who will be followed by Mark Rosati and then Mike Vasilko.
Good evening. I'm Molly Scheipel. Many cities have codes that require 1 parking space for every 3 attendees at sports venues. At Ryan Field, Northwestern will have only 1 space for every 25 attendees. For the arena, it has 1 space for every 5. So it should not be surprising that U2 large events can cause significant traffic and parking problems. When we moved here, we knew that there would be football and basketball events with large crowds. We also knew that there was a zoning code to protect us from these additional events. We liked the community and decided we could live with these 28 days of inconveniences. Now, Northwestern is proposing to add hundreds of events like this. They will try to convince you that they have successfully managed traffic and parking at large events for many years. Maybe they are trying, but the simple reality is that there's no real way to fix the traffic congestion. A traffic management plan and more officers will not add more parking spaces or wider streets. The U2 district simply doesn't have the arterial roads and acres of parking that are typically available at similar stadiums. Adding more events, even smaller ones, will create far more frequent and intense detrimental impacts on the entire community. This will be detrimental to the safety of our streets and the character of this quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Rosati, who will be followed by Mike Vasilko, and then I apologize, I believe it says Kelly Mueller, but it's a little hard to read.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Mark Rosati, Evanston resident since 2004. We keep hearing from Northwestern that the university is asking for only 6 concerts a year. In other words, just a few additional days of disruption. In my opinion, this ongoing attempt to downplay the real impact of Northwestern's demands is disingenuous. 6 open-air concerts would be bad enough, but that's only the minimum. Northwestern also wants to add an unspecified number of events of up to 10,000 attendees. These could include gun shows, political rallies by extremist groups, commercial sports events such as mixed martial arts, boxing, wrestling, matches, and more. Events like these do not belong in a residential
Sorry to interrupt, and I've stopped your clock. Just you're a little far from the mic.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
People are having trouble hearing, so if you could stand closer and speak up, I'm sure they'll appreciate hearing you more clearly.
Thank you. These events do not belong in a residential neighborhood. The zoning code specifies that U2 activities need to be compatible with the surrounding development, which is primarily residential. This is a densely populated neighborhood surrounded by over 500 homes within 1,000 feet. So-called smaller events can be very disruptive to a community, especially one without the giant parking lots and easy highway access that most modern sports venues have. Please ask yourselves, would your constituents be okay with these activities in their ward or community? I remind you the Land Use Commission decisively rejected Northwestern's rezoning scheme. Please follow their lead and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder to everyone, please speak directly into the mic. The next speaker is Mike Vasilko, followed by Kelly, I believe, Mueller, and then Sally Mabadi.
I've informed all the council members on several occasions back in July and more recently that the NU text amendment is not under your jurisdiction. It is a General Assembly issue or a matter for to be decided through a lawsuit filed in the Circuit Court of Cook County. The text amendment attempts to change the NU charter, approved in 1851 as public law, amended and later captured as part of the 1870 Constitution. The NU charter remains in effect today. The charter provides Northwestern for its tax-free status on property. The charter language and intent declares all NU property to be solely for purposes of education. A Britney Spears concert that brings in profits for Northwestern, for their promoter and others, is not an educational use, and you will profit from those events. The wise original Northwestern authors of the charter provided for a lawsuit to be brought against Northwestern seeking their forfeiture of the charter, including their tax-exempt status, should the university trustees continue to violate charter responsibilities. And you wrote the charter, approved by the General Assembly. The City Council is not the General Assembly. You have no
Thank you very
jurisdiction
much.
regarding
The next speaker
this
is Kelly Mueller, who will be followed by Sally Mabadi, and then Peter Kelly.
There is a administrative issue. The clerk is supposed to announce.
Ms. Mueller, would you please approach the microphone?
The clerk is supposed to announce the report that I
Thank you very
provided.
much.
Okay, well, this has to be done.
Good evening, and I apologize for my sloppy handwriting. My name is Kelly Marcel. I'm a business partner in a business in Central Street. I live 2 blocks south of the stadium and have for 24 years. And Eleanor Revelle is my alder. I'm also an alumni member of Advocates for Action. Over 4,000 total people have signed a Rebuild for Ryan Field petition or petitions. I personally obtained 780 of those in person and got to speak with a lot of people, mostly really positive, some not so.
But clearly 780 are directly supporting this. These people who signed the petition are from every ward in Evanston, and I will tell you that they are super excited for this. So I hope you vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the error. The next speaker is Sally Mabadi, who will be followed by Peter Kelly and then Steve Davies.
Thank you. My name is Sally Mabadi, and I live in the 3rd Ward, Melissa Wynn's district, with my husband, and we're longtime Evanston residents.
And again, could you please make sure to speak directly into the microphone?
Which one?
The one that's closest to you.
This one?
There you go.
Okay, thanks. We've raised our children here. We've supported the public schools, and we operate a small business focused on Evanston. So we are very invested in the future of this wonderful community that we're lucky enough to live in. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I think this is a tremendously important vote, as everyone else here does, but I think we really need to focus a lot on what Northwestern is offering. A $100 million community benefits package that is legally enforceable is an incredible opportunity for our city, and I'd really like that to be...
Please stop right now.
Physical kerfuffle, but police are out there.
Before we resume, I want to implore everyone to just be really conscious of the fact that there's a bunch of people packed in who feel really strongly in really different ways about something that matters to all of us. And that intensity and that passion is healthy, and the community engagement is like literally the very thing that makes us love Evanston. But there is a challenge inherent in that, and a risk that things could become unhealthy, unproductive, and ultimately unsafe. And so I'm asking everyone to approach these sharp differences with an attitude of mutual respect, with an effort to make sure that we get through the evening having learned from one another, not having exacerbated a divide in our community or harmed one another in any way. I'm not suggesting that's easy, but I think it's absolutely essential, not just for tonight going smoothly, not just for the outcome of this decision going well, but for the health of this community going forward. We'll just continue right where we left off. You have 46 seconds left.
Well, I'll try to breeze through it, but anyway, I think this is a significant opportunity for Evanston. I mean, you all are working on the budget. You know that we need revenue. You know that we need economic growth to maintain the vitality of our community, and you know that we need better education and employment opportunities for a lot of the members in this community. And this package is really designed to help us implement the progressive agenda that Evanston has without raising taxes and the other things that we really don't want to see happen in this community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Kelly, who will be followed by Steve Davies and then Len Lampkin.
I'm a 50-year Evanstonian and father or grandfather of 9 other Evanstonians. They will benefit by a positive vote much more than the rest of us. Some opposing input has been valuable. Reasonable concerns and reliable data are being addressed by NU. But as indicated in my email to you on Friday, some of the evidence offered by opponents are simply wrong and overstated. I hope your deliberations will bring this dispute to a safe landing that allows the city, its residents, and businesses to obtain the full array of economic and cultural benefits that the proposals offer. A MOU can serve that purpose as long as it's not larded up by unreasonable requirements or confiscatory penalties that turn that agreement into a poison pill. Consider an MOU that allows live entertainment during a 24-month period after the stadium is completed, with further live entertainment thereafter if authorized by the MOU. This approach provides real data testing of opponents' concerns and NU's mitigations. It will also put in place incentives for NU to demonstrate its commitment to the neighborhood and to Evanston as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would the clerk please add Councilmember Harris to the roll? The next speaker is Steve Davies, who will be followed by Len Lampkin and then Tim Guymond.
Hi, I'm Steve Davies. I've been a resident of Evanston for 32 years. I'm here to remind you why Northwestern's threat to cancel the stadium project if they don't get the zoning change is not credible. You should ignore their threat. First, Northwestern President Schill himself said that if NU doesn't replace the stadium, they will still have to renovate it. If they don't do the project, they place their new TV contract worth $100 million a year at risk. He further stated that a renovation would cost roughly the same as a replacement. That means that either way, there are contracts available for local contractors. Second, the commercial concerts aren't necessary for the ongoing maintenance of the facility. Northwestern has many more resources than Evanston, and they have many other funding sources available. They're choosing this approach to pressure us. Jill Greer at the LUC meeting suggested a few alternate funding options to them. I know my fellow alums at Kellogg could provide many more. Third, Northwestern is committed. They've already started construction surveys. They have their major donor lined up. They keep changing their justification for the zoning change because they don't really need it. They know the stadium must happen, and they just want more, but they don't need it, and they don't have to have it. Don't be fooled by a bully's threat. They're trying to reframe this as an all-or-nothing choice. Call their bluff. The stadium requires a rebuild or renovation in any case. Don't approve the zoning change.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Len Lampkin, who will be followed by Tim Guymond and then Steve Morton.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I'm a 30-plus year resident of the 9th Ward. So I look around and I see these T-shirts that say yes to Ryan Field. Fine. Let's build a new football stadium. That'll create the same amount of jobs. That'll create the same amount of profits for the small business people that they've been promising jobs to, and for the black community and the brown communities of Evanston. But we don't need the rezoning. We don't need the rezoning. Our own structural engineer at the last city council meeting told us the reason he got the award for redoing the way he did the Central Street Bridge was because of the amount of traffic on Central Street, because of the fire station, and because of the hospital. Think about trying to do that with 10 times the amount of traffic going on there. That's what we're talking about with the rebuild. In my last few seconds, I want you to say, as a city council, what do you vision for this city? Do you vision us still having increased taxes? We don't need the revenue, the concert revenue. We need an enforceable CBA. I've said this at multiple city council meetings. One that's negotiated with the city council, with the school boards, and the residents. If Yale can do it, if Brown can do it, if Harvard can do it, Northwestern can do it. Stop the private negotiations. Let's have public negotiations so that our schools and our park districts and our community get the benefits. They can afford it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tim Guymond, followed by Steve Morton, and then Joe Hill.
Hi, I'm Tim Guimot. I sent all of you an email last week with an op-ed that I wrote. It was published in Cranes. I hope you read it. Please read it. The economics of these concerts is not what is put forth in the Northwestern study or in the City of Evanston study. Unfortunately, the city didn't hire an economist. They didn't hire an economic consulting firm. They hired a firm that does stadium studies. They're boosting. The firm that was hired by the city, it was actually mentioned in the economic literature as using discredited multiplier analysis incorrectly. In any case, the concerts are not going to provide an economic boon to Evanston. Evanston will be lucky to get a dime out of this. Most of the money that goes to the concerts, they go to pockets that leave the city, promoters, talent, vendors, whatever. And a lot of that money comes from what would have been spent in small businesses throughout Evanston that is not spent because people go to the concert instead. If you look at taxable revenues.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Morton, who will be followed by Joe Hill and then Mary Rosinski.
Steve Morton, 6th Ward. Council members, kindly ask yourself this question. What if this was in your ward? Council members, kindly ask yourselves this question. What if this was in your ward, that Northwestern proposed a $1 billion non-educational for-profit entertainment complex requesting a commercial zoning change? Imagine you had 8 months to evaluate the facts, issues, and law. I'm sure you'd spend those months tirelessly immersing yourself in the facts and law, your goal being to learn to fully understand those things and do right by the people of your ward and the city of Evanston. If at the end of your inquiry you were certain that rezoning was terribly wrong because of noise, traffic, parking, and citywide strain on police, fire, hospital, city staff, and all services, and more importantly, if you were sure rezoning violated the rights of your ward residents, I bet you'd stand against it and focus your attention next on the land use trial of the case. And were you to then witness the land use commissioners unselfishly give hundreds of hours of their time to carefully study the law and the mountains of evidence, the testimony and data from experts and non-experts, and finally, after careful deliberation, reach the overwhelming conclusion that for many reasons rezoning was violative of applicable law, I'm sure you'd expect your city council brethren to stand with you in that huge time of reckoning. Please stand with Eleanor Revelle, the 7th Ward, wise, passionate, and superhumanly tireless alderman, and with Tom Suffredin and Claire Kelly. Thank you. Vote no to rezoning.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Joe Hill, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Dan Allen.
Good evening. My name is Joe Hill, and I live in the 7th Ward. Northwestern has stated that it needs the $2 to $3 million that would be generated by the requested concerts to maintain the proposed new stadium. This self-created financial hardship is not justification or a reason to pass the applicant's petition. Therefore, the requested text amendment should be rejected. Similarly, the planned development should also be rejected. The building is much too massive for the site, being more than twice as high as the current building. There are also too many variances requested, particularly when it comes to parking. The requested variance in this area would leave the parking at less than half of the city's already lenient requirement. The parking situation was grandfathered in, but if you remove that clause, you now need to address the situation. Northwestern has steadfastly refused to do this. Northwestern has come to the city before with commercialization ideas for the U2 district, and the city has always turned them down, pointing to their zoning. The Illinois Supreme Court has upheld the city's position. I would hope that we would continue to uphold our zoning. The city should not even entertain any future ideas of this nature that are brought forward. We should point to our zoning and tell Northwestern,
Thank you very much.
Bother.
The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Dan Allen and then Mark Abramson.
Hi, my name's Mary Rosinski. I hope you see the vision of following and the wisdom of following the Land Use Commission recommendation and vote against the text amendment. And if you're going to approve the stadium rebuild, then make sure that it has a written community benefits agreement ahead of time. The text change cloaks the reality that NU wants to change the intent and purpose of the U2 district to become a commercial entertainment venue while remaining a tax-exempt district, like Mr. Hill had said. And this is just not okay. The additional traffic congestion, noise, light pollution, negative impact on impacts negatively the home values. And Northwestern's own appraiser said, this broad acceptance by professionals, brokering, valuing, and financing single-family homes at higher traffic levels negatively impact value. Buyers and sellers also accept this premise, and academic research supports it well. Value reductions tend to increase in tandem with traffic volumes. Do not steal away equity from residents' home who have been here and invested in our community for profits of Northwestern. Please follow the Evanston zoning. You have a responsibility and an obligation to represent the best interest of residents. They are basically your clients over private industry. Corporations. The zoning, two of the zoning codes, there's 11 of them that you're supposed to be paying attention to. And
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dan Allen, who will be followed by Mark Abramson and then John Austin.
Good evening. Good to see you, Mayor, Councilman. Thank you. My name is Dan Allen. I represent 120,000 skilled tradesmen and women and 8,000 union contractors that live and work in this northeastern Illinois, many of them in Evanston. Evanston elected officials should be very proud of their economic development, and they should be very proud on how they've handled inequities in racial and economic development. This has been amplified by the pandemic, and this project that Evanston will be taken upon if they vote for will help so many people, over 3,000 jobs. We are proud to have been working with Evanston on economic development, not for jobs, but for careers in the union construction industry. They have been at the forefront with many of their community partners, their high schools, Evanston Youth Council, and we will be assured that these men and women get put into these jobs. Everybody, there is always a balance on economic development. Nobody wants it. But 5 years, 10 years later, when it is and it blends into the community and these jobs have been created, these careers, it's incredible. So this economic is nearly 3,000 jobs, and that's a fact. The skilled tradesmen and women can build that stadium quiet, and we can put it up a lot quicker than that video. This is the most skilled trades in the entire country is what's here, and it's because of the collaboration of the skilled trades and the union contractors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mark Abramson, who will be followed by John Austin and then Christine Frula.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Mark Abramson. I live in the 3rd Ward for 25 years with my wife and family. The Land Use Commission considered a narrow issue, which was whether the project was appropriate for that particular parcel of land. The commission said yes to the stadium, no to the concerts. The issue before you is a lot bigger and a lot larger. The issue before you is whether or not the project benefits the entire city of Evanston, and whether or not the harm that they claim is outweighed by those benefits. And I claim that the benefits vastly outweigh the harm. The claims against the stadium are inconvenience, congestion, noise, affecting some of the residents in the 7th Ward. The claims in favor of the project are 500 new jobs, $77 million in economic impact, and $2.5 million in new tax revenue to you. And those figures are taken right from your consultant's report, your expert's report at page 12. And those benefits benefit everybody in this room, not just the people in the 7th Ward, but everybody, including me, who I live in the 3rd Ward. Then you throw in the fact that the cost of the rebuild will be borne by Northwestern and not by the city, and then it all adds up that the benefits clearly outweigh the harm caused by this. And it's not a 50-50 or 50-49 thing. It's a 70, 80, 90% in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Austin, who will be followed by Christine Frula and then Mike Hennigan.
Evanston must now choose: embrace or ignore the rule of law. 2 questions. First, can the stadium's surroundings remain family neighborhoods if impacts of stadium commercialization are added to those already emanating from the hospital and NU's university athletic facilities? 2, can environmental impacts that would otherwise require a change in zoning be acceptable because a wealthy donor and a powerful institution want preferential treatment? Adding stadium commercialization to presently existing disturbances not suffered in more distant Evanston and Wilmette neighborhoods would be totally antithetical to zoning's goal of fairness and the balance of interest comprehensive zoning plans assign to properly designated family neighborhood zones. And think of the instability such an imbalance would create. Since Northwestern's commercial demands cannot properly be evaluated as a zoning text amendment, they must be rejected. And I'd like to hand the clerk hard copies of what I've sent you all before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Frula, who will be followed by Mike Hennigan and then Paula Weinbaum.
Good evening. Northwestern's Faculty Senate draft resolution, signed by 233 faculty, I sent it in this morning, presents 10 big questions about finance sources and long-term maintenance costs of the Ryan Field project. Luke Figura, VP of Operations and Financial Spokesman for Northwestern's major zoning change request, says he will not answer them until after the City Council's meetings on Northwestern's rezoning demand. Given Northwestern's appalling internal financial mismanagement since 2014, which imposed austerity measures on faculty and staff throughout the university, including failure to pay contractual retirement benefits and its long record of violating agreements with the city, given all that, Evanston must insist that Figura give straight answers to every one of these questions before the council votes. We must not allow our wonderful city, proud to be the first in the nation to commit to reparations, to be bamboozled by Northwestern's bullying and run around zoning to build the Big Ten's biggest, most costly stadium, donor-driven, heavily debt-financed, sustainable only by mega concerts with incalculable negative impact on surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mike Hennigan, who will be followed by Paula Weinbaum and then Susan Schell.
Good evening. I have two questions. Northwestern claims that they can't afford to pay for an $800 million stadium unless they have concerts to pay for the annual maintenance. They also say that they will not build a new stadium unless they receive a zoning change. This makes no sense. The reason they want concerts is so they can sell the luxury suites in the new stadium. If they only have 6 football games to sell, there will be little demand for the suites. However, if they can sell a package of 6 football games and 6 or maybe more concerts, they have a very attractive package. I am convinced that Northwestern will build a stadium without a zoning change. With the realignment of college football coming, why would they risk losing millions of potential TV dollars because they do not build a new stadium? They need to build a new stadium, not an $800 million stadium with concerts. They need to do what San Diego State recently did and built a 35,000-seat stadium for less than $400 million. Finally, to quote from the New York Times on lavish football facilities, standing outside of Northwestern's practice facility on the shores of Lake Michigan, you think this was college football's mecca. There was immediate criticism over the $250,000 project that serves only a tiny percentage
Thank you very
of the student
much.
body. Thank
The
you.
next speaker is Paula Weinbaum, who will be followed by Susan Schell and then Laura Heyman.
I am Paula Weinbaum. Northwestern has created a mirage that the stadium redo and concerts will create thousands of well-paying jobs and generational wealth, and the facts just don't support that. Northwestern has admitted that almost all the jobs will be in construction. These will be one-time jobs that will be completed in 2 years. There's no commitment that these jobs be union jobs. In addition, despite the tout that 35% of the project will go to local women and minority business enterprises, when pressed in earlier hearings as to what is local, it was admitted that local means a 3-county region. So there is no evidence that this work is going to go to Evanstonians and build any real wealth here. In addition, as for the concerts, that will create, less than 1/10 of the revenue, and as we know, that those jobs will not be creating generational wealth as well. There'll be concession stands, there'll be cleaning, there'll be ticketers, and again, there is no commitment or demonstration that those will be union jobs or jobs given to Evanstonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Susan Schell, who will be followed by Laura Hammond and then Evie Russell. Is Sue Schell here? All right, we'll skip ahead then and come back to her when she arrives, perhaps from an overflow room. Let's go ahead with Laura Hammond. Right.
Thank you, and good evening to all of you. Laura Heyman, I live in the 7th Ward, 500 feet from the athletic campus. And the first thing I'd like you to know is that there are a lot of neighbors like me who are highly supportive of the project, concerts included. The reason there aren't more emails to you or people here is it's a little scary. I feel a little scared here tonight. But there are a lot of us who are supportive. So don't believe that the entire McCullough Park is against this effort. And I also want to say that I stand with Dolores Holmes for anybody who saw her letter today. I believe this is a vote for Evanston. It's got to be ward agnostic. I sympathize with my neighbors and their valid concerns. I truly do. But you can't let 1,000 or 2,000 people make a decision for the 88,000 people that live in Evanston. A vote in favor of this project is a vote for all of Evanston, in my humble opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate for the folks in the overflow rooms, where Susan Schell is sort of on deck for when she gets here, and I understand there may be some overflow room miscommunication, so if staff can help direct Susan Schell to the council chamber, please do. And then the next speaker is Evie Russell, who will be followed by Andrea Smeaton and then Deb Morin.
Let me test the mic. Can you hear me? Okay. Here's an NU's touted petition, quote, world-class community asset that reduces congestion, mitigates noise and light pollution. We counter NU's outright lies. Not reduce congestion, but more days of heavy traffic, more semis, shuttles and cars adding toxic fumes and CO2. Not mitigated noise, but more days of noise, damaging low frequencies, higher decibels, and no respite for hours on end. Crowds on streets at night add disrupting noise. At least 15 semis traffic for extra days of concert staging add noise. More metro trains add noise and diesel pollution. Not mitigated light pollution. Concerts are all-night events. The towering new field will obscure the sky. The glass facade and openings will let light flood out. About 4% of Evanston signed the petition. Did they read the zoning proposal? Unlimited idling, security paid only on NU's property, more large events slipped under the shiny concert carpet. Do they care about more pollution and congestion? Do they know that 2,900 jobs and derived 208 million are spread across 3 counties? That the 10 million is only an endowment that spits out market-dictated interest? Council, do you care? Do you know NU laced the Kool-Aid? We care. We know NU's history. We'll remember your vote.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrea Smeaton, who will be followed by Deb Morin and then Amanda Bratton.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Smeaton, and I live in Wilmette, 500 feet from the stadium. Northwestern's proposal to include more large events at the stadium and athletic campus will add more days per year when quick access to the hospital will be at risk. One Ryan Field neighbor was quoted in an Evanston Roundtable article when she spoke at a 7th Ward meeting. Her husband had a heart attack, and the ambulance got stuck in game day traffic, gridlock on Central Street. She stated, "We literally were driving down the middle of Central Street. We were going very slowly. My husband was in the back, and I started slamming my head against the window. There was nowhere to take a detour." We don't know how many others have had this same experience. NU claims that they have since solved this problem. However, a City of Evanston traffic study in 2022 observed game day traffic congestion on both Central and Isabella. The exact same gridlock was seen on Isabella in 2023 on a basketball evening. In fact, Land Use Commissioner Lindwall stated she observed an ambulance stuck in traffic on Central Street. Having a plan in place cannot widen the two-lane streets surrounding the hospital and stadium. Retired physician Dr. Ronald Meyer published an op-ed in Sun Times stating Northwestern's plan will restrict hospital access. For emergency surgery, we needed to quickly assemble a team of operating room staff who were not already at the hospital but had to get
Thank you
there.
very much.
Please
The
do
next
not
speaker
vote
is
to
Deb
rezone.
Marin, followed by Amanda Bratton, and then Sonia Cohen.
My name is Deborah Morin. I lived 6 blocks south of the Wrigley Field area for 33 years prior to moving to Evanston 6 years ago. I know firsthand what the experience of concerts like this is. For the 15 years before the night events at Wrigley started happening, we had a nice, quiet neighborhood. It was lovely. I'm also a Kellogg grad, I'd like to point out, and a loyal Northwestern contributor over the years. I'm no expert on crime, but I will tell you for certain there is no way you can bring 28,000 people into one location and not see an increase in crime. I spoke to a very good friend of mine, a Chicago police lieutenant for 35 years who had 200 officers in his jurisdiction. He said to me, "Deb, there is no way you can bring 28,000 people into an area like that, let them out at 10 o'clock at night with no place to go. They've been drinking, they've been partying, they're really revved up. There will be an increase in property crime, in public urination, in trashing, in personal assaults." We saw all of this happen in Lakeview, in my neighborhood, where we saw an increase in public urination in our front yards, garbage in our front yards, car break-ins, all kinds of crime, and it's only gone up. Was it all caused by Wrigley Field night events? You tell me.
Thank you very much.
Part of it
The
was.
next speaker is Amanda Bratton, who will be followed by Sonia Cohen, and then Aaron Cohen.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Bratton. I live in the 7th Ward. I want to remind everybody that North Evanston is home to more than 800 children. At least 114 children currently reside in the McCulloch Park neighborhood, the residential area between the stadium and Green Bay Road. At least 18 of those children live in homes that directly back up to the west parking lot of the stadium. My family lives in one of those homes. We currently experience one high-capacity outdoor night event per year. On that night, nearby children can hear the amplified sounds in their bedrooms, loud enough to keep them awake well past their bedtimes. And the next morning at 6 a.m., they're awoken by the sounds of cleanup vehicles in the parking lot. One night is manageable. However, studies show that multiple nighttime events and intensive environmental noise can be destructive to our children's health. As a career educator, I know the immediate and ongoing effects of excessive noise and sleep disruption on children. Research has found that these issues persist over time, suggesting long-term harm caused to children's brains. We're already living in a society where mental health is deprioritized in favor of monetized achievement. What happens when we allow an essentially for-profit entity to affect the choices, to make choices that will affect the mental health of so many children in such a densely populated area?
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sonia Cohen, who will be followed by Aaron Cohen, and then Bahailu Mihirete.
Sonia Cohen, I live in the 7th Ward. The Thrive consultants the city hired said our commercial corridors are doing well, especially Central Street, but not downtown where property taxes and rents limit investments. Thrive says make downtown the center of events. ice skating rinks, festivals, fire pits, markets. Sound familiar? The very community events Northwestern touts for Ryan Field. Northwestern proposes being the new town square. Will a tax-exempt entertainment complex become major competition for downtown? Will downtown mainly serve as Northwestern's parking lot, given the limited parking at the stadium? Attendees may eat downtown before running to concerts, but locals won't if they can't park, and that could spell into non-event days because few will plan excursions based on NU's schedule. Given the divisiveness NU has created in our community and all the misinformation, I urge you, do not permit commercial rezoning. Today, Northwestern can host temporary events of 10,000 people without changing the zoning. Mayor Biss and council members, don't allow NU to strip
Thank you very
residential
much.
protections.
The next speaker
Thank
is
you.
Aaron Cohen, who will be followed by Behailu Mihirete and then Susan Kelly.
Thank you very much. Hypocrisy, dissembling, and obfuscation have marked NU's drive for commercial zoning. Why? Because Pat Ryan wants it. Who says no to a mega donor? With zero input from its world-class faculty in economics, transportation, environmental science, engineering, and communications, NU cooked up the most outrageous and divisive campaign in Evanston history. Some people bought the hype and parroted NU's claims. Others countered with expert reports convincing the Land Use Commission to reject NU's zoning change. Peter Barris, NU's board chair, complained that a hotel patio near his $24 million home was an assault on his peaceful, tranquil, and family-oriented neighborhood. When questioned, he said raising those personal circumstances was just an attempt to distract from our goals. And with respect, Mayor Biss, in your State of the City address, you said, stating my position on important questions when I think there's a lot at stake is really part of the contract that I entered into with the community. I wouldn't feel like I was doing my job if I didn't follow through on that commitment. For 6 months, you've been a sphinx. And let your constituents, carry the burden of leadership and truth-telling on this issue. Council members, please end the malaise of hypocrisy,
Thank you very
dissembling,
much.
and obfuscation.
The next speaker is Behailu Mihirete, who will be followed by Susan Kelly and then Raju Gate. Just as I move from one sheet to another, it looks like two people who signed up on this sheet have not yet been come forward. One is Susan Shell, and one is, and forgive me if I'm getting this name wrong, Behailu, I'm sorry, Behailu Mihirete. If either of those people is within the sound of my voice, you can approach the podium, and you'll be given a chance when you get here. In the meantime, we move forward with Susan Kelly, followed by Raju Gate, and then Chuck Wassenberg.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and council members. My name is Susan Kelly. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward and one of the over 3,000 Evanston residents that signed a petition in support of both Ryan Field proposals. I'd like to remind you of the advice offered to you by Johnson Consulting, a firm you hired with our tax dollars to evaluate the potential economic impact of a revised Ryan Field. Since they said it better than I can, I will quote. There was a positive outcome for the cities of Evanston and Wilmette if desired. A poorly performing asset that results in insufficient use of an area on Central Street would be replaced at virtually no cost to the city. The replacement would be a more utilized venue, but with lower capacity, rebuilt with attention to placemaking, parking, and transit. This project presents an opportunity to help address one of the city's major weaknesses, being that there is not enough critical mass to attract people to the city. Demand drivers, such as improved venue, are needed to increase more weight to our attractiveness. Economically, to the city in Northwestern, a larger concert has almost equal economic value as a football game. It's reasonable for Northwestern to attempt to get some additional demand to cover its cost. The current stadium adds limited value beyond 7 games. If the city is seeking new revenue sources, the redeveloped stadium would be a demand driver with its additional concerts and special events.
Thank you very much.
I just
The
ask
next
you to
speaker
follow
is
the advice
Raju
you paid
Gate,
for.
who will be followed by Chuck Wasserberg and then Adam Goldsmith.
Mayor Biss and council members, my name is Raju Gate. I live at 2505 Jackson Avenue, about 450 feet south of Ryan Field. I am Eleanor Ravel is my alderman. I am a member of the Field of Opportunities and one of over 250 residents within the 7th Ward who are members of this group and support the project. The vast majority of those members cannot be here tonight because they're at work. They are driving their kids in carpool, taking their kids, helping their kids with their homework, or just simply feeding their families at home. On their behalf and mine, I strongly encourage you to vote yes for the new Ryan Field and text amendment. You now have 100 million more reasons to do so. You have heard from plenty from Northwestern and our opposition. Please keep in mind that there is a third rail in this debate. That is the thousands of us who want this project to move forward because we see the benefits for all of Evanston, as Dolores Holmes wrote so eloquently today. We are not associated with Northwestern. We are just your friends, your neighbors, who love our community and believe in the incredible additive properties of this project. What community would turn down a free $800 million stadium, $30 million of economic benefit from 6 concerts that is 18 hours of music, and now $100 million to our city, community, and schools? Please vote yes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Chuck Wasserberg, who will be followed by Adam Goldsmith and then Tricia Connolly.
Hi there. My name is Chuck Wasserberg. I'm a 2nd Ward resident, and thanks for allowing us to voice ourselves here. I have a simple 2-part statement. It's going to talk about, everybody, you've heard great, eloquent remarks from people. I can't get into that level of detail, but I just want to say 2 things very simply. First, I want to add my voice to the many others that are opposed to the zoning text changes allowing for an entertainment district concerts. Secondly, please, 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 before any stadium rebuild is approved, please ensure that Northwestern signs a community benefits agreement. Get it in writing. Get it done. Thank you very much for everything you're doing. I hope you'll do the right thing.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Adam Goldsmith, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Brian Regan.
Hello, I'm a Northwestern PhD candidate in communication studies and a member of Northwestern Graduate Workers. I urge the council to only approve stadium construction after public, transparent, and community-driven community benefit agreements without commercial rezoning. First of all, let's make it clear why Northwestern is now proposing this community benefits agreement. It's because of people who have showed up here and voiced their opinions saying we demand better. It's not from some benevolent force, otherwise they would have offered it from the beginning. Secondly, why only 10 years when the stadium is operating into the foreseeable future? Follow the example of New Haven and the community benefits agreement in Nashville that says community benefits agreement as long as there's a stadium. Finally, we want a community-driven community benefits agreement. Let's have community groups come to the table, negotiate with the City Council and Northwestern for an equitable solution. And lastly, respect the expertise of the Land Use Commission. Northwestern has the money. They're commercializing for it. We don't need to commercialize. They have a deal for between $80 and $100 million a year. And follow the advice of Commissioner Chair Matt Rogers, who called it laughable to suggest that concerts were financially necessary for maintenance. Please, I urge you, only a public and legally binding community benefits agreement negotiated by community organizations, the council, and Northwestern can secure the long overdue benefits that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who will be followed by Brian Regan and then Laura DeRemo.
Hi, Tricia Connolly, 2nd Ward. When the Northwestern Ryan Field rebuild proposal began, we had no one from the city of Evanston leading to address resident concerns regarding this proposal. Why were groups who opposed the proposal not brought to the table? There's been a lot of talk about how Northwestern surveyed the residents, But why, City Manager Stowe and Mayor Biss, wasn't an objective survey sent by the city? Which of you, by the way, directed staff to work with applicants, but not so much with residents about this issue? This has been a strategic tool to create a wedge between our community members instead of figuring out what we can do to bring people together and carve out the best deal we possibly can for the city of Evanston. I'd say this is where most of us could find some common ground. City Manager Stowe, Mayor Biss, and council members, you, as the stewards of this city, need to bring a transparent, substantial benefit that applies in perpetuity to this community. This project must be tabled until we see a substantial benefit that does not include rezoning. If you need some help, call Yale, Cornell, Harvard, and others that have done the work already. What's going to happen if they don't get their rezoning?
The next speaker is Brian Regan,
no
who
benefits?
will be followed by Laura DeRemo, and then Cliff DeRemo.
Good evening. As to a stadium rebuild, if that new stadium is going to be used for football purposes, fine. But NU proposes to commercialize the U2 district, and it is nestled in a residential area and thus the wrong location for a regional entertainment destination. NU basically wants to jam a square peg into a round hole. It won't fit. NU's own mass transit proposal provides some indications on this point. Sucking up all parking spaces in downtown Evanston, having hundreds of shuttle bus runs racing through a bunch of Evanston wards, leaving thousands of concert goers stranded late at night on train platforms. What a disaster. 3 other points. 1, despite its tax-exempt status, NU has tried since the 1950s to get approval for commercialization, but prior city councils have always steadfastly rejected their commercialization proposals. You should do the same. 2, as a result, Evanston residents reasonably formed a vested reliance interest, a legally recognized property right, that the existing status quo for zoning of the U2 district would not materially change. 3, and finally, ordinary folks like me voted you into office expecting you to focus not on the wish list of a mega-billionaire NU donor, but instead on protecting the interests of regular folks. Please do so. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Laura DeRemo, who will be followed by Cliff DeRemo, and then Jeff Smith.
Hi, my name is Laura. It is obvious from the previous Land Use Commission meetings and the evidence provided therein that the surrounding roadway, infrastructure, and parking facilities do not support the numerous public events that are proposed in this zoning amendment. The estimated vehicular, shuttle, public, rideshare transportation, in addition to the pedestrian traffic, will crush the neighboring streets of Asbury, Isabella, Jackson, Ashland, Central, and Ridge, as well as the surrounding Wilmette and downtown Evanston streets. We are talking 2-lane thoroughfares here. And we're not talking about just 6 concerts. We're talking about unlimited amateur sports events that could draw just as many people, unlimited private and commercial events, up to 60 outdoor community events drawing 7,500 people. This is increasing the number of events that are offered now from 28 to hundreds. In addition, if this zoning amendment is allowed, this is just going to set the stage, and we will lose our last residential protections, as surely in years to come there will be petitions to increase the number of events allowed. We have our neighbor to the south, Wrigley Field, as an example. Just a few night games is now up to 35, with an increasing number of concerts offered every year. If you look at some of the stadium renovations over the past few years, Nebraska Memorial, $450 million. Kansas University, $250 million. Notre Dame,
Thank you very
$400 million.
much. The next speaker is Cliff DeRemo, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then Caroline Winkler. Is Cliff here? In that case, the next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Caroline Winkler, and then Alyssa Spain.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As you know, the vote at the LUC on rezoning the U2 district was not close. From a zoning law standpoint, that's because the case was not close. I want to stress to this council and Mr. Mayor that amending zoning isn't just another policy choice like changing parking meters or the price of beach tokens, because it affects folks' lifetime investments, the quality of life, and everything else associated with property or residence. So these are constitutionally protected interests. So there are standards to test whether a zoning change respects those interests to avoid being struck down as arbitrary and capricious or a violation of substantive due process. The competent evidence presented to the Commission overwhelmingly showed that the proposed ordinance's dramatic change in intensity of use for the U2 district just did not meet standards, in particular compatibility with the adjacent and nearby neighborhoods. It's not just that it isn't right for that particular neighborhood, it's that it would be wrong for any Evanston residential neighborhood. Imagine if this intensity of use were proposed for ETH's land or Dempster Plaza or James Park or the Evanston Lakefront. You can imagine the hue and cry from constituents, and with good reason. Zoning laws say they're to protect health, safety, and morals. No standard approves tossing any neighborhood under the bus because it generates wealth for others. If we don't respect the empathic moral precept of do unto others, we do violence
Thank
to
you
a
very
primary
much.
purpose.
The next speaker is Caroline Winkler, who will be followed by Alyssa Spain and then Robert Orenstein.
I've been an Evanston resident for 30 years. Northwestern proposed building its new stadium below ground level to contain concert noise. It's proposed pumping its ground level water into the canal running along the bottom of the edge of the golf course. And this canal is part of the North Shore Channel and part of the huge Chicago Area Reclamation District's flood control system. NU's proposal will add dangerous flood potential to an already overburdened system. Per the July 16th Chicago Tribune expose, the entire huge Chicago Area Water Reclamation District system is at its limits and cannot take in more water because it is woefully underprepared and does not have the capacity to handle climate change anticipated more intense rains, even without additional water from Northwestern. We cannot morally allow NU to dump more water into this already overburdened system. I have a copy of the article for you. I only have one.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alyssa Spain, who will be followed by Robert Orenstein and then David Cook.
Lisa Spain, the 4th Ward. I've been listening to all of what you've been listening to, and I don't really think there's a lot more to add on either side. So I just want to say a couple of things. First, I think about Highland Park and what a vibrant community that is and how they've embraced Ravinia, which is way more concerts than we're talking about here. So as a reminder, we're talking about 6 concerts. Like with anything new, there's going to be issues that have to be resolved along the way, which we're putting our trust in you folks to address. I heard a lot about parking, so I'd encourage you to talk about that. And I also just want to quote a couple of things that weren't mentioned in other people's remarks. The Johnson study was the second study that was done. It was far more conservative than the one done by Northwestern. And they estimated that the annual economic impact of Ryan Field would move from a historical best of $47.2 million in 2018 to a projected $77.8 million, a 65% increase, and that was conservative. They also estimated direct city and state tax revenue from $5 million a year to $6.6, a 32% increase. And I also found it interesting that Steve Haggerty, a former mayor and a business person, and Reverend Neighbors, the chairman of the Evanston NAACP, came together to write the letter, the op-ed that they put in. And one of the most important things that they mentioned in there that I haven't heard anybody mention tonight is $12 million in fees.
The next speaker is Robert Orenstein, who will be followed by David Cook and then Peggy Baxter.
Suggesting.
Members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor, I'm Robert Orenstein. a resident at the corner of Central and Eastwood in the 7th Ward, located within 500 feet of Ryan Field. I eagerly anticipate the day when I can open my French doors and my windows and enjoy free concerts. My neighbors and I will be inviting our children and grandchildren and their friends to share in the experience. I can see McCulloch Park as a festival space for all Evanston residents to enjoy during concert events. Support for the stadium is overwhelming among Evanston residents, businesses, and the people who work in our town. Attempts by the few dozen outspoken opponents to raise concerns about fetal deafness from concerts or to compare the world-class Ryan Field with a $90 million soccer stadium in Dresden have failed. In short, the opponents are not serious people. My Central Street neighborhood is looking for the vitality concerts will bring, not just for us, but for a downtown sorely in need of a boost. The 400,000 annual visitors will undoubtedly boost Evanston's economy, as confirmed by the study commissioned by this council. Ms. Revelle, you and Mr. Suffredin voted to defund the North Shore Convention and Visitors Bureau. Do you have some alternative economic engine for us to consider here today, one that produces $30 million in annual benefits, plus the CBA just announced by the university today? To paraphrase Mr. Suffredin,
thank you
the
very
opponents
much.
to get back to us when they
Thank you
have
very
served.
much.
Thank you.
Let me. I just want to ask all public commenters again. Say what you want to say about us up here, but if you could address one another without making any attacks on individuals, I would really appreciate that in the future. I think that will help us keep the temperature in the room at a level that facilitates appropriate and productive discussion. With that, the next speaker is David Cook, who will be followed by Peggy Baxter, and then David Cohn.
Well, we're finally at this chapter in the tale that NU began on January 25th. We could predict the plot. Thousands of residents would organize and protest the request while others would rally behind NU. The plot thickened, however, as NU pitted various sectors against one another. They distributed donations to sectors of the community that NU previously ignored. Despite NU's claim of no public funding, residents and city would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and incalculable hours attempting to uncover the truth behind the misinformation put forth by NU and its audacious bid to maximize profits. Only Stephen King could have imagined the plot twist. The alleged abuse of cheerleaders and the hazing of athletes, a request by their employees to stop. Even NU's student union and Native American organizations have aligned with the community against NU. Still, they persisted in their single-minded pursuit of the Ryan dream. NU Inc. has driven a wedge between themselves and both Evanston and Wilmette. More disgusting is how they have divided Evanston against itself. Now the City Council will write the next chapter. You can approve NU's request and the divisiveness will continue. Wilmette will litigate against Evanston over the noise ordinances. Residents will sue for their loss of property values. This litigation will go on as each new concert reopens old wounds. Or you could deny this application. You have the authority to enact and enforce zoning laws. Oppose this text amendment, and then you will have to comply.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peggy Baxter, who will be followed by.
You called Sue Shell?
Yes.
Correct?
Yeah.
Susan Shell was not able to stay, and as she left, she asked Scott Kingold to give her statement. So is that possible?
So this is a written statement from Ms. Shell?
Sorry?
Is this a written statement from Ms. Shell?
This is a statement that she asked be given.
But I'm saying, do you have in your hand a statement she wrote for you?
I have a statement.
That she looked at and said, give this. She had to leave. She had to leave. So
I'm signed up to speak later. I don't mind waiting.
Yeah, so we'll just put you in the regular order because we've already got everybody queued up.
Okay, all right.
The next speaker then is Peggy Baxter, who will be followed by David Keon and then Andy Berman.
Good evening. I am Peggy Baxter. I'm a 7th Ward resident and live directly next to Ryan Field, 0 feet, and share a property line with what was the old practice field. I'm here to share my family's very strong support for building the new Ryan Field and for allowing 6 concert events per year. The revisions put forward by Northwestern and the benefits outlined in the MOU released today only further cement our support. We are supporters of this project because we would love to attend events we can walk to and believe they will only add vibrancy to our city. We believe strongly this will be good for Evanston businesses beyond the Central Street Business District. We support having a new LEED certified, ADA compliant, world-class facility literally in our backyard. It allows the city to diversify its funding streams and create access to much needed revenue. It represents a pathway to meaningful partnership that symbolizes both Evanston and Northwestern are better neighbors when leaders make the choice to work together. We understand this issue is complicated, but ultimately comes down to weighing the inconvenience of 6 incremental days per year, 6 out of 365 days, against a $100 million investment in our city. To the members of City Council that came to the table with a solution orientation, a partnership mentality, and negotiated on behalf of our city and all of Evanston residents, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Keon, who will be followed by Andy Berman, and then Mike Peters, I believe.
Throughout the run-up to this meeting, Northwestern has put itself forward as our good neighbor and partner, but their presentations and responses have had one duplicitous statement after another, way more than 90 seconds worth. If the project is such a no-brainer, why all the misdirection? These new events are qualitatively different from football games. The transportation plan is like putting lipstick on a pig, and to say the noise and economic studies are suspect is being kind. The only logical response to this proposal is what the Land Use Commission did, give it a resounding no. However, if a majority of you do not agree with me, and you think the money to be gained is more important than the cost this plan will impose on our neighborhood and the rest of the city, then you need to keep in mind one of the few things Northwestern has said that I agree with. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Stopping the negotiations at this point and saying we'll work it all out after the zoning change has happened would not get you a passing grade in a Kellogg negotiations class. You would be giving up our once-in-a-generation leverage to a partner who has repeatedly been less than transparently honest, thereby knowingly or unknowingly selling out not only our constituents in the 7th Ward, but in all wards. If you're going to make a zoning change, you need to acknowledge a unique moment in time and demand the negotiation of a community benefits agreement that fully addresses the impact of the university.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andy Berman, who will be followed by Mike Peters and then Perry L. Davis.
Hi, my name is Andy Berman. I've lived at 1711 Chancellor for the past 32 years. For 19 of those years, I was a Cook County Circuit Court judge, and I'd like to draw on that experience to alert the council about the irrevocable nature of approving the zoning change. The evidence put before the Land Use Commission makes it abundantly clear that there is a strong probability that mega concerts in the stadium will lead to a disastrous amount of noise, air pollution, and traffic that will affect not only the stadium neighborhood, but much of the rest of Evanston and South Wilmette. If this turns out to be true, and none of us have a crystal ball, you and future city councils will be powerless to modify or undo the amendment. There will be no backsies, no putting the toothpaste back in the tube. It is my opinion, shared by several other lawyers working to oppose the amendment, that if the city ever attempted to limit or rescind Northwestern's ability to put on concerts, Northwestern would sue the city at great expense to the city, and they would prevail. In 90 seconds, I can't give you a detailed analysis of why the courts would side with Northwestern, but briefly, Northwestern will successfully argue that the city has given them contractual rights which they relied on when constructing the stadium, booking performers, and hiring promoters. They have sued the city over zoning in the past, and with their unlimited financial resources, they will absolutely do it again. Approving this amendment will therefore make illegal levels of noise, air pollution, and traffic nightmares a permanent condition for generations to come. So please, don't jump off a cliff that you can't climb back up. Stop this while you still can.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mike Peters, followed by Perry L. Davis, and then Patrick Bowe. Is there a Mike Peters, or there's a number of symbols here that look like they could be letters. Peterman, Petering. Anyway, if your name starts with Mike Peter, and you can hear me, come forward. Presuming there's no such person at this time, the next speaker is Perry L. Davis, who will be followed by Patrick Bowe, and then George Halleck.
I'm talking later, so I'm okay for now.
The next speaker in that case is Patrick Bowe, who will be followed by George Halleck, and then Letitia Bongi.
All right. I'm here to share my emphatic support for rebuilding the stadium for an improved fan experience, decreased noise and sound pollution, but really most importantly, the direct and indirect benefit that's going to go to the city of Evanston. I'm a current resident of Evanston with a wife and 3 kids not far from here, a former Kellogg student that studied finance and social impact, but perhaps most relevant to this city council meeting, I played football at Stanford University. Different than some of the other schools mentioned, was a major college football and academic-focused institution where we rebuilt a stadium on campus, on site, and saw the direct impact that in turn showed to the university and to Palo Alto. There is a very real, very material impact that had a multiplier effect across all of this and continues to have over time. Now, as Evanston aims to be a national leader with progressive policies around affordable housing, supporting small businesses, sustainability, reparations, community health, etc., a lot of this is what the stadium can provide with increased tax revenues, with support for a bigger platform, and more importantly, like I said, this multiplier effect that can come from this. Public-private policies are rarely black and white. They live in the world of gray, but it's a constant review of a cost-benefit analysis and what the big picture shows in the long run. I hope you all see this.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is George Halleck, who will be followed by Letitia Bonge and then Ray Friedman. Okay. All right. In that case, the next speaker is Letitia Bonge, who will be followed by Ray Friedman and then Paul Janicki, or Janitsky.
Good evening, Council, City Manager. I'm 74 years old, born and raised in this town. My mother was the help to 2 presidents at Northwestern University. This is a farce until you make Central Street Purple Line ADA compliant. I don't care which way it goes. I've lived in this town all my life. Northwestern's going to do what they want to do because they can. And unless you stop them, they will continue to do what they want to do. But until Central Street, sitting right between Evanston Hospital and the fire department, fire station you're asking money for, is ADA compliant, this whole thing is a farce.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ray Friedman, followed by Paul Janitsky, and then Ann Trumpeter. So if Mr. Friedman is not here, we'll move on with Paul Janitsky and then Ann Trumpeter. So again, I don't know if the folks in the overflow rooms can hear me, but again, the 3 people currently on deck are Ray Friedman, Paul Janitsky, and Ann Trumpeter. Is any of those 3 people able to hear me at this time? If not, I believe that concludes the list of people who signed up on a sheet that looks like this. Oh, sorry, Mr. Friedman's on the way. But while he's stepping up to the microphone, let me just say, so that, don't worry, we're not half done or anything. But if you signed up on a sheet like this and I haven't called your name, that means either that my pronunciation of names has gotten us in trouble, or there's an audio problem, or there's a missing sheet of paper. So once again, while Mr. Friedman is speaking, if you can hear me speaking now and you think you signed up on a yellow piece of paper this evening and you haven't heard your name, just come forward and we'll try to figure out how to solve the problem. Mr. Friedman.
Before I start, he came in with the yellow sheet of paper, so I did sign up also on the yellow paper, just so you know. Okay? Oh, sorry. Want to thank Northwestern for your offer of $100 million for 10 years. But $100 million won't pay half of our bond debt of over $200 million. $10 million a year won't cover the $15 million in debt service owed each year on those general obligation bonds. Northwestern University and City of Evanston need to work together to satisfy the needs of each other. Since City of Evanston has been working with NU for the past 172 years, based on a charter created in 1851, and apparently does not pay any property taxes, but owns about 400 acres of land here in Evanston. Excuse me. It looks like NU is growing tremendously, both physically and financially, while the City of Evanston is suffering tremendously, both physically and financially. The latest Google report as of today says that NU had reached a record endowment fund of almost $15 billion at the end of 22 and currently has approximately $14.4 billion. We were thinking that in good faith effort by NU would be to donate just 10% of their endowment fund to the City
Thank you very
of Evanston.
much. So once again, is Paul Janitsky or Ann Trumpeter? Okay. All right. Go ahead. And while before you start, again, presuming that Paul Janitsky doesn't emerge after you speak, after this, we'll go to the folks from room 2402. So if you're in room 2402 and you can hear me, start making your way to the council chamber where you'll be next in line. And the names I have there are Dave Riggle, Jim Froberg, Joe Flanagan, Jane Grover, Mary Young, and Gary Cull. Go ahead.
I'm Ann Trumpeter. I'm a longtime Evanston 3rd Ward resident and until recently a proud double alum of Northwestern, and have always proudly hung the NU flag on football game days. I am not in favor of the new stadium and its expanded concert use. I believe that this project is nothing more than a vanity project with no enforceable guarantee of economic upside for the Evanston community. Why should the residents of Evanston pay the price for Northwestern's self-created economic hardship to allow public concerts? It is not an appropriate use of space in a heavily residential neighborhood. It is unfortunate that the NU Stadium was ever built in this area in the first place, and doubling down with a new stadium and its planned expanded use makes this less than ideal stadium location a true nightmare. As usual, Northwestern is blind to community and residential need, and I wish with all my heart that Northwestern and the Ryans would think about a better, more helpful way to invest their almost $1 billion. Evanston City Council, do not vote in favor of the stadium and its new expanded use.
Thank you very much. Last call for Paul Janitsky. Okay. All right, well, we'll come back then to that issue after the 2402 folks go then, since I see they've made their way up. So we'll go to the 2402 folks, beginning with Dave Riggle, followed by Jim Froberg, and then Joe Flanagan. Are they coming?
Good evening. I am Dave Riggle. I'm a 7th Ward resident, and I live within 1,000 feet of the stadium. The stadium's an important issue that required 3 long hearings before the Land Use Commission. The mayor, for reasons not explained to the citizens of Evanston, is determined to bypass input from the Planning and Development Committee. The City Council should not rush tonight into a final decision. But if it's going to go ahead, the council should respect the recommendation of the Land Use Commission and not approve a zoning change for commercial use by this educational institution. Second point, where's the money? Northwestern's a well-funded institution with $15 billion endowment and seen a budget surplus of greater than $100 million a year for the past 5 years. Its football revenue payout from the Big Ten last year was $59 million. By contrast, Evanston has a budget problem. Northwestern can contribute dollars to Evanston for the privilege of discomfiting the taxpaying citizens rather than creating a giant nuisance for the taxpayer with only pie-in-the-sky projections. I've just been told that Northwestern has proposed such a thing today, that it proposes $10 million. That's a start. Negotiate wisely. $100 million. $10 million a year. They're not going to give you $100 million.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim Froberg, who will be followed by Joe Flanagan and then Jane Grover.
Good evening. My name is Jim Froberg. I've been an Evanston resident, taxpayer, and registered voter since 1995. Our home is within 600 feet of Ryan Field. For over 28 years, I've personally observed the existing traffic congestion, noise, air pollution, and disruption of normal neighborhood life within 1,000 feet of Ryan Field. I attended all 3 zoning commission meetings from start to finish. I was particularly surprised at how incomplete and inadequate the NU proposals appeared. Based on what I observed and heard at those meetings, the NU proposals failed to carry NU's burden of proof. NU's requests should be denied by this council. I believe that there are and have been dozens of serious issues raised by Evanston taxpayers that have not been adequately addressed by NU. In particular, NU representatives have testified repeatedly that NU requires the proposed new commercial uses at Ryan Field to generate revenue to operate Ryan Field. I believe NU representatives have testified that NU needs approximately $3 million a year to cover those costs. I believe NU failed to discuss the effects of the Big Ten TV deals finalized in July 2023 on NU's Ryan Field cash needs. Under those TV contracts, NU is expected to receive between $60 and $100 million per year through 2030 and beyond. With that big fat TV money in the NU pipeline, it appears that NU really does not need any commercial revenue from peddling tickets, booze,
Thank you
and
very
food.
much.
Thank you.
The
and I
next
urge you to
speaker
reject.
is Joe Flanagan, who will be followed by Jane Grover and then Mary Young.
Hi, thank you. My name is Joe Flanagan. I'm a 40-year resident of Evanston. Eleanor Ravel is my council person. I clearly am a very strange bird here tonight. I love the city of Evanston, and I love Northwestern University. And I'm glad to live here and participate in so many things. I've been, recent history, Northwestern and the city of Evanston have had a very great, sound working relationship. We can all think about going back to the cookie incident with Mayor Tisdall and President Shapiro, and I think there's been a working relationship that is. Another example, I've been to dozens of football games, night football games in the last 25 years at Northwestern. They made it work. The city, the university, they made it work, traffic worked, and it was maybe not perfect, but this is not unprecedented. I fully support the redevelopment of Ryan Field with the concerts. I think it'll be great for the city. I've been active in the Evanston business community for a long time, and the downtown Evanston, the restaurants, the hotels will greatly benefit from this opportunity. I want to commend the city and the council, the mayor, for a historic agreement that's been set today, $100 million over 10 years. It's a great opportunity for this town on a lot of levels. The economic development for the city, for our businesses, and so many of the other jobs, job opportunity for so many of our kids and other folks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jane Grover, who will be followed by Mary Young and then Gary Cull.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager. I am a member of the Equity Empowerment Commission and do not speak for the commission.
Can you move your mic so it's not?
I'll adjust it.
It's not calibrated for someone of the previous speaker's height.
Thank you for the reminder. I am on the Equity Empowerment Commission, but do not speak for the commission. I understand you may have gotten a letter that purports to take a side on this case from the Equity Empowerment Commission, but please note the commission did not approve that letter. I hope we can all agree that a future Evanston will be more welcoming, inclusive, and diverse. We create an inclusive Evanston by saying yes to new economic opportunities for our residents and by building partnerships that create jobs that are close to home with short commutes so that those residents can spend more time with their families. We create a diverse Evanston, not by avoiding change, but by thinking about the next generations of residents and what they expect of Evanston. More walkability, more vitality in their community, and a commitment to equity. We create a welcoming Evanston, not by using outdated zoning regulations to enforce invisibly gated neighborhoods that keep others out of our community, including visitors. Yes, the 6 concerts at Ryan Field will add traffic and noise to North Evanston, and many stadium neighbors have had good ideas and suggestions on how to mitigate those burdens. Evanston Township High School hosts dozens of athletic and cultural events every year with parking, traffic, and noise that disturb the neighborhood peace, and those residents bear the burden for the rest of us. Let's bring equity in the conversation and ask, does this proposal advance equity? Does denying the university's proposal perpetuate inequity? Let's look forward here and consider all of our residents and their futures.
Thank you very much. Before we move, you can come up, but I'll use the time that you walk slowly to explain that so a few things. First of all, after we're done with the 2402 speakers, of whom there are just 2 more, we'll move on with room 2404, which includes Charles Needham, Carl Hopman, and Mike Hauser. Additionally, just for anybody like those who made themselves visible to me before, if you thought you signed up on one of these and your name hasn't been called yet, just approach the clerk quietly while public comment is going on, and we'll get you taken care of. So that's the way we'll address people in that situation. In the meantime, we move forward now with Mary Young, who will be followed by Gary Cull.
Hi there. Pardon my voice. I've been teaching kindergarten all day. My name is Mary Young. I am a 6th Ward resident, and I'm a 20-year educator in District 65 and a 9-year resident of Evanston. I'm thrilled about the newly announced community benefits agreement for $100 million for the city, education, and equity. Along with the District 65 and PEP events in Evanston, many of my students and my own personal children's favorite events and memories are those including Northwestern's Ryan Field movies, Wildcat Alley pregame events, football games, and the very recent free play that was Frida Libre for District 65 third graders. I just wanted to mention. And then I hope that District 65 and the Park District can further partner with Northwestern in the coming years as promised in this agreement. And I support the rezoning and concerts at Ryan Field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Gary Cull, who will be followed by the 2404 crowd.
All right, so my name is Gary Cull, and I live in the shadow of the Ryan Field, and the only reason Joe Flanagan was able to go to all those night football games is because he parked on my lawn, all right? So let's get that out of the way. It would be ludicrous for me to stand here and think that anything I say to you in this 90 seconds is going to change the opinions that you have. I would hope that you look at all of the things that have been presented to you, but because this moment has such a huge impact on my life, the lives of my neighbors, and our families, I thought I would take this opportunity to tell you one thing. There can be no valid reason that I've heard tonight or have heard at all that you can ignore the recommendations of the Land Use Commission. Those people sat there for weeks, literally, and listened to every presentation and overwhelmingly voted that this text amendment is not appropriate. If you want to and really believe in your hearts that Northwestern is in this for the families of Evanston, then please believe, follow them and vote for them. On the other hand, if you understand what the actual ramifications of what they propose are, 5 years from now, they won't be here. These people won't be here. Northwestern will be here, but Northwestern is not a person. Northwestern is not your neighbor. These are your neighbors right here. Their kids take their buses with your kids. Those people aren't going to be there. Although it does not appear this nationally, integrity is the soul of better government. I ask you to exercise that integrity. Make your decision valid.
Thank you very much. We now move to the 2404 people, which is Charles Needham, beginning with Carl Hopman, and then Mike Hauser. Did I get that right? Charles Needham, followed by Carl Hopman, and then Mike Hauser. And then when the 3 of them are done, then we'll move on to 2403, followed by our new additions to the yellow sheet. But right now we have Charles Needham, followed by Carl Hopman, and then Mike Hauser.
Thank you. My name is Charles Needham, and I'm of the 7th Ward and an NU alum. I am for the rebuild of the stadium, but against the concerts and all related activities, which coincidentally, are the results of the finding of the Land Use Committee. My goal this evening is to be just one more community voice, encouraging those who are voting to approve the concerts to show some respect for the established due process and the findings of the Land Use Committee. The hours that they have spent in this room listening to both sides of the argument and making their conclusions, it amazes me that there is the potential for the total lack of respect for not only their good work and their time, but also for the time and efforts, and money, by the way, from many of us over this period of time. Now, all the hours that we spent within these rooms for the past several months voting our opinions, or sharing our opinions. And of course, we are ever so grateful to the committee for hearing us. If the ever so sad outcome would be a final vote in support of the concert, and it bears repeating, I will be aghast at the lack of respect you are showing for the unselfed work of the Land Use Committee. If your vote is in opposition to the Land Use Committee's recommendation, I will be ever so saddened and disappointed. It will be absolutely staggering to me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Carl Hopman, who's followed by Mike Hauser.
Make no mistake, Northwestern's proposed entertainment venue at Ryan Field would be one of the biggest in the state, larger than the United Center. In particular, I want to highlight key differences between the Ryan Field mega concerts and Ravinia Festival. First, Ravinia started having concerts in 1904, so anyone living in the neighborhood today knew what to expect. Neighbors of Ryan Field, on the other hand, knew about football games but had no reason to anticipate the sustained, large noise of concerts, and definitely not at night. Second, Ravinia has a maximum capacity of 13,500 versus Northwestern's permit request for 35,000 attendees. Third, Ravinia uses a distributed sound system for its concerts on the lawn. Northwestern intends to use its own system for football matches but has explicitly rejected Evanston staff's demand to impose this on touring bands. Finally, Ravinia has a strict limit of 95 dBc, which translates to at most 87 dBA at the soundboard. By comparison, Northwestern's own study assumes 101 dBA at the soundboard, or 14 decibels higher than the max at Ravinia. Besides, tour bands typically project between 100 and 110 dBA, so concerts at Ryan Field could be 23 decibels higher than at Ravinia. To the human ear, that would sound more than 4 times louder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mike Hauser, who will be followed, as I indicated, by the group from room 2403. Those are Gracie Ninmer, Anusha Kumar, Simon Carr, again, Periel Davis. Perhaps this is why Periel Davis said that she would be speaking later, and Eric Herman. Mr. Hauser.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I'm Mike Hauser, and 19 years ago, my wife and I moved to Chancellor Street, where we've raised our 3 kids. We are adamantly opposed to the rezoning of Northwestern sports facilities. I'm also an ETHS graduate and a business owner with my own residential architecture practice. I work with the city and the zoning department here several times a year. Our zoning has been tested and refined over the decades and is predictable and fair, or at least as much as it can be. The zoning that applies to this stadium is equally clear, and an approval of this proposal would be tragically inconsistent with everything I understand this city to stand for. I urge the council to remember the decades of zoning work that has gone into bringing this stadium into balance with our Evanston neighborhoods. Most of my work is with regular Evanston homeowners, and I bear witness over and over again to them assessing the value of their home and deciding how much of their lives to invest in it. In my experience, Evanstonians have historically felt confident about this investment, but I urge the council to consider what we're telling them when we prioritize a chaotic mega concert over their established and thriving neighborhoods. The Land Use Commission could not support this proposal because exactly 0 of their 5 standards for review were met. We wrote this criteria long ago when heads were clearer and cooler and when there was time to consider all things. We review it now so that we don't forget those values.
The next speakers are from room 2403, beginning with Gracie Ninmer, followed by Anusha Kumar, and then Simon Carr.
Hello, I'm Gracie Nimmer, and I'm a first-year undergrad at Northwestern University and part of the Fossil Free Northwestern Club, as well as students organizing for labor rights. I believe that a comprehensive, legally binding community benefits agreement must be signed by Northwestern University before the reconstruction of Ryan Field is allowed. A community benefits agreement must be made by and for the community, not to line Northwestern's pockets and avoid accountability. Some demands of the CBA would include an environmental and social impact plan that specifically outlines deliberate protections for the potentially detrimental harms of the new stadium on the environment and the community. Another crucial part of the CBA is significant long-term financial commitment by Northwestern to Evanston schools, social services, and reparations, as well as guaranteed well-paying union jobs for the construction. I believe that it is in the best interest of the Evanston community to demand that Northwestern University pay up and give the community what it deserves through the CBA. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anusha Kumar, who will be followed by Simon Carr and then Perry L. Davis.
Hi, my name is Anusha, and I'm an undergraduate student at Northwestern and also a member of Fossil Free Northwestern and Students Organizing for Labor Rights, two organizations part of the Northwestern Accountability Alliance. There is an inherent privilege that we as students hold attending a prestigious private university like Northwestern and occupying space in Evanston for 4 years. And I believe it is our responsibility to use that privilege to understand the complex and often discriminatory history between this university, minoritized communities of color in Evanston, and the Evanston community as a whole. As such, I stand in support of a legally binding, no-strings-attached community benefits agreement similar to that of Cornell and Yale's, not Northwestern's, current $100 million proposal. In negotiating a CBA, Northwestern has the ability to rightfully contribute to Evanston's reparations program, make meaningful investments in affordable housing for low-income residents, and commit to environmental sustainability and just labor conditions for workers throughout the duration of the project. I hope that Northwestern and City Council intentionally listens to this coalition and community and finds a way to support Evanston in any way that it can. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Simon Carr, followed by Perry L. Davis, and then Eric Herman.
Hey there. My name is Simon Carr. I'm a sophomore at Northwestern and a member of Fossil Free NU. So on the environment about this issue, right, Northwestern has promised that they're going to get a LEED Gold certification for this project. And I think this is one of many instances where I don't trust them, I think the community doesn't trust them to hold themselves accountable. So LEED certifications are just a set of rules which can easily be followed while having an extremely negative environmental impact. And there's lots of buildings which are LEED certified, but ultimately are worse for the environment than non-LEED certified buildings. So essentially what I'm saying is that Northwestern's cheap project managers will funnel noise and air pollution into our neighborhoods and create an environmental travesty unless we establish some form of community oversight to compel them to do otherwise. Further, I see very little reason to think Northwestern won't try to circumvent whatever accountability system you do put in place, given their established history of doing so. And I don't see why you should accept a $100 million bribe to simply allow them to do whatever they want.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Perry L. Davis, who will be followed by Eric Herman. Okay.
Hi, I am not Perry L. Davis. I am Eric Herman. I live in the, can you hear me? I live in the 7th Ward. I'm a Northwestern graduate. My grandfather played football at Northwestern. You can look him up, Edward Herman. And I just want to say at the outset, it is possible to love Northwestern and oppose commercial rezoning for the stadium, as I do. And it is possible to admire Northwestern as an institution and question some of the decisions of its current leadership. I want to talk for 1 minute about petitions. We've heard a lot about the other side's petitions, this being Evanston. Everyone has petitions. I just want to point out a couple of big differences. Their petition does not mention concerts or rezoning, conveniently. Ours does. Another big difference is that our petitions, the signatures on our petitions, are entirely organic. They hired an army of consultants. I'm a consultant, I know. I know some of the people they hired. They're very good. They have an armada of consultants and lawyers and spin doctors and pollsters. We've done this all ourselves. It's all organic. So that's one big difference. And I want to make the point that the people who oppose the commercial rezoning of this stadium,
Thank you very much.
Very real.
We now move to the folks who have been recently added to the yellow sheet because of some oversight. The first is Meredith DiCarlo, followed by Scott Gingold, and then Ben Kaddish.
I'm Meredith DiCarlo. I live 2 blocks south of the U2 district, and I oppose the zoning change. I've lived in the neighborhood for 5 years, but I have family ties going back to when Dyke Stadium was built. My immigrant great-grandmother raised my grandpa, who was born in 1920, in an apartment at the corner of Central and Green Bay, on her own, working in the cafeteria at Haven. My grandpa also started his family here, and my dad was baptized at St. A's. My husband and I felt so fortunate to settle in this neighborhood to raise our now 4- and 2-year-old kids, until a year ago, when Northwestern proposed transforming its athletic campus into a year-round, for-profit, multi-venue entertainment district, and not pay property taxes on it. This broke Northwestern's 2019 promise not to seek to rezone the stadium for commercial use, by the way. Since that time, I've lived with the dread that we will have to move. I don't understand why the city would destabilize this area and push families like mine from the place 5 generations of us have called home based on wishful thinking this will work out. And I'm appalled the city refused to study or quantify the likely costs, which will be borne by the entire community. You want new revenue? NU already pays most of that $10 million it's offering. Tax the money Northwestern is already raking in hand over fist at this property.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Gingold, who will be followed by Ben Kaddish and then Earl Weingarten.
Thank you. I served on the Evanston Zoning Board for 10 years, and I also live at 1326 Isabella Street, about 200 feet from the Ryan Field. We have a zoning ordinance. It is a law. While the Land Use Commission is a recommending body to this council, the council is still bound to follow the law in deciding whether a zoning text amendment is appropriate. The Land Use Commission, who is deputized to make these decisions, determined by a 7-2 vote that the standards stated in section 6-3-4-5 of the ordinance regarding the zoning text amendment is not met here. 6 of the 9 commissioners found that none of the standards of 6-3-4-5 is met. Northwestern has been attempting to commercialize the U2 for 50 years, and each time, 5 times since 1971, and most recently in 2021, City Council has rejected the applications. In 1977, City Council wrote that the proposed new commercial uses, quote, would alter the essential character of the locality by increasing the intensity of use so as to detract from the essential character of the surrounding residential neighborhood. City Council also wrote that the project would be injurious to and depreciate the value of other property and improvements in the neighborhood in which it is located due to the increased traffic congestion, pedestrian traffic, noise, and litter, all of which would be an unavoidable consequence of the proposed intensification of use of the property.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ben Kaddish, who will be followed by Earl Weingarten.
My name is Ben Kaddish. I'm one of the owners of the Evanston Athletic Club, which we opened at its current location in 1997, 26 years ago. We own the retail center located at the corner of Clerk Street and Benson Avenue in downtown Evanston. I grew up in South Evanston, graduated from ETHS in 1976. I am very proud to be an Evanstonian. I'm here to tell everyone that the city of Evanston is a college town. When COVID hit and Northwestern closed, downtown Evanston became a ghost town and has not recovered. The city of Evanston needs to embrace that it is the home of Big Ten University. Any $800 million project will help revitalize downtown Evanston. Our property and many others were affected greatly by COVID, and it has never and likely will never recover to the values from 2019. In 2020, there was 54 vacant storefronts downtown. In March of this year, there was 61, and that number is still consistent today. Northwestern was founded in 1851, 172 years ago, and they've been playing football since 1882. So anybody that moved near Northwestern's facilities moved there after they've been playing football and been using that facility. Northwestern is part of a massive expansion of the Big Ten, which is now including USC and UCLA. The city of Evanston has a chance to gain a world-class reputation with the construction of a new football stadium. Please.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Earl Weingarten.
I'd like to shift the focus from discussions about traffic to discussions about values, Evanston values, and the values of the chief benefactor of this project. According to OpenSecrets.org, Patrick Ryan donated substantially to the National Republican Congressional Committee, which in turn funded Sandy Hook denier Marjorie Taylor Greene, pro-life anti-choice Matt Gaetz, gun rights activist Lauren Boebert, and Medicare and Social Security attacker Jim Jordan. On Insurrection Day, these funded election deniers voted against certifying our election, and each voted in the House against renewing the Violence Against Women Act. Any women here? Patrick G. Ryan donated substantially to Americans for Prosperity Action, who helped fund the election of Wisconsin Senator and fake elector schemer Ron Johnson. Last Friday, Johnson attacked the FBI for pursuing Trump, his words, and not the Biden crime family. Patrick Ryan supports him. Patrick Ryan donated to the National Republican Senatorial Committee. One beneficiary of their funds was Herschel Walker, who admitted threatening his ex-wife with a gun to her head. Patrick Ryan donated to the gun-crazy Texas Republican Party. Even after Uvalde, Texas Republicans voted against gun restrictions. Patrick Ryan donated to the Alabama Republican Party, who is denying the votes of African American voters.
Signed up.
Patrick Ryan's values are not our values.
Sheets. So I think if you signed up on these sheets, you should have been called by now. And if you were waiting in one of the overflow rooms, 2202, 2203, or 2402, 2403, and 2404, you should have been called, which means now we move to people who online signed up to speak in person. So those will begin with Allison Renee, followed by Jimmy and Tiffany Williams, and then William Owens. So again, Allison Renee, followed by Jimmy and Tiffany Williams, and then William Owens.
Allison Renee actually just came from the doctor with heart issues. I have her exact statement and permission to deliver it, and I hope she feels better if she sees this. I represent 11 minority women, local, Northwestern affiliated, and award-winning stadium construction small businesses across technology, landscaping, audiovisual, events management, project management, and security services. Small businesses whose capabilities service trillion-dollar industries with excellence. Collectively, our small businesses will employ the 2,924 jobs created by the Ryan Field Project. We understand the concern of residents in regards to the large-scale events, but we believe positive foot traffic will bring more awareness of local small businesses in the community. The current usage of the field is 2%, and the proposed increase is to 3.5%. The economic development opportunities outweigh the inconveniences. 6 nights may provide funding for 6 months, or be the memories families reminisce on for 6 years or 6 generations. We support Ryan Field. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wishing her a quick recovery. Jimmy and Tiffany Williams will be the next speaker, followed by William Owens and then Laura Brown. And I recognize these are folks who in some cases signed up a number of days ago. Okay, so in that case, the next speaker is William Owens, who will be followed by Laura Brown and then Terry Mostrom. Is a William Owens here? If not, we'll move ahead with Laura Brown, who will be followed by Terry Mostrom and then Timothy Davitt. I guess I would also just ask staff, given that the room is thinned out, if staff could make sure there's no one left in the overflow rooms so that there's no need to kind of move people. All right, so I just called on Laura Brown, followed by Terry Mostrom, and then Timothy Davitt. Are any of those individuals here? I'll run through these names later, but I'm just going to pick the next 3 now. We now move on with Lauren Peterson, to be followed by Jennifer Engel, and then Alexander Brunacci. This is getting efficient. Again, the last 3 names I called are Lauren Peterson, followed by Jennifer Engel, and then Alexander Brunacci. If you're any of the people I've called so far, come forward since no one else is. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Engel, and I've had the pleasure of working with Evanston hotels, restaurants, retailers, and small businesses during my 18 years at Chicago's North Shore Convention and Visitors Bureau. The Bureau is a trade association representing the businesses categories I just mentioned. Ryan Field, Welsh Wineria, and Northwestern University are major destination drivers for Evanston, with visitors staying at hotels, eating in restaurants, and shopping in stores. These visitors spend money and bring much-needed tax dollars to the city. Oak Park and Evanston each are close to downtown Chicago and accessible via the CTA. Oak Park has 1 hotel. Evanston has 5. The reason? Northwestern. As the 2 economic development studies have shown, the new stadium will bring much-needed economic benefit to the city. There's no question that the current Ryan Field is old and outdated. A new stadium will bring more football fans and will offer an enhanced experience, providing amenities that state-of-the-art venues will bring. We believe that the 6 concerts will be popular for residents and visitors alike. We hope that the council will vote in favor for the stadium and the zoning change for concerts and welcome the new stadium for Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to recap, the names I've already read are William Owens, Laura Brown, Terry Mostrom, Timothy Davitt, Lauren Peterson, and Alexander Brunacci. Is any of those individuals here to speak? If not, we'll move on with, we begin with someone that signed up as the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. I'm guessing that's Garrett Karp, but I don't know. Who'll be followed by Darlene Cannon and then James Hebson. So seeing that no one is standing up and claiming to be the Chamber of Commerce, we'll move forward with Darlene Cannon and then James Hebson and then Jim Signorelli.
I'd like to let Carla Thomas speak first. She's online.
Did she sign up to do that? Is the council comfortable with allowing this shift in order? All right, so we'll go to Ms. Thomas, followed by Ms. Cannon. Is Carla Thomas available?
I'm here. They won't let me take off my video, so not sure if it's Matt. All right, I'll speak without video.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I too am a member of the Equity and Empowerment Commission of Evanston, and I cannot stand by and allow NU representatives to use Black Evanston residents as pawns in their continued settler colonial, uber-capitalistic endeavor while leading the entire Evanston community towards a future filled with empty promises. While NU couches its request for these zoning changes behind a narrative of sudden interest in helping Evanston's Black community, we know a lot about inside Evanston's own institution. Inside Northwestern exists an environment that proliferates a type of second-class citizenship and substandard experiences of the university's own Black student population. I am both a Kellogg alumni and a current CESP PhD student, so I know from my own experience. Black NU students have voiced their concerns about these discrepancies for decades, with multiple Black uprisings from the Bursa takeover in 1968 to the 2016 Black student rally and demands to the 2020 demands. All of these have demands that have yet to be met by NU. Therefore, the EEC questions NU's newfound commitment to Black Evanstonians. With the aforementioned historical context in mind, it is difficult to genuinely accept NU's newly voiced promise to Black Evanstonians. In addition to commodify the lives, livelihoods, and futures of Black Evanston as bargaining chips.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cannon can continue at this time.
The expansion of our illusory. I'll let Darlene continue.
Darlene Cannon, Second Ward, Chair of the Equity and Empowerment Commission. Priorities of the CBA is to address the needs of Black and Brown and Indigenous people in Evanston, affordable housing, prevent the further displacement of Black Indigenous people in Evanston, and to ensure that that we achieve these goals by providing full long-term affordable housing programs and pathways to home ownership, prioritize full-time employment opportunities for Black Indigenous people, reinstate and expand the skilled trades program, commit to a minimum of 35% annual hires and subcontractors being local Evanston businesses, and economic, and then Evanston residents deserve accountability from the NU and the promising results that are enforceable through a CBA. And background, currently NU boasts about $208 million going to minority and women-owned businesses, yet NU has only promised a target of working with 35% minority and women businesses. This is deceptive metrics that does not guarantee minority hiring, as NU could simply hire white contractors that have at least one woman co-owner. NU also admitted recently that this is a regional target, meaning they are not committing to hiring Evanston residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Hepson, who will be followed by Jim Signorelli and then Ryan Jacobs.
Hello, my name is James Hepson. I live at 1321 Rosalie Street within the shadow of Ryan Field. I am also in the restaurant business, although not in Evanston, and I support what Jennifer Engel said a couple speakers ago. I also volunteer for the Evanston Youth Job Corps, and I don't know if the official plan or petition of the YJC is to support Ryan Field, but I know the workers feel that that would be very beneficial for their clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim Signorelli, who will be followed by Ryan Jacobs and then Noreen Edwards.
Jim Signorelli had to leave, so he just wanted you to know.
In that case, the next speaker will be Ryan Jacobs, who will be followed by Noreen Edwards and then Neil Gambo. Is Ryan Jacobs here? And if not, Noreen Edwards? And if neither of those is here, I see Neil Gambo. Go ahead, since the other two aren't apparent at this time.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Bisson, City Council. I'm Neil Gambo. I'm a Third Ward resident, and I'm also the chair of the Mayor's Employer Advisory Council. And, this particular proposal, there's been a lot of talk about jobs, a lot of talk about experiences and whatnot. Well, basically, we've been working a lot with ETHS and creating career pathways for kids that are not going to go to college. And we've been very successful getting kids into careers that aren't going to college. This opportunity, especially with the Ryan Foundation commitment for the $10 million endowment, has a long-term impact on the city and our students, because these are kids that get a chance to learn the career paths in the construction trade, and that's transferable for the rest of their lives. So I think that's a huge benefit, especially as being an endowment where it's permanent. And I know that there's a lot of residents are being impacted, in terms of what's going on around the stadium. But let's keep in mind this is all of Evanston, not just the neighborhoods. And I am confident that somehow or other we can get through this. We can figure it out. And it's going to take a little bit of work, I get that, but I think we can figure it out. So thank you very much, and I urge everybody to vote in favor of the project and the zoning change, and please respect all Evanston citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The two folks who I just previously called, just one more time, were Ryan Jacobs and Noreen Edwards. If neither of them is available at this time, we'll move forward with Katie Trippi, who will be followed by Jackson Paller, and then Bruce Enenbach. So Katie Trippi, followed by Jackson Paller, and then Bruce Enenbach.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and City Council. My name is Katie Trippi. I am a resident of the 6th Ward here in Evanston. And I'm here in support of this project and of the zoning change. The community benefit agreement that was announced today is unprecedented in this community. $100 million over 10 years is more than I ever dreamed of. And I think that there are many people in this community who agree that that's a fair amount of money. A yes vote tonight, I want to remind you, is in support of the entire Evanston community, and the impact, the economic impact of this project into the future will bring so much more livability to this community, and so I urge you to vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jackson Paller, who will be followed by Bruce Enenbach and then Angela Valavanis.
Good evening. My name is Jackson Paller. I'm a lifelong Evanston resident, member of Reclaim Evanston, a Northwestern grad, and I currently reside in the 3rd Ward. And in my time, I want to try to make two things clear. The first is that under the current zoning, there is a wide variety of community events that could be held in the Ryan Field space. So if what we want to do is get more use out of that, we can. The zoning is not stopping us. All that the text amendment would do is allow Northwestern to make more of a profit at the expense of our neighborhood, and Evanston does not need that. The second point is that if Northwestern was serious about pursuing this project with the community and not doing it to us, they would have sat down to negotiate a community benefits agreement with the community. And I want to be very clear. What they did is make an offer out into the wind. And until we have a negotiated process, we don't have a community benefits agreement. And until we have a community benefits agreement, no part of this project should go forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce Enenbach, who will be followed by Angela Valavanis and then Jackson Gordwin.
Good evening. Bruce Enenbach, 46-year Evanston resident. I can't believe I can say that. Northwestern University exists by virtue of a state charter issued by the state of Illinois in 1851. This charter prohibits the activities that are requested by Northwestern under this text amendment. If we want to follow the law, Northwestern University cannot even approach the city of Evanston and ask to do such things, but rather may only do so after first having the state of Illinois modify the charter. Additionally, our city does not have the authority to override the authority of the state of Illinois. Should Northwesterns be somehow successful here tonight, the university and the city would both be in violation of the law of the state of Illinois. Northwestern University's tax-exempt status is also provided under this charter. I am not sure why Northwestern University would want to jeopardize its tax-exempt status through violation of its charter. The city of Evanston could save Northwestern pain and suffering and loss of their tax-exempt status by turning down this text amendment request here tonight. On the other hand, the city might want to welcome the loss of Northwestern's tax-exempt status by approving tonight's text amendment request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Angela Valavanis, who will be followed by Jackson Gordwin and then Jeff Toch.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angela Valavanis, and I live in the 7th Ward. I have a business in Evanston in the 4th Ward, and I am deeply involved with the local business community. I can tell you with confidence that most business owners are in favor of the Ryan Field proposal because tourism keeps local businesses alive. Also, business owners have seen firsthand how generous Northwestern has been with the business community, local nonprofits, and the city in recent years. We see the university providing tremendous benefit to all of Evanston year-round, not just on game days. I also support this proposal as a resident in earshot of the stadium. I would love to be able to walk to a concert or other community activity at a state-of-the-art facility right in my neighborhood. People living closest to the stadiums have their concerns, of course. However, the Northwestern team has been working for many months, possibly years even, to address these concerns through a thoughtful, innovative design. I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to just state for the record, I messed up. The next speaker, who I called out, Jackson Gordwin, is the last person who signed up online to speak in person. So the name I called after that will be called later. But the next speaker at this time is Jackson Gordwin. Is Jackson Gordwin within? All right, so a couple, can you state your name? How do you spell your last name? Oh, yeah, well, anyway, it looks like it came through as though it was a sign up to speak online, so why don't you can give your comment now. So then when Mr. Bear is finished, I'll run through the names who signed up to speak online again. Then I'll go to two more people who were sort of thought they had signed up in person and hadn't. And then we'll go to the online commenters.
Okay, hello, my name is Jeffrey Bear. I live a few hundred feet from Ryan Field in Evanston. And for the most part, I want to emphasize that all we're really talking about here is the concerts. My wife and I support building a new stadium. And building a new stadium will provide all the benefits that all of our neighbors have been talking about tonight. They're wonderful, and we support that. But by Northwestern's own assertion at a recent LUC meeting, they don't need the concerts for the revenue. They said, quote, "It's not about the money." I'm a proud alum of Northwestern, and I'm deeply disappointed to see this great world-class research institution manipulating data and twisting the facts in what amounts to a spin campaign. As the Land Use Commission recognized, Northwestern's assertions about traffic and noise just aren't credible. But if we go beyond the concerns of people who live right adjacent to the stadium, I look at the letter that many of us received cautioning that all of these benefits would be lost if you don't give this zoning change for these concerts. These are all benefits that Northwestern could and should be providing to the community anyway, and which they've just recently agreed to with limits in this memo of understanding. The premise of the letter is no stadium, that if there's no concerts, there's no stadium. Northwestern has said they need a new stadium or a rebuilt stadium regardless of the zoning change. Northwestern has reduced the number of concerts that they are asking for, but just look at the example of Wrigley Field and you'll see they'll be back and asking for more. So I urge you to deny the zoning change.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So now I'm just going to read through the names of people who signed up to speak in person once more. There are probably 8 or 10 of them, so I'll do it slowly. William Owens, Laura Brown, Terry Mostrom, Timothy Davitt, Lauren Peterson, Alexander Brunacci, Evanston Chamber of Commerce, Ryan Jacobs, Noreen Edwards, and Jackson Gordwin. If any of those individuals is here, now's your moment. If not, we'll now move to the two expect last people who to sign up on a yellow sheet. That would be Linda Damashek, followed by Sheila Sullivan.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and City Council members. My name is Linda Damashek, a 28-year Evanston resident. I urge you to uphold the city's own Land Use Commission's decision to deny Northwestern's inappropriate request to rezone the U2 district to allow for commercial use. Rezoning would enable Northwestern to seriously stray from their original mission to be a nonprofit educational institution. The football field should only be used for its original intended purpose, for college sports. Allowing the hosting of profit-producing, high-intensity events is contrary to Northwestern's nonprofit educational mission. Northwestern has an endowment of $15 billion, that's B billion, and cannot honestly say that it can't run its football stadium without $2 million in operating support from an inappropriate for-profit commercial enterprise that will ruin the quality of life for its neighbors throughout the year. Northwestern should be ashamed of itself for acting like a rapacious for-profit company rather than a good neighbor nonprofit, P.S. tax-free, educational institution, and making this totally inappropriate and unnecessary zoning change request. So Mayor Biss, City Council, you should resist Northwestern's pressures.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sheila Sullivan.
Constituents, Evanston residents, vote no
The
on
next speaker
commercial
is
rezoning
Sheila Sullivan.
for concerts.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Biss and City Council members. My name is Sheila Sullivan. I've been a resident of Evanston for over 35 years tonight. I want to express my deep concern over NU's proposed rebuilding of the stadium and the proposed text amendments to allow for commercial zoning of the area and holding 6 for-profit concerts in the stadium to supposedly shore up the costs needed to maintain it. Economic impact studies were flawed, and sizable endowments NU has make this very suspect to me. Given that NU hasn't demonstrated they have a credible plan to address the overwhelming traffic, transportation, parking, and noise pollution problems the concerts would bring is very troubling. Game days are bad enough, but it's hard to imagine that these additional 6 nights will be anything less than utter chaos. I volunteer on the city's emergency response team. We're trained in emergency and disaster preparedness. Emergencies never happen at a convenient time. And the fact that the stadium and the associated crowds and traffic are located near one of the fire stations and the Evanston Hospital could hinder the ability of first responders to timely arrive at a given location. And this is very troubling when every minute counts. If NU is allowed to rebuild the stadium with all the major building variances of parking and setbacks, there must be a written and signed community benefits agreement in place before the stadium rebuild is approved. The city is supposed to represent tax-paying citizens of Evanston.
Thank you very
and to
much.
balance competing interests.
So
NU
at
is
this
not a
time, we're
tax-paying
going to
entity.
move on to the video commenters.
Thank you.
And I want to state, I understand it can be a little bit harder to, if you're participating by video, to kind of tell that you're at the end of your time. So I'm going to try to be very vocally clear. I'm going to give everyone a 15-second warning, and then let them know when their time is up and move on to the next person. The first speaker is Jeff Toch, who will be followed by Fiona McCarthy, and then Max Overholt. All right, it looks like at this time there's no Jeff Toch, so we'll move on with Fiona McCarthy, followed by Max Overholt, and then Stefano Miro.
This is Fiona. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I know that some of you on this council do not think that the noise pollution proposed by NU's request to host concerts will be a problem. NU's study projects between 70 and 80 decibels, which is equivalent to a vacuum cleaner and a garbage disposal, respectively. If you don't think that that's problematic, I encourage you to go home tonight and stand 3 feet away from your garbage disposal and see how long it takes for you to consider that a nuisance. Then think about, if you have kids, did you go vacuum in their bedroom while they were sleeping? Would you let your child play in the kitchen with the garbage disposal running for 3 hours? Common sense says no, and yet here you are contemplating whether or not you think it's appropriate for Northwestern to hold concerts when there are 520 homes within 1,000 feet of the stadium and at least 118 kids in the McCulloch Park neighborhood where I reside with my family. NU asserts that the noise pollution isn't harmful, but the World Health Organization disagrees and says that a sudden change in acoustic surrounding may activate several psychological systems, and that it is by no means restricted to occupational, non-industrial situations. Despite both Evanston and Wilmette having very clear sound ordinances, the council should know that the Illinois Pollution and Control Board very clearly stipulates sound levels, none of which are above 75 degrees. NU's MOU says they will not limit sound below 80, and they will not require performers to use their distributed sound system. So as
15
written, if
seconds.
approved, the MOU is in violation of state and local laws. The key here is that NU has a choice, and you do too, to approve the laws as written and protect the zoning changes that protect our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Max Overholt, who will be followed by Stefano Mereux, and then Brian Benson.
Good evening, Mayor Bissett, members of the council. I would like to echo what was said earlier about the Central L stop not being ADA compliant. Unless the CTA has some plan that we're not aware of to renovate it, I would not vote for allowing concerts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stefano Mereux, followed by Brian Benson, and then Ina Gutierrez. It looks like Stefano is not in the Zoom at this time, so we'll move ahead with Brian Benson, followed by Ina Gutierrez, and then Michelle Rogers.
Hello. I'd just like to state that I believe this council should respect the hard work that went into the considerations and conclusions arrived at by the Land Use Commission. A community benefits agreement must be agreed to and signed before considering changing the zoning. The agreement proposed today is insufficient. 10 years is far too short a time period, and it doesn't include union or environmental protections, but it also seems to have been put forward at the 11th hour in order to avoid negotiation and review. There must be a negotiated and signed community benefits agreement in place. And I object to Northwestern asking Evanston to disregard its zoning laws in order for them to become a profit gain, to make profits on this new stadium. Northwestern can hold events without a permanent zoning change, and that most of the economic advantages listed in the Johnson economic impact come from just rebuilding the stadium, and that only about 200,000 more would come from the concerts.
15
Council
seconds.
members, please vote no. That's it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ina Gutierrez, who will be followed by Michelle Rogers, and then Marie Sherman.
Good evening. My name is Ina Gutierrez. I'm a Fifth Ward resident and executive director of the nonprofit Rebuilding Exchange located in the Second Ward. We're in support of the Rebuild Ryan Field project because it's an opportunity to provide building, trades, career pathways for Evanston residents, and we've agreed to take the lead in helping build a diverse and qualified talent pipeline to meet the demand that union contractors will have. We focus specifically on the building trades because they can provide family-sustaining careers. According to the MIT Living Wage Calculator, a living wage for one adult with one child in Cook County is $37.60 an hour. To adults with no children, $29.69 an hour. How does someone without a college degree, potentially with some type of barrier to employment, earn this type of wage? And how does someone without training and connections get access to building trades unions, especially folks of color and women who have been traditionally excluded? They don't. And this for us is the transformative potential of the Rebuild Ryan Field project. The opportunity to secure a living wage career where members of our community will earn enough to support themselves and their families and stay living, working, and playing in Evanston. Rebuilding Exchange has already heard from 6 contractors looking for Evanston residents to hire for the proposed project, and we expect there will be dozens more. And each contractor, even if they only have one position, is a career opportunity for one of our neighbors who might not
15
have
seconds.
it otherwise. Ryan Field will open doors to employment. It will provide funds for much needed workforce development initiatives. And if successful, our partnership with Northwestern will expand to set local hiring goals for every construction project the university embarks on now and in the future. And that is why we ask for your support. Please vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Rogers, who will be followed by Marie Sherman and then Jeff Boarini. Our Zoom is showing like it's a new thing that I've never heard of in Zoom. Michelle Rogers doesn't have an audio. It's not like the audio's off. It's like there's no audio icon at all. So
that's if folks just don't connect to audio.
I see. So if Michelle Rogers is able to connect to audio, is that? Yeah. All right. So we'll come back to you if you're able to connect to audio. In the meantime, we'll move forward with Marie Sherman, followed by Jeff Boarini, and then Leslie Williams.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious how many names we have left.
Let me do a little quick mental subtraction. It looks like we have about 22 names left.
Thank you.
All right, so it doesn't look like Marie Sherman is in the Zoom, so we'll move ahead with Jeff Boarini, followed by Leslie Williams, and then Meg Welch. It looks like there's not a Jeff Boarini in the Zoom also, so we'll move ahead with Leslie Williams, followed by Meg Welch, and then Colby Davis.
Thank you. I'm the president of the Community Alliance for Better Government. Ever since the Ryan Field expansion project was proposed, we've seen a steady campaign of disinformation. Northwestern avoided the NU City Committee hearings, attempted to remove Ryan Field from the purview of the committee. NU used suspect survey methodology and a splashy PR campaign to manufacture an illusion of community support, downplaying evidence of environmental damage and health concerns. NU has cynically exploited the Black community, claiming that a project championed by our ex-mayor and a billionaire donor, neither of whom has ever expressed interest in helping Black Evanston before, was designed to increase Black generational wealth. NU has used misleading data in its bought and paid for economic impact study to exaggerate the supposed benefits, pretending that only a zoning change would allow them to offer community events. NU has ignored the Native American Guardian's demand to halt the project due to the likelihood of Native American remains on the property. And NU faculty are now asking why the project will only be partially funded, incurring debt. Why are council members and the mayor trusting NU to act in Evanston's best interest given this track record? While we're pleased that our activism has led Northwestern to discover community benefits, these do not include guarantees of union-level wages or labor rights, do not address the environmental issues, and are only for 10 years. We should not sell out our neighbors' health and safety or those of Evanston workers. We will remember the council members and mayor who vote for this irresponsible boondoggle, who failed to protect all residents, and who have failed to invest in truly equitable development.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Colby Davis and then Catherine Kopp. Meg, it looks like you're unmuted now. Are you able to speak? All right, if you're not connecting at this time, we'll move ahead with Colby Davis, followed by Catherine Kopp, and then Inaya Hussein.
Hi, guys. My name is Colby Davis. I live in Evanston. I'm actually not really even sure what ward I live in, but recently moved from Woodlawn in Chicago. I'm here to ask the city council and the mayor who they serve. As Northwestern already stated, they have to rebuild the stadium as a part of their Big Ten deal. They desperately need the city to approve this rebuild, and because of that, they've already, signed this community benefits agreement, or at least stated something. They've kind of counted their chickens before they hatch. If we don't approve the rebuild, they might lose $100 million a year, and they're losing, the money that they've promised contractors. So why isn't the city acknowledging that they have all the leverage? What are they scared of? Northwestern isn't going to move to another city. The city has close to a blank check. You can make your voters happy by denying the zoning and negotiating an amazing community benefits agreement. Honestly, you might want to be a little bit suspicious of how much they're offering, given the position that they're in. In my opinion, it's never a good idea to give a large organization more money and power.
15 seconds.
Never really worked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see some hands up on the Zoom. All right. Well, we'll continue going down this list, and Luke will continue working to unmute people as we. Okay. Well, we'll go ahead with Catherine Kopp, followed by Anaya Hussein, and then try to pick up the folks who've already been called. But we'll continue with those names already read. Catherine Kopp, followed by Anaya Hussein. So there's no Catherine Kopp in the Zoom. All right, so at this time, there's neither of those individuals in the Zoom. So I'm going to go back and through everybody who has not responded so far, and we'll try to unmute folks if they request that. So those names would be Jeff Toch, Stefano Miru, Michelle Rogers, Marie Sherman, Jeff Boarini, and Meg Welch. Stefano Meru is after Jeff Toch. All right, so we're going to start with Stefano Meru.
Good evening, my name is Stefano Mereo, and I've lived at 1809 Livingston Street for over 20 years. I want to make clear that I will only be talking about the part of the ordinance that's related to allowing concerts. I think 4 years ago, the City Council narrowly approved the use of Northwestern facility for commercial use under much narrower and more limited circumstances than the one that are presented under the current ordinance. Still, it was approved for a limited time frame with the understanding that it would be reevaluated when actual data was available to assess benefits and costs to the community. Now we have a current amendment that carries a much larger set of unknowns. It contains statements that are at best unproven, like economic impact, or highly questionable, if not totally wrong, like noise from concerts is the same as noise from games. Yet you're asked to approve a permanent change that will take away any ability to influence a Northwestern decision in the future. While I wholeheartedly believe that it is in common interest of the city and the university to work together, I also strongly believe that this ordinance and the process that led to it is deeply flawed. The university has tried to ram the concept that what is good for me is good for everyone. Then there's been supposed concessions that backed
15
15
seconds.
what was an initially outrageous proposal where council needed to support 6 football games. Now today I see that there is a new community benefit agreement. I think what the debates in the last year have highlighted is there are a number of questions related to
Thank you very much.
contribution. Yep.
The,
Contribution to the city.
the next speakers are Michelle Rogers is not at this time in the Zoom, so the following 3, I believe, are now all there and hopefully can all be unmuted. Marie Sherman, followed by Jeff Boarini, and then Meg Welch.
Hello, this is Marie. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Right. So I'm a former small business owner. Currently, I work as a commission-based stylist at a salon on Central Street, and I'm a single mom. Tonight, I am asking you to oppose Northwestern University's request for rezoning because it is audacious for a prestigious university with $1 billion endowment and a 501c3 status to manipulate the standards for their gain and propose rezoning that would allow them to perform for-profit ventures. To approve NU's request is a slap in the face to every local small business who fights tooth and nail to survive the costs associated with operating as for-profit entities. Many of us are also residents who pay property taxes as homeowners or pay high rent due to the pass-through of tax costs, and yet we're staring down another tax increase. It's a double burden. What is Evanston? To me, it is a city that's charm is the multiple main streets lined with small businesses. Will startups come here if City Council approves the stadium and it is shown that the rich can buy rezoning and pretend to be a nonprofit? In my industry, Saturdays are the biggest money earner. Why is Evanston willing to sacrifice my paying business when my 2 children's livelihood depends on it? Pat Ryan and NU do not need zoning changes to survive, but I do need to work, and the lack of parking has a direct impact on my clients on not being able
15
to show up
seconds.
for their appointments. No clients means no income. City Council, I urge you to oppose the request for 501c3 Northwestern University to rezone and be allowed to run for-profit business while evading the responsibility of paying their fair
Time. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Brarini, who will be followed by Meg Welch, and then we'll move it back onto the regular list, starting with Peter Bordwell. Jeff Brarini?
If you're selling your car, you wouldn't let somebody drive off with that car saying that they'll agree on a price at a later date. You have something of value. Northwestern wants it. The city, represented by you, needs to negotiate that now before they drive off. Otherwise, you lose any leverage. NU has been promising to come to the table now to negotiate an MOU. But suddenly today, a draft written solely by them arrives this afternoon. This is not negotiating. And you can't be expected to vote on this document that you and residents have not had time to review. In the Ryan Field campaign, NU has consistently worked to divide and conquer. In the community, using as a wedge their sudden interest in equity, and individually within you, members of the City Council. Until today, NU's been sounding a lot like the character Wimpy from the Popeye cartoons. His signature line is, "I will gladly pay you tomorrow for a hamburger today." It's a laugh line because no one but a fool would take the deal. The MOU Northwestern has suddenly offered is a starting place that leaves much to be desired and to be decided. Please don't play the fool for Wimpy. Don't let NU drive off with the city's car. Don't take this last second offer coming in at the wire. It's up to you, the City
15
Council, to
seconds.
set the starting price. Please be smart, be strong, vote no, or first negotiate a real CBA on behalf of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, and after Meg Welch, we'll move on with our regular order, meaning Peter Bordwell, followed by Ramon Diaz Jr.
Evanston prides itself on standing for democracy and quality of life, long-term human thriving over speculative, hyped financial gain. These values are at odds with the 11th hour millions offered by Northwestern, communicated only to council members that no ordinary community members have had the time to scrutinize. A shower of money does not guarantee quality of life or equity. Mayor, this is a defining moment in your political legacy. Some of your actions are frankly demonstrating authoritarian cronyism and showing this is not confined to the right wing. The land use commissioner appointed by you attempting to subvert the collective decision of the commission in a highly undemocratic 11th hour MOU no one could even read. Next, in an authoritarian move, you bypass the review by planning and development because you know better. Racial identities have been pitted against each other. Now you are initiating a last-minute amusement tax with speculative gains for the city to push council members into voting for the text amendment. Make it clear you stand with democracy, Mayor Biss.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Peter Bordwell, who will be followed by Ramon Diaz Jr. and then Haley McAllister. It looks like Peter Boardwell may also not be in the Zoom, in which case we'll go ahead with Ramon Diaz Jr., followed by Haley McAllister, and then Natalie Mello. It also appears to be the case that there's no Ramon Diaz Jr., so we'll move ahead with Haley McAllister, followed by Natalie Mello, and then Marianne Benveniste.
Hi, my name is Haley McAllister. I am a third-year graduate student at Northwestern, and I live in the First Ward. I would like to say that I am opposed to the zoning change allowing an entertainment district and concerts. I think that Northwestern should be forced to sign a community benefits agreement before the stadium rebuild is approved, and I hope that Mayor Biss will make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Natalie Mello, who will be followed by Marianne Benveniste, and then Catherine Mitchell. It looks like Natalie Mello may also not be in the Zoom, in which case we'll move ahead with Marianne Benveniste, followed by Catherine Mitchell, and then Jim Signorelli. So it looks like so if we're reading this properly, there's not a Marianne Benveniste or a Catherine Mitchell in the Zoom. Is that? In that case, we'll move ahead with Jim Signorelli, followed by James Adam Roth, and then Dave Young. Looks like Jim Signorelli is not there either, so then we'll move ahead with James Adam Roth, followed by Dave Young, and then Maya Robinson.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is James Adam Roth. I'm a property owner in the 5th Ward, but I do not live immediately near Ryan Field. But, you know, I went into this and wanted to speak because I wanted to support the people that live near Ryan Field. But as I listened to the commentary, this is going to affect me. And the one thing I learned and I put things together is that all these vehicles, you know, service vehicles, truck, these are diesel engines. And, you know, those fumes will come to my house. And we're trying to mitigate that. We're trying to have a fossil-free city. This is not in compliance with that. And it's really hard to measure the effect of that. You don't know how many trucks, how efficient they are, all that kind of stuff. I've been a licensed real estate broker for 13 years. And massive invasive changes such as these proposed for the stadium, they will affect the quality of life in the neighborhood. We've heard that here. And there's no mitigation that can completely eliminate the effects of that stadium. The stadium will have an adverse effect on the quality of life in the neighborhood. The neighborhood will become less desirable as a result. This will be reflected in lower property prices on the resale market.
15 seconds.
Homeowners will be stuck with lower home values and nuisances. And this is not a new story. It's happened in other places. And I appreciate your opportunity to give me my professional advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dave Young, who will be followed by Maya Robinson, and then David Raffensperger. It looks like Dave Young is not in the Zoom at this time, so we'll go on with Maya Robinson, followed by David Raffensperger, and then Isaac Slevin.
Hi, my name is Maya Robinson. I'm a member of the 7th Ward, and I live on Eastwood Avenue, 500 feet away from the stadium and I was raised there for 20 years. I was also a member of Evanston Fight for Black Lives, and I co-created the Evanston community fridges that are placed all around the city. I adamantly refuse Northwestern's new stadium rezoning plan. There's no need for the stadium to rezone for commercial use. This neighboring community is made of far more families than the few businesses on Central Street. This neighborhood and no neighborhood in Evanston is equipped for the parking volume and noise that these events would cause. There are car accidents that happen on our street corner during football game days, and that would surely increase with concert drivers in the area too. There's the reason Evanston's a great place to live. It's because you can easily just go to Chicago to see any concert. There's no reason for artists to even schedule concerts in Evanston when Chicago has a much higher population and is less than an hour away, and we can just take the train there. The jobs that Northwestern is offering won't be long-term and are not even confirmed union jobs. There is no backup to the claim that this rezone will help Black and brown people. The university falsely claiming that this will enhance the lives of Black and brown people is its scapegoat and is offensive and rude. For the school to claim that these jobs and these construction jobs are going to provide generational wealth is laughable.
15 seconds.
Minimum wage jobs cannot create such a thing. This will only further build even more generational wealth for Northwestern trustees. If we continue to abide all of Northwestern's desires, we will soon turn into a city fully dependent on this university and lose our own autonomy as a city.
Time. Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Raffensperger, followed by Isaac Slevin, and then Ryan Mitchell.
Hey, City Council and Mayor Biss, appreciate the time. I know your guys' eyes are probably glazing over as you've had to listen to 3 hours worth of people stating their opinions. So I will quickly state mine. I'm against the rezoning. I'm for the rebuild. As an adamant college football fan who used to live in Austin, Texas, I love the atmosphere of college game days. What I don't love and what I didn't love about living in Austin was ACL and all the concert messes that I had to deal with when different artists came to town. Evanston is in a very unique position right now. You are the prettiest girl at the dance, right? All of a sudden, Northwestern is offering you everything in the world to get a dance, right? So just please take that into consideration as you go to look at this. You know, Northwestern's also in a predicament because the Big Ten doesn't really need them, right? They need to rebuild a stadium. They need better attendance. They need a better football program, and they need better recruitment tools, and that requires a better stadium, right? The concert is a cherry on top for them, and it's probably a little bit of a distraction in terms of what they actually need. Because what they actually need is to stay in the Big Ten and they get a new stadium and to kind of get away from all this bad press. So want to make sure that you guys realize, I know you're like, I shouldn't have to explain this to you.
15
it's probably
seconds.
a little bit of mansplaining, so I apologize. But you're in a great position of power to do something about this and renegotiate with Northwestern. So thanks for the time. Have a great night. Hope you guys get some sleep.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Isaac Slevin, who will be followed by Ryan Mitchell and then John Hayes.
Hi, all. My name is Isaac Slevin. I grew up in the 3rd Ward. I'm an ETHS grad, and I'm currently at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. And I say that because I spent much of the last 2 months advocating for Brown to pay more for the city of Providence as an organizer with Sunrise Brown and the Brown Activist Coalition. Vote no on today's agenda items and don't reconsider until there's a robust CBA in place. As someone who's poured through voluntary payment agreements, let me walk through the CBA with you because Northwestern didn't give anyone the chance to review it. It's just not true that the CBA is, quote, unprecedented, as a previous speaker said. It simply repackages existing obligations to the city. There's $2 million annually in the agreement in scholarships to ETHS students, but I'd love to know how much Northwestern pays already because they're not promising $2 million more, they're promising $2 million total. And the same with taxes. Northwestern is guaranteeing $2 million in taxes from concerts, but I sure hope so because most of that money would be owed to the city anyway as profit from its commercial events. And of course, the $3 million annually in the voluntary payments. Brown pays $8.5 million, and even that was mocked by community leaders who demanded $15 million. And Northwestern's endowment is more than double Brown's. So increase the payments by a factor of 3 or 4 or 5, and then we'll talk. But mostly I want to talk about respect, because the disrespect for the city
15
and
seconds.
our neighbors that Northwestern has demonstrated throughout this entire process is on full display in the CBA. Northwestern announced the CBA right before today's meeting to prevent constituents and council members from making informed comment. The C in CBA stands for community, and Northwestern
Time.
seems to have completely forgotten it.
Thank you
I
very
refuse to
much.
let Northwestern
The
bulldoze
next
Evanston
speaker
City.
is Ryan Mitchell, who will be followed by John Hayes and then Ryan Clark. Again, Ryan Mitchell, followed by John Hayes, and then Ryan Clark. All right, looks like Ryan Mitchell is not in the Zoom, so we'll move ahead with John Hayes, followed by Ryan Clark. All right, it looks like none of these three people is currently in the Zoom. So we'll move back to someone who's been called and whose hand is up. Let's move back to Noreen Edwards, and then after that, we'll once again read all of the names of the Zoom commenters who have not yet responded to the call of their name. Noreen Edwards.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Northwestern has well, my name is Noreen Edwards. I live at 1224 Oak and in the 4th Ward. They've clearly stated the stadium will not be built if we don't give them the zoning change they have demanded. Ultimatums are a terrible way to have a discussion. I laugh to think what the council would say if I requested a huge zoning change that impacts thousands of my neighbors, or I just won't remodel my house. Northwestern promises jobs and money, but what? Is that all off the table if we don't grant them a zoning change? That doesn't seem like a generous offer or even an honest offer if they won't even sign an agreement that would hold them accountable for all the promises they make. They're only promises without a written agreement. One can only conclude that they are making all these promises to get the support of Black Evanstonians and others who are concerned about jobs. The euphemism generational wealth has been tossed around so much it sounds trite now. We have heard the ultimatums, but let's stop and think about that. Will the sky fall
15
if
seconds.
we don't give them a zoning change? Will Northwestern pack up and leave Evanston? No. What will happen? The stadium will still be standing. And Northwestern is not leaving our beautiful city. Will they renovate the stadium? That has far less
Time.
environmental impact than ripping
Thank
the
you very
building
much.
down.
Thank you very much. So at this time, what I'm going to do is read through all the names of the Zoom signups who have not yet had a chance to speak. I'll read through them slowly, and we'll try to check for them in the Zoom. And then, and if any of you is sort of not in the Zoom and not getting kind of help on our end, just raise your hand, use the raise your hand function in Zoom, and we'll help you out. So that's Jeff Toch, followed by Michelle Rogers, Catherine Kopp, Inaya Hussein, Peter Bordwell, Ramon Diaz Jr., Natalie Mello, Marianne Benveniste, Catherine Mitchell, Jim Signorelli, Dave Young, Ryan Mitchell, John Hayes, and Ryan Clark. Is any of those individuals in the Zoom and ready to speak at this time? It seems like none of them is, and so less than 3.5 hours after the beginning of the meeting, public comment has included. Thanks to all for their input. I've had a request, I think a very reasonable request, from a member of council who did not want to step away from public comment for even a moment to give a little bio break. So the council will stand at ease for 4 minutes and reconvene at 8:55.
Recording stopped.
The City Council will come back to order.
Recording in progress.
Would ask that we have order in the chamber so we can continue our work. Thank you again to everyone for the extremely robust public comment. We now move to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item SP1? Liquor tax. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage for introduction of ordinance 109-0-23. Councilmember Newsmith seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Reed, followed by Suffredin.
All right. So if this passes for introduction tonight, this would travel along with our anticipated budget proposal. I mean, like, we would be voting on this for action the same night we'll vote on the budget if we approve it for introduction tonight.
That's right.
Okay, so it'll be on the same schedule. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Reed?
Just a point of order. Was there a referral for this? Or is this in line with?
There was not, because the special order of business is in fact the process that exists instead of referrals.
Thank you. I am supportive of the amusement tax increase as well as the liquor tax increase. Can I just, for the out loud, have a state what the expected revenue is from these two tax increases?
So that's a great question. I'd love to have our legal and finance staff weigh in. I think before we do that, both for the purposes of vamping a little bit so they can get here, but also contextualizing, these two items are pretty different in that respect. SP2, it has to be said, is hypothetical. The point of SP2, and the reason I wanted to put this on this agenda, is the council is considering creating a collection of concerts that we don't currently have. And if we were to do that, we'd be doing it at a lower tax rate than Chicago has, which seems to me to be not something I would want. So I wanted to give council the opportunity, while considering the council thing, to the concert thing, to, if they want, also adopt the higher tax rate that Chicago has for similar events. Of course, there would be zero revenue at a minimum until the stadium were built. The liquor tax is a different kind of thing. It's just something that, we've been talking, as you know, in other contexts about the relationship between liquor tax and economic activity, and there's a lot of input from some local merchants who say, if you're considering going to, the Wine Goddess or Beer on Central and making a big purchase, you can just as easily do that across the border in Wilmette or Skokie, and so the liquor tax can be a major disincentive. Now, obviously, no one's going to cross the border to Wilmette to go to a Big Ten football game, or for that matter, if y'all and we approve it, a 28,000 person concert. And so the economic considerations are totally different. And so it felt to me, again, like a policy that was worthy of consideration. But again, SB2 is going to have zero impact on revenue in the immediate term. As for SB1, I don't know if the Corporation Counsel's Office or the Finance Department wants to weigh in.
Thank you, Mayor Biss. Members of City Council, good evening. Alexandra Ruggie, Interim Corporation Counsel. I would have to defer to the Finance Department. I'm not sure if they're online. If they are not, we will be sure to get those numbers to you as soon as possible.
I think Mr. Desai is online now. I will. The arithmetic is going to be easy. It's going to be a doubling of whatever the current number is from the U2 property. I will say I was kind of surprised. We did discuss that number at the Liquor Board, and I was surprised at how low it is. We're not talking about a huge financial impact, but I'm guessing that we'll have a more specific answer from Mr. Desai. Hitesh, the question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening, Mayor, the members of the City Council. Oh.
Yes.
Can I just hear the question?
Oh, yeah, the question is what the estimated revenue is if the council passes SP1, which is the increase in the liquor tax. Estimated 2024 revenue.
Okay, so the currently city has a $3 million in tax revenue, and out of that, let's see, we have a rough breakdown of how much money we get from the.
This is $3 million just from the U2. This is $3 million overall. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Overall, yeah, but we have a little kind of estimated amount what we get from the overall Northwestern. It's not just the stadium, but All, yeah, so let me just get to that. Amusement tax. Okay. Okay, so the liquor tax total in last year we got around $90,000 from them. Football game was only around 15,000. Basketball, yeah, so less than $5,000, so roughly 20,000 from football and basketball. The others category, which they have like a couple of other locations, they generated bulk of the liquor tax in the amount of around 73,000 out of the 90,000 in 2022.
Okay, so we're looking about $90,000, $90 or $100,000 in new revenue. Am I, or not even?
So if I understood that properly, only 20,000 of that would actually be subject to this tax. Is that correct? In other words, the rest is like somehow they're selling alcohol at on-campus events. Or, I don't know.
Right,
that sounded weird as I said it out
Center
loud.
and the Levy's, yes. So they're,
Sorry, say
yeah,
that again?
the bulk of the revenue comes from the other locations.
And what locations are those?
Those locations, let me just open that.
Maybe we can ask Northwestern.
The Allen Center and the Kellogg Hub, those are the two main ones, which brings in the liquor tax.
Okay, so I guess they're selling liquor in for various events, but it sounds like only 20,000.
Okay, so we're looking at 20,000 in new revenue for this. Okay, and all right. I support this. I do. I think I'll mention it at SP2, so I'm good on this one.
Councilmember Ravel?
So the language talks about for any amusement in the city with a capacity of 5,000 or more audience members. So I'm thinking about Welsh Ryan. The capacity is obviously 7,000, and the basketball games have roughly 6,000 people attending, but the women's basketball games have a much smaller attendance. So would we be, if you're going to a women's basketball game and you buy a drink, you're going to pay this extra tax because you're in a big facility? I'm wondering how we're going to do that.
Good evening. So I believe how this is structured, it says for any amusement in the city. Amusement is defined to exclude athletic events. So if the intention is to include athletic events, we would have to take the amusement out. But the amusement tax.
We're talking about the liquor tax. Okay.
Yep, the liquor tax says for any amusement.
Well, I missed that because I guess I assumed it was talking about any place where people buy liquor.
Yeah, that was certainly the intent.
So
if someone wants to make a...
I will move to amend this to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to type this out now, but I will move to amend this to include athletic events. And is that the same for SP2? Do we need to make a similar amendment there?
No, SP2 is deliberately for the sort of new events to put them in parity with Chicago.
Can we suspend the rules on this, typing this out?
I think this is let's get this right.
And then to answer Councilmember Ravel's original question, if we want it to mirror the other tax, we could say with attendance in excess of 5,000 attendees, as opposed to just events with a capacity. That way, if there's women's basketball that's at a lower capacity or a lower attendance, they're not still paying that tax.
I think that makes the calculation of the tax a bit difficult, more complicated. You don't know how many people are going to attend until the event. So I think just if the capacity is 5,000. I shared the.
All right, Councilmember Reed moves that the liquor tax increased described in SP1 apply both to athletic events as well as amusements as defined in the city code. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Nusma seconds. There's a number of people in line to speak. Councilmembers Nusma, Kelly, and Suffredin. Are you all asking to speak on the amendment or on the underlying item? Okay, Councilmember Suffredin.
All right, so we're not doing the attendance thing. We're doing capacity of the arena regardless of if like sections are taken out of, like everything at Welsh Ryan would qualify. Or yeah, I mean, just help me understand, like, you know, for some events you don't sell tickets in substantial parts of the arena, but I'm asking, I guess, you or the law department, help me understand, would all of those events qualify under the higher tax, or would it be based on, you know, we only intend to sell 2,000 tickets to this?
The way it's written now, it says for any amusement with a capacity of 5,000. So any place that has the capacity of 5,000 would be given the 12% tax.
Okay, so the capacity, got it. All right, I understand. All right, and we're getting rid of the, like, once the 5,000th person enters, the tax rate goes up. Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate, yeah, I'm good. Thanks, man.
Okay, seeing no discussion on the amendment, and we'll come back to everybody else. Will the clerk please take the roll on the amendment to fix the language so it does apply to both types of events?
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns? He's being unmuted. Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the item is amended. We now move on with Council members Nusma followed by Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify that this would apply to Welsh Ryan and the new Ryan Stadium, but would not apply to out of space. Is that correct?
That is correct. I did actually check with the presenter of Out of Space.
Yeah, they're under 4,000.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Councilmember Kelly.
So could you just give us the Chicago, what is the percent in Chicago?
For liquor, or are you talking about SB2?
I think you're referring to SB2, Councilmember
No,
Kelly.
I thought you said also for liquor were.
No, I mean, the Chicago liquor tax is really complicated and strange, and I don't understand it very well. So it might be helpful if Brian George could call in. But it's not like a per dollar tax. I think it might be like a per milliliter of pure alcohol. Is that possible?
It's some, yeah, I remember from the liquor commission.
Okay, I'm just wanting to see like how we would compare with Chicago.
This would be higher.
This would be a very high liquor tax, and
This would be a very high
It's
one.
designed to only apply to the kinds of venues that literally nobody's going to choose whether or not to go there based on the liquor tax, right? No one's going to say like, well, you know, I would go to the Northwestern football game, but I'm going to drive to Columbus instead for a different Big Ten game because of the liquor tax.
Right, but it is higher than probably in Chicago, like at the large
Probably, yeah.
venues.
Again, calculated differently, but probably higher.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reed, I have you down, but you might have spoken since I wrote your number down.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on the amended ordinance?
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin?
Aye.
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is passed for introduction and will be on the November 13th City Council agenda for action. This brings us to item SP2. Councilmember Reed.
I will move item SP2, ordinance 110023, amending city code, section 32171, increasing the tax rate for certain amusement events in the city.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage for introduction of ordinance 110-0-23. Councilmember Harris seconds. Councilmember Reed, your light was on and then off.
Yes. Does staff have an estimate, just also I want to set on the record for all folks, does staff have an estimate of what the revenue might be for this? Is there any way to calculate that? Do we have any estimates based on game attendance, based on any models?
So game attendance is irrelevant. If, this only becomes relevant if there are concerts at one of those events of that capacity, which does not happen in the city at this time.
Correct.
So the change in revenue would be 2% times whatever the hypothetical ticket price is times whatever the attendance is. That feels like a speculative exercise.
Well, I mean, comparing to other venues of a similar size in the area and ticket prices there. I would love to, this is for introduction. I would love for staff to go through that exercise and just bring us something that we can determine the impact. Also, speaking, I think I can make this relate. Obviously, this will bring in a number of vehicles. So I'm curious, how many parking stalls does Northwestern have at its disposal? Both, I know there's about 1,500 at the stadium. What do you have outside of that?
Across the broader university?
That you would utilize for these concerts?
Peter, sorry, Luke Figueroa, Vice President for Operations at the university. I might ask Peter to come up and answer that question, who is working on our transportation plan.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So just let me clarify, you're saying how many spaces at the stadium plus other spaces like on the campus?
That you all would utilize for concerts?
I would say the spaces that are owned and controlled by the university is probably in the range of around 3,000 spaces.
Okay, and do you utilize all of those spaces during games? And do you plan to utilize all of those spaces?
During games, it'd be the 1,400 on site, and there's a certain number of spaces that are used off-site on campus as well. It varies by game.
Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I also believe that as we are considering increasing the amusement tax, I'd love to see it in the MOU that we're working on, or I believe this body has the ability to pass an ordinance implementing this, which would be additionally a surcharge on all parking to bring in revenue. And I think that given 3,000 spots at $10 per spot for a surcharge, we can bring in significant revenue. I'm only bringing this up with SB2 because we're talking about revenue as it relates to the stadium, and I plan to go deeper into it as we get into the actual concert. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I just don't see why we would be contemplating this evening. I understand it's related to the application for the zoning change, but we could contemplate this next year. It wouldn't, even if it were to pass, we wouldn't see this for a couple of years. So this was yours, right, Mayor Biss? You put this on. So what would be the purpose of having us contemplate this evening, other than to try to kind of, add more, grease the tracks a little more for passage of this?
Well, I'm not sure how it would grease the tracks. I'm perplexed as to, I would very strongly recommend that someone who opposes SP4 to vote against it, even if SP2 passes. I don't really see the connection. I think it's, just respectfully, I think it's an absurd idea for us to have concerts like this at a lower tax rate than Chicago, right? This is a market that would be we'd be, we or Northwestern or the presenters would be in competition with Chicago venues, not with, again, our immediate neighbors to the west and north. And so if we're going to talk about SB4, I think we should talk about this. I think it's good public policy. If folks are uncomfortable voting for it because of some sort of appearance that it facilitates SB4 passing more easily, then feel free to vote no. It's no problem. We have all the time in the world, as you indicate. And I do think it's important to say, and I kind of thought putting this on the agenda signaled something more or less the opposite of what you're indicating. So I'll just say it out loud. If SB3 and SB4 were to pass, we're not relinquishing our right as a home rule community going forward in perpetuity to levy the taxes that we feel to be appropriate and to impose other regulations that we feel to be appropriate. So that's right. If this is something, if the timing of this makes you uneasy, makes the whole council uneasy, vote no, and we've got plenty of time, even if SB4 passes, to do it some other time.
Okay, right. I certainly think it didn't need to be on our docket tonight. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please take the roll on this item?
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
With 6 voting in favor and 2 voting against, the motion carries, and ordinance 110-0-23 passes for introduction and will be on the agenda for action in 2 weeks. Councilmember Reed?
I'll move
Oh,
ordinance.
no, nope.
Sorry.
Next on the agenda is presentations from the applicant and opponents. Each of those presentations will be up to 10 minutes. And just to refresh, I'm going to give each 10 minutes. And after that, before entertaining a motion on SB3, I'll give council the opportunity to engage in discussion with both applicant and opponents. So now we'll move forward with the applicant with 10 minutes.
Well, then I think we should still, just Robert's rules should move I move that we allow what you just described to happen.
Second.
Councilmember Reed moves that we allow what I just said to happen. Councilmember Harris seconds. Now I'd like to ask the applicant to come forward and give a presentation of up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager Luke Stowe. My name is Dave Davis. I serve as Senior Executive Director for Neighborhood and Community Relations at Northwestern University. Thank you for the opportunity to just talk a little bit more about a project that we're super excited about. And before I go on, I also want to thank the Evanston community members, Wilmette community members, individuals that were on both sides of this issue, because your feedback and engagement really helped to inform this project. And we look forward to really spending some time this evening answering your questions. We have our experts from around the nation. But before we get started, I also just wanted to, actually, we could get started because I don't have enough time. So I wanted to introduce our Vice President for Athletics and Recreation, Dr. Derek Gregg, to share a little bit more about the vision of the Ryan Field project. Following Dr. Gregg, we'll have Luke Fagor, our Chief Operating Officer, to talk more specifically about the operations plan for New Ryan Field, and then we'll talk about the community benefits.
Good evening. I'd also like to thank the mayor and the council for the opportunity to present the vision of reimagining Ryan Field, a major economic investment, one that will support the future development, strength and resiliency of the local economy and workforce. As it stands, I think most of us know that the current Ryan Field is not representative of our great university and certainly not representative of the great city of Evanston. The current stadium, as you've heard, was built in 1926. Nearly 100 years ago, and was last renovated in 1997. The rebuild of this stadium is an opportunity to bring meaningful change to all of Evanston. And by now you have likely seen many of these images, but it's important to highlight briefly key components of the new stadium. The new Ryan Field Stadium campus will be funded entirely with private dollars, requiring no tax-paying financing. When complete, the new stadium will create a best-in-nation football experience for, most importantly, the student athletes that we represent, the alumni, the community, and the fans. The stadium's new design features, one, a smaller footprint. The stadium will hold 12,000 fewer seats than the current stadium, with state-of-the-art mitigations designed to focus noise and light on the field. Two, publicly accessible green spaces for residents to enjoy year-round community activities. Three, universal design standards, and will set a new standard for accessibility and inclusivity, and will be the most accessible stadium in the country. And importantly, the new stadium will also be designed to achieve Gold LEED certification. The new Ryan Field will create a world-class home for Northwestern athletics and for the Evanston community. Importantly, academic funding will never be used to fund athletics operations or athletics infrastructure. And because of the generous support of the Ryan family, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is a possibility. Northwestern Athletics has the smallest operational budget in the Big Ten and remains committed to competing at the highest levels of athletics and also ensuring that we provide opportunities to play a wide range of teams, including teams from historically black colleges and universities, like this year's homecoming game against Howard University. We have some of the finest athletics facilities in the country: Ryan Fieldhouse, Welsh Ryan Arena, Walter Athletic Center, and as some of you may know, our athletics program has achieved great collective success. This past year was the most successful year overall in the history of athletics, one of the most overall in the history of athletics, and the most successful in 15 years. Our coaches say that our facilities undoubtedly help with the recruitment and development of the student athletes who achieve this success. And recruiting is certainly the lifeblood of any successful athletics program. And despite the challenges of the current Ryan Field, our football staff has also been able to maneuver well in the recruitment space, showcasing Ryan Fieldhouse and the state-of-the-art football team meeting rooms and facilities. They visit Chicago. It's permissible under NCAA rules to have prospects travel within 30 miles of your campus. They have dinner there. They tour Wrigley Field. And then they, of course, tour the beautiful campus where they interact with faculty members, administrators, and students. These 48-hour visits purposely end without recruits ever laying eyes on Ryan Field. Several months ago, when he was still the Big Ten commissioner, Kevin Warren told me that we should continue to work hard to maintain our facility improvements and to stay out in front in this area. So this project will go a long way to keep Northwestern athletics at the forefront in the Big Ten and across the country. Thanks again for your time this evening.
And as you change, you're about halftime.
Thank you. Again, Luke Fagora, Vice President for Operations and Chief Operating Officer at the university. Derek showed some of the pictures here of the new Ryan Field, and we don't have a lot of time to go through all those today. But really, obviously, I think one of the main focuses here tonight is how we think about using the stadium going forward. And we've spent a lot of time showing visions of that over time, and I think for the most part, the community agrees. Some of the things we've talked about, the winter markets, the holiday festivals, the movie nights, I think there's general feeling that that kind of thing is good for the city of Evanston, good for Northwestern, good for the community. The numbers kind of get tossed around in terms of 7,500 people, 60 days a year. What we're really trying to do with the text amendment ask there is create the platform to do this kind of stuff in a programmed way that makes sense for the broader community. Most of the focus is about the concerts. And just as a reminder, right now we do generally between 6 to 8 capacity events at Northwestern Ryan Field every year. That's usually 6 to 7 football games and then 1 graduation. That's kind of when we're looking at big capacity events at Ryan Field. So something like 2% of the year that we're using that facility in the way it could be used. When we're talking about concerts, we're asking about adding 6 days to that. So a total capacity event calendar for the year of something like 13 days. So that's kind of, I know, the big focus. And we've spent a lot of time on the next slide here thinking through how do we mitigate some of the concerns that are real concerns out there in a way that shows, as I heard a comment earlier, that, well, once Northwestern gets this over the finish line, what keeps them kind of accountable to this over time? And what we've said is we're going to have detailed plans on all of these elements that people are worried about. Some of these are in place in various draft forms today. Some will certainly evolve before the stadium opens if it was to be approved, and some will evolve over time. And what we've drafted in the MOU are requirements for the university to put these in place before the stadium operates, to review them every year with the city, to keep them updated over time as long as we're doing these events in the stadium. So with that, I will turn it over, given we've only got 3 minutes left, to Dave to talk a little bit about community benefits.
Thank you all. So as we've said from the beginning, this project we expect to be an economic boon to the city of Evanston. And that was recently confirmed by the city's commissioned independent economic impact study. And this quote, I think, is incredibly powerful. The costs borne by the city to have the stadium in the community are believed to be pale in comparison to the benefits received. Again, this was commissioned by the city and paid by taxpayers in the city of Evanston. Real quickly, we wanted to make sure that not only does this project provide benefits to Evanston residents, but also that it's dispersed equitably across the entire Evanston social demographic and Evanston residents in general. So again, these are some of the numbers that you're aware of. This is an $800 million project, $12 million in direct tax revenues, which I think is incredibly important given the city's potential fiscal deficit in the next couple of years. Also $208 million, which is 35% of the construction costs that would be dedicated to minority and women-owned businesses. This is an investment where we aren't asking taxpayers for one dime, and so all of the benefits would be accrued to the city of Evanston without any of the financial burden. What we're super excited about that was announced earlier today was a $100 million investment in the city of Evanston with the intention to benefit all Evanston residents. These are just some of the items I'll run through really quickly, but are super critical. A tripling of the Good Neighbor Fund from $1 million that expired in 2020 to $3 million beginning next calendar year. $2 million in financial aid to Evanston high school students. Our goal is to increase the acceptance rate of Evanston high school students into Northwestern University and to make sure that we're providing them with the necessary financial investment so they can continue their academic career. $1 million to nonprofit organizations across Evanston. Those are nonprofits, community-based organizations, schools, as well as faith-based institutions. $500,000 to endow, or $10 million to endow a workforce development program. We'll see returns of about $500,000 each year. This is incredibly important because we've heard throughout this process that this isn't simply about construction jobs, and we've been criticized about that, that if we're focused on only construction jobs, those benefits expire at the end of the construction project. And so this $500,000 is to really fund upskilling and to get people into the jobs and prepare them for the necessary skills that they require for jobs of the future. Again, these benefits are directly tied to the stadium, so they won't come into effect until 2027. $2 million guaranteed, $250,000 to host a citywide signature program and project. Again, thank you for this time. Just wanted to say on the left-hand side, we have status quo, an old, outdated stadium. On the right-hand side, we have the future of Ryan Field in partnership with the Evanston community. Thank you.
Now the Most Livable Cities Association.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm David DiCarlo with Most Livable City Association. Before you tonight are two separate proposals for the rezoning and the rebuild of Ryan Field. Northwestern has tried to sell you again on their all-or-nothing vision for a tax-exempt entertainment complex. But does that vision make sense for Evanston? You're going to hear in a moment from Lori and Periel how NU zoning change will disrupt the entire city. But I first want to address a few issues. First, the university won't walk away if you reject the rezoning. That threat is not only laughable, in the words of your Land Use Commission chair, it's easy to disprove. President Schill has already said publicly in a letter to the Northwestern community that NU has to address its aging stadium. Second, NU doesn't need a zoning change to activate the site for more than football. They can already host 35 days a year of nonprofit community events. And their own blueprints show locker rooms for other sports, dining and meeting rooms, and more. It's ridiculous to say the stadium won't be used unless it's filled to capacity for concerts. Finally, NU sent you a new public benefits package just before the meeting, an 11th hour surprise. Unfortunately, some speakers tonight may have fallen victim to this latest publicity stunt. Our initial response is this. To match its peers, NU should add another 0 to the Good Neighbor Fund it's offered. But the bigger difference is that those peers of Northwestern University didn't require a permanent, irreversible zoning change in return for 10 years of voluntary payments. And there's a lot missing from their so-called CBA, which is not a real CBA. It doesn't have any enforceable environmental or labor commitments. Lori?
Thanks. It's clear from tonight that the proposed concerts would have huge citywide effects. The proposed stadium will have a capacity of 1.5 times the United Center. But unlike the United Center, Northwestern has nowhere near the amount of parking that it needs to accommodate those size crowds. And so it came up with a plan that demands all of the available parking in downtown Evanston parking garages for concert attendees. Those folks would then head up to the stadium for the next 3 or 4 hours, leaving their cars clogging the garages. Where would anyone else who wants to go out to dinner or the theater or the movies park? Northwestern has no answer. Central Street merchants already know that the big stadium events are a net loss for them because their regular patrons avoid the area due to traffic and lack of parking, and the event goers don't begin to replace that lost business. Adding more stadium events will spread that business loss, including to downtown. Neither of the economic impact studies addressed this documented problem. Northwestern's plan also requires city police to operate 12 intersections before and after concerts, plus additional police that city staff recommend to handle public safety issues. It requires shuttle buses, 100 of them, traveling through the city for hours before and after each concert. This is their plan. I'm not exaggerating, causing traffic jams and pollution. But the biggest harm from allowing commercial events at the stadium is that it would put in place a permanent commercialized zoning that will be almost impossible to undo if and when the city finds that it's made a bad bargain. Northwestern will never want to give that up. In fact, their draft MOU makes this clear. They want the city to forever give up its right to change its zoning back. It's in their MOU. And their history makes it clear that they will sue to preserve that right to commercial zoning. Northwestern has millions to spend on lawyers, more than Evanston could ever hope to defend itself with. The permanency of zoning decisions is one reason why the zoning code has various supermajority provisions built into it. The people who enacted those supermajority provisions recognized that zoning decisions not only have large impacts, they cannot easily be changed. The supermajority requirements are there to make sure that such irrevocable changes have broad support and are not entered into simply because a slight majority favors them. You have given a lot of time and attention to Northwestern's applications tonight. All this focus on the stadium ignores what Evanston Thrives report identified as the key strength of Evanston economically, which is the neighborhoods. The neighborhood business districts have so much to offer, and they really need our city's support to realize that potential. Giving a billionaire concerts at the stadium just siphons off all the economic energy that should be going to them and sends it into Northwestern's pockets. Ariel?
You have almost half of your time left.
Here's how we know Northwestern's plans are unreasonable. Northwestern showed up to the Land Use Commission hearing with over 20 people wearing suits, as they did today, and they could only come up with 2 college football stadiums in the entire country. That are used for commercial events. One of the stadiums, Colorado State University, is on this slide. Both stadiums are in commercial areas without a single home bordering them, and that matters a lot. Everyone, council members, our opponents, the Land Use Commission has acknowledged that it's a big issue that Ryan Field is surrounded by residences on all 4 sides. In fact, the area around Ryan Field includes hundreds of apartments and houses, places of worship, a hospital with a Level 1 trauma center, and a fire station. The street it's built on has 2 lanes. Perhaps most importantly, Ryan Field is nowhere near the rest of Northwestern's campus. You don't have to be a city planner to see that if there's anything that doesn't belong here, it's a huge commercial complex. Let me pose a question. If your neighbor decided to host multiple loud, drunken parties with dozens of strangers coming in and out of their house or your apartment at night, would you be okay with that? No, you wouldn't. But that's what Northwestern wants. They want to release thousands of drunk event goers into our streets. We've had a renowned sound engineering company do an analysis, and the findings were unsurprising and clear. Concerts at a stadium with no roof are going to be loud and disruptive, including to children trying to sleep. And Northwestern isn't asking for just 6 concerts. They're asking for year-round commercial events. I've noticed that many of you council members were either raised here or raised your kids here. You're all still here, so I imagine that raising children in Evanston worked out for you all. I just want the same thing that you or your parents had. I just want to raise my kids in a quiet, safe neighborhood. When I was considering moving here, people told me Evanston was a great choice because it's so beautiful, it's safe, it's family-friendly. Housing in Evanston isn't in demand because Evanston is exciting. People want to live here because the schools are good, the neighborhoods are safe, and because we have a strong, passionate community. My sister and my 10-year-old niece live in downtown Detroit, but stayed with me for the past few months and plan on moving here next year. Constantly, my sister remarked that she hadn't realized how stressful the city was until she experienced Evanston. To feel comfortable with my niece being outside alone at 8 p.m., to be able to read a book outside in the quiet evenings, and the vibe of walking to a cafe and running into a parent of your child's best friend. These are the things that make the foundations of strong communities, and they don't happen when a community is consistently barraged with a huge influx of uninterested visitors. Northwestern's ask for year-round commercial events will change the neighborhood completely. And I have to wonder, when did capitalism and entertainment become more important than quality of life, safety, community, and children? And surely if we are going to weigh one against the other, it shouldn't be a decision that's made in a rush or in response to a single developer's wishes. Thank you.
As you begin your deliberations, council members, we'd ask that you remember this. Northwestern needs to build a new stadium. They need it in order to be competitive in the Big Ten and to continue making $100 million a year on broadcasting fees alone. You get to determine whether the community benefits are worth it for Evanston before approving that planned development. That's what the zoning ordinance says. When it comes to the zoning amendment, your task is different. Your duty is to only pass legislation that benefits the people who live here and vote here. Cutting a deal for a radical zoning change is not part of your job description. There's no exceptions for powerful institutions or their biggest donors, even Winnetka billionaires. Now, perhaps some of you are hoping that the controversy over this project will end after the roll is called. But NU's concert plans have provoked this public outcry while they are still on the page. Do you really think they will become any less controversial after they become reality? You have no obligation to rush into that future with NU or, in reality, their unknown commercial partners. You have the power to put us all on a better path. Simply tell NU to drop the rezoning and focus on the rebuild with a true community benefits agreement. Tonight, you start deciding what the future of Evanston will be. Will we be the kind of city that listens to the people who live and raise kids here, pay taxes here, and vote here? One that listens to the expert advice of its own land use commission? One that listens to the facts and reason? Or will you yield to the whim of a billionaire acting through a powerful institution?
Thank you very much. So again, at this time, before moving on, I would like to give council members the opportunity to ask any questions of either of the presenters that they may have. Council Member Reed.
Are we going to be, is this the place if I want to discuss the MOU, for example, and some of the community benefits?
So I would say sort of flexible. If, there's going to be 3 opportunities. One is like, hey, just heard a presentation, I have questions. One is there's a motion on the floor relative to SB3, I have questions, and one is there's a motion on the floor relative to SB4, I have questions. So, you know, I'd say if you're directed at one of the people who just spoke, I would go now.
I'll start there. I'll start with the last group that just presented. One of the claims that was made is that this would, and I think I'm quoting here, siphon off all the business activity from our business districts. And so I'm just curious where you get that assumption from and how you back that up.
Thank you. So this is an economic principle that actually a gentleman, professional economist who spoke earlier today, Tim Guimont, talked about in the report that he sent to you guys. But it is a crowding out principle because there's two things that's going on. One is that physically people cannot occupy the space when there's, for instance, all the parking is gone, when there's traffic congestion. People will fail to come into a neighborhood, and then it will inhibit them from coming in again. There's a prolonged economic effect that happens when they encounter those kinds of obstacles to coming and shopping downtown, eating downtown, doing whatever downtown. In addition, there's a crowding out that happens with your attention, where we are all focused on what does Northwestern want right now, what can we give them, when we do that, we are ignoring what is a priority of the city, which is the Evanston Thrives. They talk about placemaking. Now, I have done the word search, and Evanston Thrives mentions Northwestern 44 times in their report. And almost all of that is with them partnering to do events in downtown or in other parts of Evanston, because placemaking in the neighborhoods, these neighborhood business districts, that's by giving Northwestern concerts, we move that inside their stadium walls. The economic benefit goes inside that. It does not make a place in Evanston. So that is the other way that crowding out is going on right now, is that by paying attention to Northwestern's demands for the U2 district, we are crowding out the benefit to our neighborhood business districts. So.
Okay, that's helpful. But if we didn't allow the concerts, then there wouldn't be presumably 28,000 people who might not come to Evanston, coming to Evanston, seeing our businesses, parking downtown, walking past our garages. So are you saying there's no benefit to having 28,000 people 6 times a year coming to town?
You would think that there would be. Everybody thinks, there's all these people. It must be. That's where, frankly, I am not a professional economist, but the folks, again, who have been cited to you all, they have studied this again and again. Just bringing people in, especially if they displace other regular patrons of businesses, it doesn't provide a benefit. And generally speaking, when they study the addition of concerts or the renovation of stadiums, they find that there is either a neutral effect on income in that area, or there is a slight negative effect. There's a substitution effect that instead of Evanston families or Chicago families or Wilmette families deciding to come to Northlight or to Peckish Pig or to some other place, that they decide that they will go and spend their money inside the walls of U2 instead.
That's helpful. Can I ask, either do we have a professional economist here that is either a part of the Northwestern team or a part of your team, or maybe I can ask staff to share some of the insights that were gained from our own economic study here?
That would be helpful, although I will say that our Mr. Guimont and others who have submitted materials to you guys, they have criticized not only the Tripp Umbach report that Northwestern did, but also the Charles Johnson report, because both of them use the same methodology that just takes accounts of potential benefits without recognizing substitution and crowding out effects and negative effects, all the costs. And so that's the answer, is that Tim Guimont would be the guy whose materials you would be looking for in your packets. So we can submit them again to council. I'd be happy to do that.
Is there someone from Northwestern who can respond to that, or city staff to refer to the Charles Johnson report?
Thank you, Councilmember Reed. So we don't have an economist here with us today, but what I would say is that 2 studies have been completed, 2 comprehensive studies, one by Tripp Umbach that was commissioned by the university, and the second one by C.H. Johnson that was commissioned by the city using taxpayer dollars. Both of these firms have completed over 1,000 economic impact studies collectively. So far, we haven't seen anything to the contrary. We've heard from economists that have criticized their methodology. However, if both of those studies were flawed, I imagine these 2 firms would be out of business. But they've conducted over 1,000 collective between the 2 of them economic impact studies. But if you have any specific questions, we'd be happy to follow up with you. Unfortunately, we didn't bring an economist with us today.
Okay. Well, maybe bring one next time. I don't know how much time I have, but I have another question about
You have
transportation.
3 minutes, 40 seconds left.
I will pause for now, and then if I have colleagues who have questions, and then I'll jump back in.
Councilmember Sufferton, followed by Nusma.
Okay, sure. I have a lot of unanswered questions, and Dave, I think maybe you're the right person to start with. I'll go in reverse chronological order. So we got the email from our corporation council about 1:50 this afternoon with the draft community benefits agreement and the MOU. Where did that come from? Was that the result of discussions with anybody up here, with staff from the city? Did you guys initiate that on your own?
So it was a combination of a lot of different things. I think you asked me before if I've had communication or conversations with city council members. And I mentioned it's customary for Northwestern University officials to talk to city council members, the mayor, city staff, and to get their feedback and input into what decisions we're making, right? And so we gathered feedback and info from certain council members. We talked to members of the Evanston community. We talked to supporters of the project. I know folks that represent the field of opportunities were incredibly helpful in thinking through sort of what were the main areas that Evanston needed the greatest support. We also talked to a couple opponents, or a few opponents, I would say more than 2. And so it was a collective group of different individuals and Evanston constituents that provided us.
But did you
feedback.
negotiate it with anyone on council, the mayor, or city staff?
We received feedback from individuals, city council members, elected officials. We received feedback from different individuals.
All right. And I know how many meetings you went to, and I know how hard you've worked under this. Like, I'm not downplaying that at all, but I think that one of the criticisms that we heard during the 3 hours of public comment is a community benefits agreement needs to be the result of community discussion. So is this just a starting point, a platform for further discussion, what you submitted this afternoon?
I would say this is all encompassing. This is something that the university has put forward. I mean, if there's any feedback that you have or Evanston residents have, we can certainly take those into consideration. Okay. But the structure of our proposal is pretty much what we presented.
Okay. I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I mean, I think it's understandable that there's skepticism about something that the university has been working on for so long, popping the afternoon of a very consequential vote. So the 10-year time frame, where did that come from? And why is the time frame of the benefits agreement not matching the lifetime of the stadium?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is based on conversations that we've had, different sort of, studies that we've read and partnerships between different municipalities and their host institutions or universities in their host communities. And so this is, months and months of research that the university has done, and we've talked to people across the board, different universities, council members, and different people throughout Evanston. So, I mean, I wouldn't say it's an arbitrary time frame, but I think it's long enough. The first Good Neighbor Fund that we presented was $1 million a year for 5 years.
The first one, like back in the Tisdall administration, or the first? Help me understand.
There's only one. Sorry,
oh, okay.
The only one. My apologies. Okay. We've only done one of those multi-year agreements with the city of Evanston. So this one doubles the time frame to 10 years. It triples the Good Neighbor Fund, and so we've learned a lot that informed this new proposal that we put forward. But besides that, I mean, this is a date that we thought made sense that we can learn together, work on really critical Evanston projects, and see where it goes.
Okay, so but the zoning change you're asking for does not sunset after 10 years.
That's correct.
Okay. And then I've asked this question before. Help me understand 2 things. One, let's say I'm willing to accept that the stadium requires concerts in order to be financially viable for the purposes of this discussion. Did the university ever consider a less expensive stadium, or was this the only proposal that you went forward with?
Sure. I will ask our CEO
Okay.
to come answer that question.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Dave.
So it's so again, Luke Ficora, thank you for the question. So the university, as we showed today, knows the stadium needs something. It's deteriorating. It's a tough place to keep secure. It doesn't have a lot of the amenities that venues across the country have, frankly, for college football. So we know it needs something. The university had started a process looking into kind of what that would mean. And when I say what we learned,
I'm sorry, when you say you started the process, like how long ago?
I would say internally that process probably started 2 years ago in
Okay.
terms of kind of, what do we need to do to Ryan Field and what are the options associated with that. And I think what we learned in that process early is even a rehab of the stadium in today's economic environment, cost of construction is a very, very significant investment. And so that initial conversation of kind of what are your options in terms of more of a rehab of the stadium led to, well, if you're going to invest that type of money, what else could you do? And is something that's truly like a new stadium possible? And what would that look like? And I might just ask, so we have our partners from CAA Icon here that build kind of stadiums across the country to talk about kind of why those economics shape that way.
Okay, I also have a question that may be more appropriate for the athletic director related to that. My question is, does the university try and maximize the revenue from the football schedule? When you make scheduling decisions, I assume there are a lot of factors, and the Big Ten schedule is outside of your control. But in terms of scheduling compelling non-conference games, or traditionally, in my experience, the non-conference schedule is not compelling year after year, and that may be one of the reasons why there's lower revenue on tickets, but I know there's other revenue as well, and I don't want to get into all the details of it, but help me understand like the game day economics and why 6 or 7 of those isn't enough to sustain the stadium.
Well, as you mentioned, the scheduling is unpredictable, and it's done sometimes 5-6 years out. So when you compare even the conference schedule, we don't really make those either. So last year's schedule was a bit more compelling to the people in this constituency because we played Ohio State. This year we played Penn State was our biggest game.
And that was like 23,000, 24,000?
Correct. So it just depends on who you can draw here. And so non-conference schedule down the road, we scheduled Colorado, for instance, for 2026 when we open up the new stadium. We think if Coach Prime is still there, that'll be a very high drawing game. But if he's not there, you can't predict that either.
Okay.
So a lot of that.
With a pure level institution athletically like Colorado, is that a home and home series? Is that?
That's home and home. And I can explain, you're talking about.
I'm talking like there's guarantee games. There's, I presume, at stadiums that are at capacity more, there's a lot of places and other Big Ten schools. Am I running out of time? Okay. Where people buy a season ticket package knowing that every game isn't a banger, but that's the cost to get the premier games, right? Correct. And like the way that Northwestern, with not being constantly sold out, that isn't something that's available to you from a marketing standpoint. But, like with guarantee games, where you pay an opponent to come in and you fill a slot, under the television contract and you fulfill all your broadcast and sponsorship obligations, like how does the economics of that work? You make a payout to a team. It's not contingent on ticket sales or any sort of, how does it work? Just help me understand how it works.
Sometimes it's market value. So we think we've done well in guarantee games because we paid a lower rate. UTEP, we paid them $1.2 million. A lot of schools in the Big Ten paid in upwards of 1.8.
Okay.
We paid Howard $610,000. It's an FCS school. And so.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's important because that lowers the value of the win for bowl eligibility, or?
It still counts towards bowl eligibility, but FBS is football bowl subdivision, which is like UTEP, who we played.
Right.
When you play FCS, it's a lower market rate. So FCS, you can play one game against an FCS team that counts towards the schedule. If you play more than that, if you win it, it still won't count towards bowl
Okay.
eligibility.
Did the Howard game sell more tickets than the UTEP game?
I think so.
I mean, I would just presume that Howard has a more active Chicago alumni base than, and plus the historic nature. So when scheduling decisions are made, is that the athletic department? Is there a consultation in terms of the amount of revenue that might generate, or is it more a competitive choice? How does that work? And again, what I'm trying to get at is, if I accept your argument that you need concerts because you cannot, and not you personally, the institution cannot fund the stadium on football alone, I guess that invites the question, like, well, why aren't you trying to maximize football revenue? And then a second question, which is maybe like the gate isn't what matters, sponsorships. I mean, I guess, how much is a Northwestern home football game worth?
Without the ticket sales, it's about, for the whole season, when you talk about concessions and the other things that go into it, that's about 2.5 to 3 million.
Okay, and so, and then do the ticket sales get split with the visiting team in conference, or
Well, currently in the Big Ten, we have some revenue sharing that's going to go away in the new,
Okay.
with the new deal, so we won't be.
And what's the
privy to that.
timeline on that? 2029 is when the deal's new, or when is the deal?
Oh,
new?
the new deal starts in the next year.
Okay, and another question that I had asked, is part of that new deal that games will not be on Saturdays all the time, that there'll be more frequent Friday games?
There'll be a couple of Friday games, but not very many.
Okay, and you
So
don't
let
control.
me just interject here. First of all, to say this is very impressive and intimidating and utterly impenetrable. But so your time's about to wrap. Again, this is an important issue. I just want direction from council. Do y'all want me to keep time? Do you want me to just not keep time and give some leeway? Do you want me to add time? Do you want me to just Katie bar the door? I'll do whatever folks want. I just want us to be kind of transparent about
I'll
what
ask
it
an
is.
overarching question and then stop talking, if that.
I think 5-minute increments.
I guess my question is, the assertion that the university is making that the stadium requires concerts in order to be financially viable, how much of that, let's say truth, is the result of actions of Northwestern, or that are within Northwestern's control in terms of scheduling, suite sales, sponsorships, that type of thing, and how much is just the reality that you're building an $800 million thing and it won't work? And then, I guess, Luke, you kind of answered this, and was there any consideration of like CEFCU Stadium in San Diego got mentioned? I mean, was there any consideration of like a $500 million stadium? And I cut you off before you gave the people who were going to answer it, so I know I didn't get that full answer, but like, how much of the reality that you can't handle this without concerts is your university's doing? How much is the economics of college football? And how, substantiate that claim to help me understand why you need the concerts.
So maybe I'll talk a little bit about kind of the stadium itself and a couple of the factors that go into that, and then anything
talk about scheduling.
Derek wants to add about scheduling, kind of macro. He's much more equipped about that than I am. I would say, so if you look at the stadium kind of on a pure basis, and the new stadium specifically, what are some of the increased costs for a potential new stadium that don't exist today? And so that's going to be driven by a handful of things. One of those is certainly this stadium will cost more on kind of a day in and day out basis to operate, regardless of kind of how many big capacity events you're doing there. More kind of conditioned indoor space. Right now there's a bunch of concrete and open open pathways and things like that. It'll be a much more complex stadium to manage every day, certainly. We've talked about the desires, and not just your day-to-day operating costs, but also to prevent the new stadium to avoid looking like the current one is today, which is to invest into some amount of recurring capital. We've set a number publicly on that of something like $3 million as kind of a baseline today to go in, get a kind of recurring fund for capital into the stadium. And then, so you've got kind of those costs, and then you do have certainly financing costs that don't exist today. We're lucky, and obviously some of these numbers have been discussed, that we are able to build a facility like this with a very, very small amount of financing comparative to what would apply at just about any other stadium kind of across the country. So you've got those increased operating expenses that frankly don't exist today. Now, Derek talked about some of the, food concessions, things like that, ticket pricing. When we think about the role of concerts in that overall economic model, there's certainly, as we've talked about, the direct kind of impact, right? So you get fees for parking and commissions on concessions and things like that. But it does help your ability as well to sell some of the tickets and kind of suites that I think you referenced, as well as Derek said, kind of some of the sponsorships. And so those additional 6 dates a year, while the direct revenue isn't kind of that large, kind of as a pure number, it plays into that overall kind of package of what you're able to do, and then again cover all those increased costs that exist with that new stadium that doesn't exist today. So I hope that's helpful. I don't know if you'd add anything on the kind of macro athletics environment.
Yeah, I was just going to, with the stadium, you have 12 games, so 9 of those are Big Ten games. You don't get to control those. So the 3 non-conference games, you're looking at also the health and welfare of the student athletes. So you don't want to load up another 3 top 10 programs. Probably make a lot of money doing that, but nobody does that. As a matter of fact, I think Michigan played UNLV, Western Michigan, and maybe Bowling Green as their 3 opponents, or it's close to that. And so that's basically your model. So what we want to do is play, if we can, 1 FBS school, which is usually from the MAC, 1 FCS school like we did with Howard. That was the first time we played in HBCU. We want to do that more. And then 1 like team, and that was, for us, that was Duke. And so that's another Power 5 school that we feel like we're very similar to. And so that's the way you basically work the schedules. And again, sometimes they're done 5-6 years out.
Councilmember Newsmith, followed by Ravel.
Thank you. I'm going to start with a question for the Most Livable Cities group with regards to the substitution effect. And it might be beneficial to have the economist here, but my question is, does the substitution effect apply to more than just game days or event days?
There is a lingering effect from the substitution effect, and this is something that the Central Street business owners have told us anecdotally as well as supported in the economic literature. So right now, retail is struggling against not only the recovery from the pandemic, but also just difficulties facing brick and mortar stores. So when people want to come to a place, they want to come to that place and walk around and shop and actually engage with it. And when it is, when the crowding out occurs, when there's congestion that makes it difficult to get there, and then parking that makes it difficult to stay there, then they are inhibited not only from spending any time there then and on game days, but then there's a lingering effect where they may be more disinclined to return later because they had a bad experience the last time around. So that's where the lingering aspect of that comes in.
I would suggest that that might be offset by the number of people that are going to be attracted to Evanston by the fact that we have concerts, even if they haven't come to a particular concert.
There might be. There's what they find is that there are some net folks who will come into an area to experience some new experience in that area. And then there are the folks who would like to come into it to experience the things that they already know about, regular patrons. Generally speaking, the event goers, they have an impression of Evanston that they get when they come here, and hopefully it's positive. But they can also have that negative impression of kind of where are they getting, where are they going to, and if they don't spend a lot of time actually in Evanston itself. So concert goers, we think, will most likely, and I think the economics folks would support this, come in, park, and go to the stadium. And they go to the stadium as quickly as they can. The delays in getting them to and from will probably be primarily a negative effect, because it just makes it harder for them to kind of, whether they have to park downtown and take the CTA or a shuttle up, or if they're on crammed train platforms, as Northwestern thinks that they would be. There are those negative experiences bracketing it. So then how much time are they actually experiencing and appreciating Evanston? When there are placemaking activities like Evanston Thrives recommends, then people are coming and staying and having a more positive experience in the moment. They're setting aside time to do that, which typically speaking, concert goers do not.
Thank you. I've got some questions for Northwestern now, and I want to start with a clarification on the commitment to hire minority and women and business-owned subcontractors. And if I'm understanding this correctly, the commitment is 35%, which would be approximately $208 million of the construction project. Could somebody address that and tell us how you're planning to get there? And also, I want to make sure that that commitment is legally enforceable.
Thank you, Councilmember Newsom. As you know, we hired Turner Walsh as our construction manager, and we have Pam Fountain Brown here, who has been just incredible on the Obama Presidential Center and what they're doing to meet their supplier diversity goals. So we are working closely with her to replicate a lot of their success on that project, and so I want to invite her up to talk more about how we plan to achieve our goals. Pam?
Good evening, Councilman. So first and foremost, thank you for your time today. So how we go about doing that is through intentionality efforts. For the last 6 months, maybe, my team has been in town actually meeting with all of the businesses who've been interested in learning more about the opportunities there. We think it's extremely important to meet businesses where they are, to make certain that we are tailoring the opportunities to match them for the success that they actually need. So we do that by taking a scan of the community who's here. What do? We have knowledge. We have a database full of contractors we've been meeting over the years to making certain that we have the ability to match them with the resources that they actually need to make them successful here on this project, and not on this project, but any of the other projects that we're working on across the city.
So how many laborers are we going to be able to hire from Evanston?
It's a little bit of a trick question.
Well, skilled union card-carrying hard hat people.
So thank you for saying that. And if I may, I would like to make a correction. People have been referring to these as jobs. These are not jobs, these are careers. So that is a very important distinction there. So what I will say, at peak, we think that the job will have about 500 people working on site. So there are a number of different ways that young people and people who are interested in construction careers can get into the unions. So again, our team is working hand in hand with those training programs and the apprenticeship programs to make certain that those individuals have the ability to actually access these careers on a pretty regular basis. So I can't say what that number is. That's going to depend on the excitement that the folks actually have for bringing these kinds of jobs to Evanston.
Hard hat jobs initially to help build the stadium.
Correct.
But Turner Walsh has a number of other projects.
Absolutely. So someone made a comment earlier this evening that said that after the project is done, those jobs go away. They do not go away. Those are folks who will be fully equipped to work on any job that a Turner or a Walsh or any of our trade partners will be working on at that time. So that's a very clear distinction that we want to make. And it's also important to know that it's not just about the hard hat jobs. It's about the jobs that happen inside of the trailers, the assistant engineers, the quality managers, our safety people. We have on-staff medics for our jobs and things of that nature. So it's important to look at what those opportunities actually are on a pretty holistic basis.
Great, thank you. And if somebody, whether it's on staff or from Northwestern, could just comment on the enforceability of this commitment.
Thanks for the question. Katie Janky-Dale from DLA Piper, attorney for Northwestern. So we currently have a provision in the MOU on this topic, the proposed MOU that we sent over today. What that has is it outlines a path of how this would be achieved, including outreach to certain organizations, maintaining a website, and transparent reporting. That's consistent with what we've seen. We've mentioned the Obama Presidential Library. That's what they're doing there, and what we see kind of all over in other jurisdictions that have these commitments.
And so looking at the Obama Center as an example, how are you doing on those metrics?
We are currently meeting all of our goals there. That is a 50% utilization goals of diverse businesses across. So the Obama Foundation allows for us to recognize certifications from across the country. So we are currently meeting our goals there.
Great, thank you. And so then back to the legal enforceability, it would be part of the MOU, which would be a legally enforceable document.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Next question, quick question about the cost of public safety coverage, the cost of police coverage. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is something that the MOU will require Northwestern to pay for.
Correct. That is also in there and provides for a schedule that we would come up with staff, but that's also very clearly outlined.
And then a question for staff regarding personnel capacity. Would that impact our regular police staffing? Would we have enough police left over to watch the rest of the community?
Good evening, Councilmember Nusma, Mayor, rest of the City Council. I spoke with Chief Powell and Chief Stewart about this earlier today, and both feel confident that we can make it potentially work with existing staff.
Great, thank you. And then one last question at this point. It's just an architectural question, I guess. In anticipating the discussion about concerts, I'd like somebody to speak to the design elements of the stadium that would tend to help mitigate the sound propagation. And I'll acknowledge that part of this question was kind of sparked by a conversation I had with somebody about the Forest Hills Stadium in Queens, where apparently there was sound going, they thought the sound was going over the roof, but it was actually going through the portals. And let's make sure that doesn't happen here.
Okay, well, I'll start with, my name is Darren Nielsen with HNTB, so I'm the architect of record on the new Ryan Field project. I'm not intimately familiar with the Forest Hills project, so I can't speak to that. But as far as what we've done here, I mean, we've talked about at the Land Use Commission, lowering that field, the 20-some feet that we've done, putting most of the fans down below the concert mode or football mode. All that noise at the field level is down below the street level. The facade, yes, it's not fully enclosed, but as I spoke to the Land Use Commission, if we fully enclose this, it becomes an arena. And the exponential cost of all the ventilation systems that are needed, we're not talking about an $800 million project anymore. We're talking about way north of that. So those are the things that were, balanced with the needs of the project itself financially and operationally. So.
And when you said fully enclosed, were you meaning domed?
No, I'm just talking about putting facade 100% of the way around it.
Okay.
It would be basically become, from a code life safety standpoint, would become an arena. From a ventilation standpoint, timed egress, things of that nature. So it does become very problematic from a cost and operation standpoint.
Okay. So the sound will be able to escape through the walls, so to speak, because the walls don't necessarily exist everywhere.
Yeah, I'll help address that. So my name is Dan Loosbrock with CI Icon, Senior Vice President. I serve as Owner's Representation and Project Manager overseeing design and construction. I do want to just address, the openings in the facade. So as committed during the Land Use Commission, there are mitigating measures that the university has committed to implementing. And that would be during events such as a concert, where we would deploy temporary sound curtains, sound baffles in and around the venue where we potentially have that migration of sound. Okay. So additionally, we would be thoughtful in how those are placed. We would learn through the process. The cost of that is incorporated within the overall budget that we have been managing. So that commitment is in place and will be deployed as well.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Ravel.
Yes, thank you. So I have 3 or 4 questions. One is, looking at the current ordinance, you all are permitted to have amateur athletic events as they're considered a temporary use, and you are allowed to have up to 7 such events per year, and each of those events could be up to 5 days in duration. And now the proposed amendment would make amateur athletic events permitted uses with no limit on the number and duration of those events. And your application talked about, some examples, Olympic trials or competitions, 7-on-7 football games, college pro days or combines, and Special Olympics events. So I'm wondering, what kind of attendance do those kinds of amateur athletic events usually attract? And there may be a range.
Good evening, council members. My name is Danae Barricado. I'm one of the deputy directors of athletics, overseeing event management with Northwestern University. Unfortunately, we don't have specific numbers related to the question that you just answered. We're more than happy to get some of those numbers for you and some of the averages for those events.
Right. Right. Well, since you're making them now, giving a higher priority to them because they're no longer going to have to be limited in the number of days. So I'm just wondering if are your thoughts about trying to attract those kinds of events? Because I guess I would suggest that that's another potentially very lucrative way to raise additional funds for maintenance of the stadium, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. An event like the Special Olympics is one that we would love to continue to host at Ryan Field or any of our other athletic facilities. It's something that we do from a community standpoint to give back. Those would be attended by community members or any others interested in attending, would be comparable to some of our Olympic sports that we currently host on the Lakeside campus or on Central Street campus.
Councilmember, the other piece I might add here, so just in terms of kind of thinking about intent and why we structured things the way we did. So I think the goal really, for the most part, these aren't really things that frankly are building into a kind of a business model. It's more about a brand new venue that would be more attractive for events kind of like that. Those aren't probably capacity type events by any means. But I think also being able, and this is kind of one of the general things that we've tried to balance with what we've submitted, having some ability to be nimble. And so, in the event an opportunity came up to host a trials or something like that, not having to go through, a special use type process or permit, because we kind of would owe as a venue a pretty quick answer to that opportunity that might kind of fall into our lap pretty quickly, is kind of my understanding of how some of these things work.
Yeah. When I started, because I know nothing about amateur athletic events, it sounds very compatible with a nonprofit stadium facility. So I discovered that Fort Wayne, Indiana has a grant program. They're so eager to attract these kinds of events that they offer funding to groups that will come to Fort Wayne, and they expect, lots of people to stay overnight, come for days, stay in the hotels, et cetera. So it sounded to me like another possible revenue generating opportunity, and conceivably more. Well, first of all, you could, except for the fact that, we would want maybe to go through our special events committee, because if it's going to be attracting a lot of traffic or something, that's something that does need to get approved. But I think our special events committee can act pretty expeditiously if needed. So anyway, I just since I'm not eager to approve the proposed new ordinance, I'm just suggesting that you currently have this opportunity for amateur athletic events.
Yeah, and that's something that we would certainly love to partner and discuss with you all further. And like I mentioned, comparable to our other 18 sports with Olympic sports on Central Street with softball and baseball and volleyball would be something that would look similar. But to Lou Figora's point, those opportunities sometimes come quickly, and we have to make decisions, but certainly in collaboration with the city of Evanston and some partners.
Right, yeah, okay. Then the proposed amendment would allow an unlimited number of university-sponsored events held indoors for up to 10,000 people. And so I'm wondering, is your transportation management plan going to talk about where those people are going to park and how they're going to get to the stadium? Is that going to be more shuttles, shuttle buses?
Absolutely. So that's correct. And that's actually currently in the existing ordinance, the indoor events. The new section we're adding is to activate the plazas, but the MOU applies to all events at the stadium and includes having the traffic management plan in place and the coordination meetings with the city staff before any large events.
Right, okay. And then I'm thinking about scheduling coordination issues. The amendment talks about how proposed concerts shall not occur on the same date as other full-capacity events at the stadium or the field house. And so obviously you don't want to schedule a concert in the stadium when you're already going to have something amazing in the arena. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about scheduling concert events when there's big events happening in downtown Evanston? I did a little quick looking at what downtown Evanston sponsored and hosted this last summer, and so they've got Thursday night market and music events. They have a couple of Sundays with vintage garage sales in the Maple Avenue Garage, downtown sidewalk sale and chalk art contest, art and Big Fork Festival, Evanston en Blanc, which I think is a new event. Anyway, so I'm thinking, those are going to, people wanting to attend those events are going to need to find a place to park, and I'm worried about, our garages full of concert goers, and, what your thoughts are about how you would.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, and it's certainly something that we could work through in those coordination meetings with the TMPs that are going to be, the TMP that's going to be continually updated, coordinating with staff, and then also this community advisory council that we are proposing. I think that would be kind of the perfect type of items that we're addressing as part of those ongoing coordination meetings and updates to the operation, what we've started calling the operational plans. The other thing I would note is that provision was put in there in response to comments that we received or heard during the community process that we were going to try to load this up and have events going, in both places at once. So that was really the intent behind that language. But I see someone behind me, so Michael can weigh in on the
thank you.
concert operations.
Mr. Mayor, council members. Michael Godoy, CAI Icon, and I could speak a little bit about how the coordination of a future stadium manager with the community and other event planners within the community is vital to the success of all the different venues within the community. Almost all stadium managers that I've come to know, arena managers, try to coordinate with the local community, other event managers within the community, in an effort to bring synergies to the events, in an effort to try to meet as many as the constituencies or the demographics within the community. So there's a balance that's taking place as that stadium manager becomes woven into the community. And so things like not overbooking or not conflicting events that might conflict. So a lot of times you're looking for complementary events or not competing events or avoiding competing events. So that would very much be part of the DNA of any stadium event manager that would likely be the lead at the stadium in the future.
And I should have mentioned Northlight Theater because they're going to be right there, and they're with their theater goers hoping to park in the Maple Avenue Garage. So
exactly right.
Okay, I have one of my pet bugaboos, idling. So the proposed amendment says vehicles may only idle in approved designated areas on private property. And I'm just I mean, our ordinance does not allow big trucks to idle on public property or private property. So I'm just wondering what you're envisioning with who's going to need to idle on your private property.
And let me just interject. Your time is up. Again, I'm
Sorry.
nothing to be sorry for. These are I hear this is a proposal for a pretty major thing happening in the 7th Ward. Probably have a lot of questions. So again, I'm happy to just let you go, or I want council to sort of give me direction here. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
The budget?
Somewhat related a little bit to the concert load-in and the traffic management regarding trucks, so sport vehicles for concerts. So idling has become a big no across the country for obvious reasons, right? Smog and pollution matters. And so there are strategic plans to prevent that from happening by the coordination of the way the vehicles approach. And there will always be a coordination of that. Plus, in this venue, there's the opportunity to park at least 9 trucks in the subterranean loading dock area. So there are 3 fixed loading dock positions, 1 ramp, and then there are other parking spaces within the loading dock. So we could stage vehicles, turn the vehicles off, unload or load, and then replace them as we call other vehicles to replace those that have now exited the loading dock area. That's one example. But surface streets, buses and parking, idling has truly become a no-go, and it's not something that would be practiced.
Right, well, so I guess I'm wondering why it's in the proposed amendment.
Just to clarify, so the existing code, or the existing U2 district, has language in there basically saying you can't idle on public streets. And when we were reviewing the text amendment, we acknowledged what you just said. Like, that's not really an additional restriction because it's not allowed anywhere in the city on public streets. So rather than strike that, we changed it so that if there is idling on private property, it would be only in designated areas. So we agree that
Where would those be?
Right. I mean, to Michael's point, we don't anticipate that it would be anywhere but in the loading docks.
Okay, well, we'll continue to disagree about that, okay. I have just one last issue, and I don't think I'm interested in your mechanical structure. And I know I think we have a condition or something that talks about making sure the mechanical structure is well insulated, and I'm just knowing that we have an ongoing problem with the chillers for Welsh Ryan Arena. I want to make sure we don't have that going forward.
Just to answer the question, during the Land Use Commission, there was some concerns about the mechanical yard that is part of the new construction. And we did confirm through that process that the sound mitigation measures would be installed as part of the new construction within the inside of the envelope of that mechanical surround. So we are kind of acknowledging the concerns that you have with the existing equipment, and we're doing everything we can to mitigate that in the future.
Yeah, great. I just wanted to highlight it for everybody.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first time, so we go to those asking to speak for a second time, beginning with Councilmember Reed, who, again, just for the record-keeping purposes of your initial 5 minutes, you have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
All right. Again, $450 million budget, and we don't get more than 5 minutes. But tonight I've learned a lot of new things about UTEP, FCS, FBS. I didn't know any of that stuff before tonight. The only acronym I knew was HBCU. And so Councilmember Sufferton learned some stuff from you. But I want to talk about a few different things. So one, I want to start with parking. So we have some estimates for the number of parking spots that you're going to utilize. Do we have, and I think this is more parking spots than maybe Wrigley has available, maybe more parking spots than maybe even Ravinia has available. But certainly more people. But I am curious about one thing. What are you all charging for parking? Because, right, one way to discourage people from using motor vehicles to get here is to make parking, is to charge a premium for parking.
We charge $30 for football for parking and $15 for basketball.
Okay. I would like to see a $10 surcharge added that would go to the city of Evanston, added on top of whatever you all are charging. Just estimating by the number of spots that you all are utilizing just for the stadium operation, right? And for the 6 games, I'm sorry, for the 6 concerts and for the 6 or 7 games, that would bring in over $1 million for the city of Evanston at $10 per stall per year. And that is, it's not a cost to Northwestern. It helps us achieve our CARP goals. It helps with traffic management. And so that is something I'd really like to see included. I believe we have the power to do that by ordinance, and I hope this council would be willing to do that by ordinance. That's a significant amount of revenue, but as a show of goodwill, I'd love to see it in the MOU.
Yeah, so I appreciate the comment, Councilmember Reed. I think the piece that Northwestern would just want to work with the city on here is, there is kind of a demand curve, right, on some of this stuff. And Danae mentioned kind of the rates that are charged today. In the event I think we do pay I think the parking permit fee and tax applies today to our parking, and we pay that. And that's something that I think we've managed that demand curve. I think at some level, an additional surcharge on top of that would likely change kind of the demand. I understand that might be part of the point of kind of getting cars out of there, but we're also trying to balance the concerns of making sure you've got the adequate parking that people want to have and not make those spaces go unused either.
Good. I am curious then, can someone from city staff talk more about the parking fees that they're saying that they pay already, or taxes? I'm not aware of any, certainly on private land, any fees that you pay for parking. Is there anyone from staff? There's Lucas. All right, there's our parking manager.
Good evening. Luke Tatara, interim parking manager. I'll try to answer the best question around 11 o'clock right now. So yes, we have different rates for parking lots, surface lots, especially for the
That's
games.
if they're using our lots.
Yes.
I'm talking about their private lots. Is there anything that Northwestern is paying to the city now for their private lots?
Best to my knowledge, no.
No. Okay. Yep. And that's my point. If we were to charge for those private lots, that's about $1 million in additional revenue that we could realize. And I'm sorry, is there a parking tax that we receive already?
There is some parking tax, but the CFO will be better to talk about it.
Is Hitesh on the line?
Yes, I believe we do receive revenue from that. Hitesh would probably be best to speak to that, and I'll see if we can get an answer for that.
Okay, and I'm curious what the current rate is on the parking tax as it stands today. Thank you, Lucas.
Okay. Welcome.
How many bike racks do you all intend on installing at the new stadium?
Good evening, Peter Lemon again. I don't know if we have an exact number, but I think we would want to maximize that to whatever the demand is. I think if you go out there now for football games, you'll see bikes attached to trees, to light poles, and things like that, so clearly not enough now.
What do you currently have then?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, what the exact number of bike racks is. One of the other aspects of the plan, though, is to also incorporate a bike valet. So think of it as like a coat check for your bike. So you don't have to worry about like security and things like that. It's basically a tent or an area that's set up, turn in your bike, get a ticket when you come back, pick up your bike when you're ready to go. So it could be hundreds, whatever the demand is.
Okay, yeah, that's something I'm interested in to make sure that, particularly for Evanstonians and folks who are local, we are creating the infrastructure to encourage them to just bike to the stadium rather than drive there wherever possible. Great. Next, I want to go to move away from parking and go to the MOU. And within the MOU, I noticed that the MOU is not tied to CPI, to inflation. Right, so $10 million today is not the same as $10 million 10 years from now. I'd love to hear thoughts on tying the MOU to inflation. so we maintain its current value over the 10 years. I guess I don't need a response. I'm telling you that that is something that is important to me and that I need to see in the agreement. I think that's critically important, and I hope Northwestern can get around that. Also, to the MOU and to the agreement, I think if we're going to, clearly the relationship between the city and Northwestern is clearly fractured. It's clearly been fractured for quite some time. And I think part of what we need to do is, I think this body, it would benefit this body, it would benefit you all, it would benefit the community, if we had an understanding of what, a true understanding of what Northwestern's land holdings are within the city, what the value of those land holdings are in the city, and what the property tax liability would be for Northwestern. And so I'd like to see, as a part of this agreement, that Northwestern would work with the city to hire a consultant to do that work, to understand what the value of the land is in Evanston, what the tax liability is, and to have that data for the city. I think under, from what I remember reading about maybe this being done quite some time ago, there may be evidence that shows, at least from the city standpoint, Northwestern is contributing, particularly with this new agreement, if we adopt it, contributing what they would be annually under some of the more strict models of pilot agreements. And so I would be interested in getting that data for myself and for my colleagues and for the community. And that's something critically important to me for moving forward with this as well. And then lastly, item 15B in the MOU, it gives Northwestern, geez, I thought I had this pulled up. 15B gives Northwestern the ability to essentially unilaterally opt out of the agreement. There are some circumstances in which that would happen. First, can we talk about, can someone list off those circumstances in which Northwestern could opt out?
So it wouldn't be necessarily opting out. It would be, we would be able to modify it.
Sure.
If necessary to comply with applicable law, rule, order, settlement, or regulation or licensing requirements. So it wouldn't be just
Wouldn't all of those things, if there's a new law or some, when you say rule, whose rule?
Any regulatory authority, whether it's the city, the state, federal government. So it's not just a unilateral right to change it for any reason. It would be,
or licensing agreement was one of the. So why even leave in there that Northwestern has the unilateral right if it would be something, if it's a court order, it's a court order. We're mandated to do it. If it's a new law from the federal government, from whoever, we're already mandated to do that. So why even put the language in there specifically that Northwestern can unilaterally?
well, because if something like that were to occur and this document was silent to it, we would be kind of in this limbo of which one are we complying with?
The law or the court order.
Yeah, so this would allow us to modify the agreement so the agreement would be consistent with whatever we have to do as a result of one of those occurrences.
I would be more comfortable with this just taking out the Northwestern unilaterally can amend the agreement, and the law, the court, a court case or a settlement or whatever, those things can.
Yeah, clarify the language. Sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's something I would like to see as well to make sure that we are protecting ourselves and the taxpayers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure my time has now elapsed. I will hold for now. Thank you. 15B.
Still no one's asking to speak for the first time, so for second cracks we go back to Councilmember Suffredin, who again, just in the interest of transparency, used up 5 minutes before.
I'll be quick. This is one thing, and Dave, this is an email I had sent to you as well. It's 10:45 right now. If there were a concert happening, it would be happening for another 15 minutes. Is that? When do you contemplate? We talked about duration of concerts. When do you contemplate them ending?
As 10 p.m. on weeknights and 10:15 on weekends.
Okay. And then, this might not be for you, but I don't want you to go back. I had requested that we simulate the sound. We've seen the map, like we've used comps, we've talked about, sounds like a vacuum cleaner. So this is a question, I guess, for Most Livable City, for my colleagues and staff in Northwestern. Is there a way that we could agree to simulate what the sound would be in the area around where the concerts will be held so that we can really tell what we're talking about? And then for city staff, I'd like us to figure out places in the city where we could do that so everyone knows what we're talking about in terms of sound. I think looking at colors on paper and trying to comp them isn't as good as actually experiencing sound with your ears. So is there a way to do that that is an accepted industry practice? Does anybody know? I'm not qualified to say.
Councilmember, I believe there is a way, based upon talking to Evanston resident who is an acoustics expert. It is somewhat simple, actually. It's to hire a company. You say, we want to project these sound levels that are shown on this map. So you purchase, you rent the equipment to do that, and they achieve those decibels that are shown on the map. And if that was something that the applicant or the city was able to find the funds to do, we would have no objection to that.
Okay. Is there anybody in that Northwestern group that's willing to commit to that, or has the authority to commit to that?
First, we've heard of a request of this. We're happy to.
I sent
do some
Dave an
evaluation.
email. Dave, you got that email, correct? Okay. I mean, I just want you to know, it's not the first time I brought it up.
Thank you. First time I've heard
Understood.
I say what's, I think, very, very difficult to do is obviously model the exact impact, experience the exact impact under the current, or under the new stadium design because of all the factors.
Well,
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
so kind of running an example, like in the current stadium, trying to show sound at X at the speaker system at the current stadium won't give us a representation because the current stadium is a wide open kind of bowl. So that piece is harder, but we're happy to take it back and talk
I mean,
to our-
can't you use the, and again, like, I'm not qualified and I'm not arguing with you. I assume it sounds like you're not qualified to do this
I think
either,
we-
but.
it's something we have
But
to
like,
do
I mean, you take the map that you have demonstrating what the sound will be, and you get somebody who is a qualified expert to replicate that, and then we could say, this is what you're going to hear at Central and Eastwood. This is what you would hear. I mean, is that possible? And if it is possible, is that something you're willing to do so that the residents can?
I think I would say I'm happy to kind of take that back, and we'll talk. We don't actually have our sound engineer here, but we can certainly take that back and figure out what do we think is possible, and is it something that we can get done relatively?
Okay, because I mean, respectfully, I think it's important that we actually experience sound with our ears, and not just us, the communities, because one of the premises that is being thrown out there is that this won't be that loud and that this isn't that much of a problem. I mean, another thing I'd ask for is a dry run of your transportation plan, but there is no transportation plan to do a dry run of right now, correct?
We did provide like an outline of what that transportation plan would look like and the types of topics that it would cover. I'm happy to have Peter come discuss that.
But can you do the buses and like simulate what it'll look like? So instead of us talking about what traffic might be like or how congested that would be, would you be willing to show us what that looks like? Having buses go downtown, whatever, an appropriate simulation of how long it takes to load a bus, how many buses it would be, and let the community see this is what a post-concert egress would be, and this is what it would look like before a concert.
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge with these operational plans in general is we're at least 2 years away from that when we would be doing that. And so a lot of things can change in those 2 years. So that's the idea of having those finalized and reviewed with staff and the community council, both before the first event and then continuing throughout the life of the stadium.
I certainly respect that. And so that maybe there's a time, and it's not now, where that would be a more meaningful demonstration, but like, someone will be in these seats in 2 years, and we owe it to whoever they are to have thought this through and made sure that it can work. And I mean, again, and then I'll go because I know I'm over my time, but you're all asking for a permanent thing, and there's a lot that's neither binding or fully baked, and it's our responsibility to, so.
I think I would just point out that if, so a couple things there. So the MOU is legally binding. That requires for it to be provided and then updated. If we did a TMP 7 years, however many years ago, there wouldn't be Uber. We could do a TMP right now and identify a parking lot that, you know, is possible. No property owner is going to say, we'll hold this for you for 2 years. Maybe there's, you know, maybe the city council approves a project for that parking lot now and we have to find a different one. So it'd be kind of a futile exercise at this point.
Okay,
But we hope to give with the outline showing just exact how much detail that would be going into this, staff numbers, exact locations, is why that, you know, is more appropriate at a later time.
Okay, thank you. But you are open to the sound, not you, or if that's your call. Luke,
Yeah, I think we need to find out.
you're willing to figure out if that's a possible thing and what it would cost, and we can talk about it, and the city's got trucks. Are you open to, just give me a response if you can do it or not? Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Kelly.
Thanks. First off, just want to thank community members, you know, from all sides of this issue, from participating this evening and in this process overall. I think the first point I want to make is I heard some pretty strong accusations that Northwestern hasn't made a true commitment to our local and Black and brown and women-owned businesses and minority businesses. And I'm just curious where that is coming from, because as you know, I'm the chair of the NWDEB committee, and what I can tell you is we had a really successful contracting fair not too long ago that had an amazing turnout. We invited, our committee hosted this at Fleetwood. We invited all the major employers, including Northwestern, out to this event. It was a great attendance from businesses of all types. And didn't see some of the public, the folks who made public comment there. One of my initial asks when this was first being considered was for Northwestern, once they identified a general contractor, I said, look, if y'all are truly committed to working with the city and working with the NWDB committee, I want to make sure that we have a regular meeting scheduled with the general contractor once they're identified. And they did not hesitate. They delivered on that early on. And so again, what I would say to that group, who again, I'm not seeing out at these events, that we've been meeting with Turner Walsh and Northwestern, the NWDB committee, a working group of it, for several months now, having very deep conversations and detailed conversations and very specific conversations about how we make sure that local businesses, that minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, are aware that this project is happening and are equipped to take full advantage of it. And I wanted to emphasize that especially now with Rebuilding the Exchange on board, the opportunity here is not just in the stadium, right? Once you are set on a path, once you have the skills, the marketable skills to compete in the marketplace, not only will they be able to compete for future work at Northwestern on campus, but everywhere, right? Once you have a skill, you can take that out and you're in a more higher demand in the marketplace. And that's what Northwestern has committed to doing. And this wasn't as a reaction to protests. And we see that all the time in Evanston, where, you know, I see where, and again, there's a protest and organizing is important. I've been considered an advocate and been on those lines myself. But sometimes the advocates community take credit for things that were already in motion because they deny the existence of it. This was always being discussed in a simple ask, right, or attending the many ward meetings that Northwestern presented at. You would have been aware that these conversations were already happening. And what you see today is a culmination of all of those meetings that Northwestern has had in the community. And so I think it's just really important to note that. I also want to say I heard the word demanding, that Northwestern is demanding this. Well, if Northwestern is demanding this, the community is demanding it, right? I think the claim is that Northwestern is saying, if you don't do this, we'll back out of it. Well, I heard kind of thinly veiled threats today of if we don't support what some of the community members are saying, that there'll be political consequences, right? So if Northwestern is demanding this, then I'm also hearing that the community is demanding that we listen to them as well. I don't think it's demanding on either side. I hope people are making requests, this council, and understand that these are hard decisions that we have to consider, and that we're going to do our best to consider them and try to make the best call for the community. Not only the nearby neighbors, which is really important, but for all of the Evanston residents who stand to benefit from these type of, once in a, whatever you want to say, projects. I also want to say it's really important to me that we not sit passively by and say, well, how are we going to make sure that the 29,000 or so people that attend these concerts are aware of other businesses in Evanston? And I think to do that, let's make sure that we're advertising downtown Evanston. And we now have an umbrella initiative that Paul can talk more about. Let's advertise that on walls, on the receipts, on the tickets. Let's get all of that in front of the people who are visiting Evanston, because if we can't figure out how to take advantage of thousands of new people visiting Evanston, shame on us, right? So let's not sit passively by. Let's think strategically about how we can turn those visitors into longtime customers here in Evanston. What else I got? Demolish, still demand. And then I guess I have a few other things, but I want Councilmember Kelly to have an opportunity. For me, this boils down to, I have a few questions, and I'll ask some tonight, maybe some in the next meeting. But to me, what I really want to see out of this is a big commitment to affordable housing. I've discussed this with Northwestern. I've discussed this with my colleagues. I'll kind of express in more detail later what that may look like. But I'm looking for a serious $3 million commitment to affordable housing out of this. I've said before, and this is the last thing I'll say, Chair, I know my time is limited, that the call that I get the most is around affordable housing. I feel the least equipped to deal with it, meaning that when people call, I don't know, other than Connections for the Homeless, which does a wonderful job, I don't know where else to send them. But I also feel like this council, although it has prioritized it in its goals and priorities, it hasn't committed the necessary funding to make a true difference. And I'm not going to waste this opportunity, not doing everything I can to make sure the right amount of money is set aside to make sure that longtime Evanston residents who have contributed to this community do not have a clear path to stay here, whether that's through rental or for sale and home ownership opportunities. So I'm making it very clear publicly. That's what I need to see in order to get around this proposal. I also have other questions, but I'll hold for now, Chair. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I just wanted to also agree that I think we need to know the sound, what it really means. And I think that the whole conversation trying to discern what the 80 decibels or what that sound is going to be like and the difficulty, as well as the transportation, really just underscores how premature this whole vote in action is. If Northwestern first built its stadium, then we could more reasonably assess the sound. I mean, that's why we shouldn't be voting on this now. We should vote about the stadium and whether we're in agreement for the variances that it wants, and then come back later and talk about the zoning request for commercial use for large-scale concerts. I mean, I think just this is very premature. We should not be moving forward on this discussion until Northwestern's built its stadium, and then we can more appropriately and accurately assess the impact of potentially switching to this commercial use that Northwestern's proposing. And I have a few questions. I had to read it really quickly because I got the MOU at I opened my computer about 4, so I just gave it a cursory review, but I have a few questions on some of these items in here. The tailgating, in your slide tonight, you said there was something about no tailgating. on the slide, but yet here in number 3, it says tailgating activities, except to the extent tailgating-related activities occur inside Ryan Field or within its plazas, Northwestern will not permit or facilitate tailgating activities on event dates for concerts. So it kind of sounds like, so it'd be all right any time during the year at Northwestern on the U2 zone? Because what it's suggesting here is that it won't allow tailgating outside of the U2 zone. So that's what this statement, it says you won't permit or facilitate tailgating activities except for to the extent that they occur inside Ryan Field. So it's a little confusing. That statement makes it look like tailgating is allowed year-round in the U2 zone, just simply not outside of it. So if you could just clarify number 3.
Happy to look at the wording and make sure we got it right. The intent, one of the concerns we heard in meeting with the community was, are you going to have tailgating activity at concerts? And the intent of that MOU is to say, no, we are not going to have tailgating at concerts.
Okay, well, number 3, that's not really how that reads, so that needs to be changed. And then, let's see, I also had a question also regarding that 15B about Northwestern having being able to unilaterally amend the memorandum for like a licensing requirement. So I know, if a private company were to use the space, some production company, that would be a license. So what does that mean for a licensing requirement? That Northwestern would have the unilateral option to amend this for a licensing agreement, for licensing requirements? I don't think you're going to be doing taxable leaseholds for these, right?
Can you clarify your question? So you're wondering if we entered into like a license agreement
No,
with
it just says that
third
you,
party?
no, I just want you to clarify what that means. It says Northwestern would have may unilaterally amend the MOU for such things, including for a licensing requirement. Like, what would that mean for?
Again, if as part of any sort of regime at any level of government, a licensing requirement is imposed on us that is inconsistent with this MOU, we could make changes to it.
But what if a private industry had a requirement in order to agree to a license?
We can clarify that language.
Okay.
That was not the intent.
Thank you. I have more questions, but I'll pass for now. All right, I did have one more question. With regard to, because there has been a lot of talk, as Councilmember Burns mentioned, of minority hiring. I think, I know there's been a lot of concern around committing to first hire provisions with minority and women. I wonder if someone from the most livable city could ask those questions. I know there's concern that much of the hiring could just end up involving, contracting with firms that are owned by, say, a white woman. So if we could get some clarification, and I don't know if someone from most livable cities wants to address some of those concerns. I know that's.
Thanks, Council Member. Just like you, we haven't been able to go through in detail with the documents that were provided this afternoon. So I guess I'll first make a point about, process around this. Typically, I think what we've seen and speaking with folks from other organizations in the Northwestern Accountability Alliance and what we were hoping for was a more transparent and community-oriented process. I know the press release called what Northwestern did today a CBA, but it had none of the hallmarks of a community benefits agreement that actually involved negotiations with the entire community out in the open. So I think when you look at very detailed provisions like that would get around an issue that is important to the community around hiring and making sure it's local, it's very important that the legal language be vetted, that examples of CBAs for stadiums, like we've often talked about and highlighted for this council, the Nashville CBA for the stadium there. We've also highlighted LAX and other ones. I haven't gone through the agreement in detail. None of us in the community have had that opportunity. But it's not clear what the model for this MOU actually is, what it says was. So we haven't had time to look at, every attorney would look at comparative documents and see what's in there and making sure that it's not just regional hiring, it's actually you get a first hire type of provision. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've literally been working with diverse businesses for about 25 years. And so when you talk about diverse businesses and workforce, it's two separate issues. So when you talk about who owns the business, you're getting into what we know as a certification process and those businesses who are seeking certification. And according to those guidelines, your business has to as a minority or a woman, you have to own at least 51% of that business in order to become certified. Our team conducts on a regular basis what we call CUFs, commercially useful function, so that you have the ability to actually look through and see who actually owns the business, do you know what you're actually doing, and things of that nature. Want to be very clear in that when we talk about working with diverse businesses, we are talking about making certain that they have the bonding capacity that they need to actually work on the job, if not connecting them to the right entities in order to do that, making certain that they have access to lines of credit, which historically, of course, have left folks out of the business of actually being in the business of doing work with large construction companies. So our team, again, has worked diligently across the city and across the area to make certain that we are setting businesses up for success in that way, and being really intentional with working with strategic stakeholders to make certain that the folks who want to know about the opportunities have the opportunity to take advantage of those.
Councilmember, are you done for now?
For the moment, yes.
Okay, so at this time, again, no one's asking to speak for the first time, so we go back again to Councilmember Ravel.
I turned my light on quite a while ago because I wanted to follow up with Councilmember Reed about imposing additional taxes or something on parking. I worry about, I think we need to be cautious as we do it, because I don't want to have people coming to the basketball games deciding to park more parking in the neighborhood rather than in the parking lot. So I worry about the unintended consequences.
Still now on second crack, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma, who's still within his first 5 minutes, actually.
Mayor, I just want to let you know we do have Tim Guimond on the Zoom, I believe, if there are more questions about economics, since I know that was requested from the council. Sorry, apologize for interrupting.
I'm going to move on. One quick question, since Councilmember Reed has opened up the discussion on the draft MOU. I'm looking at section 12 of the MOU, which is on page 39 of 148 of our packet, for those of you following along. This is the section regarding the term. There's a sentence in here that says the city shall not revoke, rescind, modify, or otherwise alter the approval ordinances without Northwestern's prior written and signed consent. I'm bumping on that. I would want to understand exactly what rights we would be forfeiting, and I don't want to sign away our obligation to do what's necessary to regulate stadium-related activity and taxing authority going forward. So I'm just bumping on that. And then looking ahead, we haven't actually even made the motion on the underlying ordinance yet. Once that's in place, or once we do that, I am going to make a motion to make some amendments to the conditions. Looking at the time right now, I'm wondering if we should do that tonight, or wait until, assuming this passes, for introduction, make those amendments when this comes back to us. I'm just asking about logistics and timing and mindful of the clock.
So I will weigh in. In general, period, I am uneasy with amendments made on the night of final action. We've made mistakes before. People have not fully understood what they were debating before. I know it's 11:10 and we're in this weird interregnum before the main events. I'm tired. But I would strongly recommend that if we have amendments ready to go, we not hold them and then spring them at final action. I just think it's better for everybody if we get them in front of the public and the council for 2 weeks of digestion and making sure that we're not, doing anything that we later regret.
I'm going to get another cup of coffee then. That's all I have.
We are now out of second crack, so we'll go back to Councilmember Reed for a third time.
Thank you. I will be quick because I think it is time to get to the main event, as you said. One, I commit, I hear you, David, about this just being released. I know some of us have been aware of some of this. I mean, some of us were participating in trying to negotiate this community benefits agreement. So I commit right now to hold a hybrid, a virtual, an in-person, and all of the above public meeting, and I encourage all of my colleagues who want to be a part of that for us to join together and hold an open meeting where we just talk about the MOU and get feedback from the community, because I think this is important for the community feedback to be incorporated, and I commit to doing that, given at least a week or a week and a half for folks to digest it, and I encourage other folks, I'll work with all my colleagues to join in on that. Next, I would like to, similar to the amusement tax and the liquor tax that we have before us today, our current parking tax is only 60 cents. That ain't high enough. And again, if we were to go to $10 just for the game, just for the events at the stadium, the football games and the concerts, if passed, it's $1 million in revenue for the city, over $1 million. If we were to include this for all of the events, such as those at Welsh Ryan Arena, I mean, that number becomes multiple millions of dollars of revenue for the city. And so I would like to see, as a special order of business for our next meeting, an increase to our parking tax or a surcharge for special events. I've drafted the ordinance and sent it to everyone. I think concerns that Councilmember Revelle has about parking can be addressed through parking enforcement, but the revenue that is potentially on the table here, I think, would allow us to make sure that we're having proper enforcement of folks parking in areas that they should not be, or in the neighborhoods. I think we have ways to address that. So I don't know if, it seems like, one, we know that the mayor has unilateral power to place things on as a special order of business, but we also, the council has the ability to vote and do that. And so I don't know if I want to just ask the mayor to use your power to do that, or if you would prefer a vote of the council.
I'm just going to be totally transparent. I don't trust myself to make a good on-the-fly 11:15 p.m. decision about this question that I haven't thought about before. So I'm happy to talk with you about it. I'm not opposed. I'd rather you make the motion because I'd rather myself have time to think it over.
Okay, and we'll all have time. So I'm going to make the motion, but we'll all have time to think it over. I sent a draft to everyone. It'll just be for introduction at the next meeting. This is over $1 million in revenue, easily, that we could bring in from both the concerts and the games. And if we applied it to all events, and I'd still like to see this in the MOU, right? If we get in the MOU, I'd only want it to see it apply to the concerts. If the council has to take action on it, I'd want it to apply to any event over 5,000, similar to the amusement tax and the liquor tax and all the other taxes that we just increased. So I move, I sent it over to folks. I move that we institute a, what was the name of it again? A special order of business for event parking, for an event parking surcharge ordinance at our next meeting for introduction as a special order of business.
Just want a pedantic thing. By next meeting, I hope you mean next regular meeting, not the November 6th Truth and Taxation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next regular meeting, the 13th.
Okay.
November 13th.
Councilmember Reed moves to create a special order of business on the November 13th regular city council agenda relative to additional parking fee as sent via email. Is there a second? motion
million
fails for-
of revenue.
The motion fails for lack of
All
a
right.
second. These conversations can continue, Councilmember.
And then, again, when we're leaving $1 million of revenue from parking of all things on the table, when, folks seem hesitant to, Councilmember Burns, who has his hand up, actually, I'll flag. But when folks barely react to Councilmember Burns, saying that we're looking for, he's looking for $3 million for affordable housing, I share his concern about, us finding new sources of revenue to do the things that we need to do, and to prioritize things like affordable housing, CARP, when we're leaving so many things on the table. So thank you.
Councilmember Harris.
Good evening, everyone. So I just want to make a couple comments about this evening, about the process, about what's happening to Evanston. First of all, I want to explain why I was late. I had a commitment in the community, and I'm not sure that that message got out, but I had a commitment in the community that I refused to change because it was on the books for months. And my residents in the second ward are just as important as this discussion here. So as you know, customarily, I am early to these meetings because I respect my time and everyone else's. So I don't, Evanston Now, Evanston Roundtable, I need to be very clear that I share that information with my team members, and I wanted to share that to the community, that is why I arrived late to this meeting. It was not that this meeting was not important to me, but commitments that I make, I keep them all the time. Well, most of the time, I'm human. So, wanted to start there. So, I'm an avid concert goer. If you're my Facebook friend, you know I go to a concert every 2-3 weeks. Love them. Arts events, hold season tickets to almost all of the Chicago, Illinois sports teams. So I've been in this game since I was 12 years old. I've been to concerts. My children have been to concerts. My daughter since 5 with the Jonas Brothers and Cheetah Girls. So I understand concert going, and it's a little different than the football games. I didn't get into football until now. Until later in life. So, quick question to Northwestern, and I know some of the answers because I do this. I'm a professional concert goer. So, are you thinking of concerts, days, nights? We're talking about traffic, so all of that changes when you have a time frame, and maybe you haven't gone that far, but hopefully you have. Now, I can answer the question. I told you I'm a professional concert goer, so somebody should help me out.
I won't answer or ask you the question back, I guess. I would say, obviously, as we think about potentially 2027, which would likely be the first kind of concert season, too early to know exactly what kind of acts and what days and nights. I think what we've heard, and I might invite Michael to add any comments, is that you could potentially see the new Ryan Field being very attractive to two different things. One is an act that might be coming through Chicago that, due to conflicts at other venues, again, the new field here, it would be an attractive place to kind of come through town and play. Second would be maybe something a little more curated. And so I think what we've heard is you might see a nice combination of, there could be, a citywide event that has something that concludes with a concert that night. And there could be things that you're catching an act on the way, and there could be acts that you curate something specific to that could vary kind of time of day depending on the type of artist. I might ask, Michael's more of an expert than I am, but that's kind of what we've heard from our partners.
Thank you.
I think there are many factors, market being one. Also the size of the venue at 28,000 seats, that brings a certain kind of music genre. But to Luke's point, I think a creative stadium manager, we mentioned earlier how the community, understanding the marketplace, understanding what works, what sells tickets, may very well see something that is curated. So there may be a festival, there might be a summer series that culminates at the stadium with a concert. And there might be activities that are happening that Saturday during the day and the concerts at night on Saturday. But it's very, very difficult to put a number or a type of artists
Ask for a time frame. Are you thinking more evening? So I go to the United Center every 3 weeks.
yeah.
It's evening. There is no day, unless when my kids were 5, we went to Disney on Ice.
It's happening during the day, it's on the weekends.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, I've done concerts. I did this. I got paid to do this at my college, Illinois State University, that I always keep telling everybody. I am a Redbird. I have allegiance to Illinois State University. So I did this in college, and we brought concerts. I was part of that team. Event management is very important, and the expectation for me is that Northwestern works closely with the city of Evanston. It would be a travesty if you took away from any event that we had here, small or large. That means the farmer's market. You would not, and we know that you're not going to have a 6 a.m. concert, but I'm saying something that is a signature event to the city of Evanston. I would be devastated if you all programmed against that. We'd have a problem, right? So event management and understanding in that event manager that you all hire works closely with whoever at our institution, our city, that works out, and that's really clear that is not acceptable, that we're competing against one another. There's enough 365 days that we can share time if we decide to share time with you guys. I did that 10 million over 10 years does need to have some, right, like you said,
It's an escalator.
Yeah, my quarter, you guys know I chew bubble gum. I can't get the same kind of gum I used to get 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So we have to work on that, and that needs to be written in black and white, or purple and white, but it needs to be written. I did like the sound sample, trying to figure that out. But again, I go to concerts, and I go to all kind of concerts. 50 Cent, if it wasn't loud enough, it wasn't worth it. Just went to Wu-Tang. If it had been quiet, I'd have been mad and wanted my money back. So there is sound, but we need to explain that to the community. I'm pretty sure most people here have been to some concert, whether that was an opera, Wu-Tang, whichever your genre is, it's going to be loud and amplified. So I'd love if we could figure a sample of the sound, because again, you're not going to have the stadium.
Yeah, I don't know if this is helpful or not. I didn't have it in front of me before, but I know in our plan development submission, we did include our acoustical study, and that, as reference, included a model of what we think sound will look like with the new stadium, kind of a targeted kind of DPA, and I think any potential ordinance would likely have the same. And then we included what we've measured at actual football game days. And so I think anyone living around the stadium who's been to a football game, who's been out in the parking lots, you can at least look at what we've measured for football games today, both average, peak, and compare that to what the model that our partners have looked like.
Yeah, I still think it's important, because what I found, and I was highly, and I'm going to get to this, highly disturbed when the HBCU came. We brought Howard, and I was really excited about that. HBCU, I am black, if you did not know. I was excited about that happening. But on my app, my Ring app, a lot of people had concerns about the tailgating that day because the music was different. Not that it was any louder than I've ever heard it at the other tailgating. They were concerned that Wu-Tang was there. They were concerned that LL was there, not Guns N' Roses. Volume was the same, because I've been to games that had both types of music, but that day, a lot of people had something to say about the sound, that it was so loud, and how long is that music? And that's what they said, that music. So we need to think about that, Evanston. We trip about a lot of things, but not the right things. So I just want us to do that, because I know, as a parent, a crying baby drives me crazy. Wu-Tang loud doesn't. And there might be the same decibels, who knows? But we need to do that with different types of music to call Evanston on whatever we need to call them on. Transportation, I don't know about the simulation. Again, I go to concerts. I've been to Ravinia where we've had to wait in line, where we walked. In the 30 years that I've gone to Ravinia, I haven't seen anybody pee on somebody's bushes while waiting in line. But maybe I just wasn't looking in the right place. And my closing statement is, Evanston, we have to do better, whatever that means. I got here late, and there was a scuffle out in the lobby that disturbed me. Can't prove that it was racially charged, but a white person pushed a black person who was for the stadium, and they weren't. So I can tell you what I saw. Can't tell you what intent is. But we need to make some decisions on who we're going to be. And this is just one of the things that really, and you see today's my date event. I've been emailed, I've been threatened today. If you don't vote no, we're not going to vote you in. Who said I was going to rerun? Okay? But we've really got to, everybody has to stop threatening each other. And that was one reason why I was disappointed I was late, because I really wanted to try to set the tone that we can disagree without being disagreeable. We are Evanston, and we are so much better than how we're behaving. On both sides, Northwestern, we all not playing fair in a sandbox, and we need to figure that out. So we can disagree without being disagreeable, and I hope moving forward that we do that, because that is the only time I have and the patience that I have is to work towards a collective agreement, concerts or not, that makes Evanston better. Because if Evanston's better, Northwestern will be better. If we help Northwestern be better, we're going to get better. We are here together. No one's going to separate and get a divorce and move somewhere else. We're here together. So whatever that looks like, I just hope we do that in better faith on both sides, because that's all I have time for. You keep us busy. You keep the other people really busy, and that's okay. We signed up for that. Some of us knowing and me not knowing, but now I do. So I'm going to end on that.
Once again, no one is asked to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Burns for a second crack.
Yeah, I'll be quick, honestly, because Councilmember Harris summed up much of what I was going to say next. I started off my initial comments reacting to things that I heard in the audience, and I think just to make sure I'm going around full circle, I 100% agree with her that we just need to do better in how we engage each other and have public discourse. The threatening is unproductive. The misinformation on all sides is unproductive and not helpful. And I'm just telling you, with me, the threatening and all of that, it's never going to resonate with me. What resonates with me is when, and Councilman Reed, I will 100% join you in that meeting. What resonates to me is when people who may be at opposite ends of an issue or in disagreement or we're still trying to figure out where we are on an issue, invite me to conversation so we can talk like reasonable people. I commend our businesses who recently did that. They invited Councilmember Harris and I out to a discussion at Firehouse Grill, and we had a beautiful discussion about some of the things we agreed on, some we disagreed, but we came out of there and were able to make some amendments to a policy that I think allowed us to meet in the middle. And which is why I would absolutely appreciate and would participate in a meeting to talk about the CBA. I love when people provide solutions, provide ideas, provide amendments. And what I see far too often in Evanston is people spend so much time opposing things that they miss out on an opportunity to contribute to it, right? To make modifications that will improve it and strengthen it. And you could do both. You could disagree with something and still say, look, I'm going to oppose it, but also participate and using all the wisdom and intellect that you have and knowledge that you have to improve things. Because if this gets passed, we want to make sure that it's the best version of this proposal. So again, I'm going to reserve some of my amendments and questions and comments for the next meeting. As I think Mayor Biss alluded to, we'll make sure we get that out well in advance. And I am also committing to participating with Councilmember Reed and having the discussion about the community benefits agreement. Thank you, Chair.
At this time, no one's asking for a first or second crack, so we go back to Councilmember Sufferton for a third crack.
Yeah, just real quick, since Councilmember Harris brought up the sound study. I mean, I just want to make clear and I'm happy to work with you on, or once we figure out what can be done. But what I'm really interested in is the sound in the residential areas where they have not chosen to be at the concert. If there's sound in the parking lot, that doesn't matter as much to me as if there's sound in a residence that hasn't chosen to be there. So I think there's a way to do it, and I think to Councilmember Harris's point, there's more to it than just sound. There's vibration and bass and whatever, and I hope that we can come up with some sort of model that simulates accurately different types of music, different types of sound, different types of vibration, in a way that we can have some meaningful understanding of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, there's no one asking to speak for the first or second time, so we go back to Councilmember Nusma for a third time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is a point of information or a point of order with regards to the community benefits agreement and where this will lie. I guess that's a question for legal. Would it be part of the MOU, which is part of this ordinance?
So generally, the community benefits are included in the plan development ordinance. So it would be included in ordinance 108023, which I believe is SP3.
So would it be included as a standalone item, or would it be included by incorporation into the MOU?
It can be either, but generally it's a condition that's included in part of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
So it would be added as an amendment to the 108-0-23.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Once again, there's no one asking to speak. Sorry, was that your, okay. No one asking to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly for a second time.
I think that you stated, Mr. DiCarlo, that Mr. Guimond, the economist, is available. I'd love to hear him cite maybe the academic studies that reference why big mega commercial events don't actually generate money for a city.
I believe he's on Zoom,
Okay.
council member. So if Tim Guimond,
Because I think that was
economist of over 35 years who lives in Evanston.
So if you could explain a little bit, that question was asked before, if you could elaborate make reference the studies that show that these large mega commercial events don't necessarily generate money for a city.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. There's a study that came out just last year that's a major survey of the literature going back to the 70s, and it looks at sports stadiums, and it looks mostly at sports events. Excuse me. It's by Bradbury, Dennis Coates, and Brad Humphreys, and I've corresponded with a couple of the authors. But there's three major reasons why sports events, sports stadiums and the events that occur there, and they could be concerts also. Three major reasons why they often have very small positive, or in some cases even negative effects, economic impacts on a city or a neighborhood or a region. They've said it three different ways. The first major effect is substitution or replacement of revenues that would have occurred in the city if the concert or the sporting event hadn't occurred. So, for example, people have finite entertainment budgets, and so if they want to go to a movie or a theater or a restaurant or a bar or all kinds of things, but they find out there's a concert or a ball game, and they go to that instead, then that's not new money to the city because they didn't do the other thing that they would have spent their entertainment dollars on. Some studies have even suggested that local residents, their spending not even be included in the benefit from the event because there's so much substitution. One of the studies estimated that 72% of the new money that came into an event was simply replacing money that would have been spent otherwise. The second effect is the crowding out. So for all the businesses in the city that aren't connected with sports or entertainment or concerts, you can think of dry cleaners, you can think of shops, bookstores, that kind of thing, and it could be citywide. They're mostly small businesses, so it's hard to track what happens to them when there's a concert or a football game. You can see all the money that comes into the stadium and the businesses right around the stadium, but spread across the city because of the congestion with parking and traffic, people decide they're not going to spend those dollars. So that's a negative that should be taken out of any benefit to the city because it also would have a multiplier attached to that, a negative multiplier. The same with the substitution effects. The third major effect is leakage of multiplier effects. So when dollars are spent in or around the stadium, those dollars go to a variety of people, but for example, Northwestern, the concert promoter, the concert talent, Levy restaurants, and the food, the drink vendors, that money is, for the most part, going to non-local businesses, and hardly any of it will be spent in Evanston. So it's as if those dollars, which could have been spent or would have been spent in downtown Evanston, instead they go out of the city. They're siphoned out of the city. And so that's a negative, and that mitigates any benefit from the concert revenues. Those are the three major effects.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first, second, or third time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed for a fourth time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Givan, for joining us. Some of the information you're sharing is really insightful, so I have a few questions to deepen my understanding. So, the studies that you're referring to, one, I'd love to, if you could share some specific studies, but it seems as though, if we were talking about a market like Chicago and saying that folks who have a limited entertainment budget are, diverting those dollars from one use to another, I think maybe that would make sense, or if we're talking about some other big city, but if we're talking about, and so I'm curious if those studies looked at venues like this, because I would imagine that, of those 28,000 people, many of them are folks who likely would not be coming to Evanston in the first place. So it seems like these would be new dollars coming in. So do you have a response to that?
Yeah, excuse me, I've got a bad cold and it's hard for me to speak, but there's a couple of responses. The first one is a lot of these studies, they're not looking at just one city or one region. They're looking at dozens or scores of them, so they can do a statistical analysis. So they'll look at, for example, 30 or 40 or 50 cities that have a stadium or have events, and then they'll compare that to other cities that don't. And all of these municipalities, they spread over a wide range of size. Other studies do focus on just specific places for, like 2 or 3 cities that have a similar something going on. Like, for example, the Seattle Supersonics, when they stopped playing basketball there, they looked at the what happened to the property values around the stadium from the loss of a team, and it turned out they went up. But you're right. For a city the size of Evanston, 78,000. First of all, you've got concert goers are from Evanston. They're also from Wilmette and other North Shore communities, and they're also probably from campus. They're probably from parts of Chicago, and maybe some people travel into the city. But those travelers, some of the studies have said that those travelers, if they're coming from out of town, they're probably attending the concert, but they're coming to the town for other reasons. They've never been to Chicago, for example. So you're right. The new money from those people, they may not stay in Evanston because they want to do other things in the area when they're here for the concert. And by the way, the study by Tripp Umbach and by Johnson for the city, they assume a very large percentage of all Evanston hotel visits are, in other words, they pretty much, the concert goers fill up our hotels. I couldn't tell from their study how much they fill them up, but it looks to me like the hotels are pretty much empty in their assumptions. In other words, nobody stays at our hotels unless there's a concert. I don't know if that helps at all. And by the way, I'm happy to send, I don't know if it would be via email, but I could send you lists of studies and, the ones that mention these kinds of things.
Yes, dreed@cityofevanston.org. Also, I'd really be curious to hear from businesses in the area if, right, some of these conditions in some regard exist from game day. So are businesses along this corridor, and maybe this is kind of a question for my colleague who represents this ward or the community to bring this back to us, but can businesses show a substantial loss on game day? Is this something we're seeing? I would imagine Mustard's Last Stand goes gangbusters on game day.
Well,
I agree with you. Mustard's Last Stand would do well, and maybe 10 Mile House is a restaurant nearby also, although they do a good business already. But so what happens is there's so many other businesses in the city, in Main Street, on Chicago Avenue, and downtown, that those I'll bet you don't do as well when there's a game day or if there would be a concert day.
I can tell you, I appreciate that, but those are assumptions, so I appreciate that. I'm going to move on, but I'll tell you, the businesses in my ward, and we are the furthest from just about as far from the stadium as you can get in the city, are excited to see this come because they think there's going to be a benefit to businesses as far as Howard. But I'm genuinely curious to see if, and this is an open call to the community, if there are businesses experiencing a loss on game day, and they're willing to open up their books and show us that, I'd be interested to see if that's playing out in the real world. And then
Council member?
Yes.
Interject one thing?
Sure.
So one way to get at this, which would be exceedingly simple if the data are available, I don't know if they are, is to try to get total tax revenue to the city.
So that I'll stop you there because I'll stop.
And you could look at game days versus non-game days.
Yes, I would have stopped you, but you said it. The reason I would have stopped you, but you made the full statement, is that our sales tax data comes in on a quarterly basis, and so we don't have day-to-day records. And it'd be nice if we did, but that'd probably be a headache for our businesses to pay on a day-to-day basis. And then lastly, to Northwestern, I'm familiar with, I do not go to concerts or football games all the time, but I am, just from a business standpoint, familiar that, for example, in Portland, I don't even know the team, but I do know that the stadium there works with a lot of local vendors. And, so, for example, if we were to look at this here in Evanston, maybe Good to Go would have a stall at the stadium, or some other Devil Dogs, which is opening up down, or not Devil Dogs, because that's Mustard's Last Stand, would maybe have or someone else, some other business locally would have stands. So are you all planning on incorporating local vendors into your operation?
It's very common for stadium operators to take local food vendors, fare, beverages, whether they're alcoholic beverages, local lemonades, whatever they might be, because the stadium provides that community, that locale presence to the visitors that might be from out of town. So 100% that's part of the operational plan for any stadium. May I just make a statement
Sure.
about economics of concerts and its economic impact? So I've got an Oxford economics study here that was published in 2021, giving significant credit to the concert industry in driving local economic impact, saying that the industry's total nationwide economic impact is $132 billion, supporting almost 1 million jobs. It also generated $55 billion in 2019. So obviously that impact from the pandemic and the resurgence of folks. Another article from Bloomberg, where 10% jump from 2019 in average ticket prices, throwing off significant travel dollars, where folks are traveling to markets to see artists and to participate in that local community and engage in the local community. So that's another major story. And then from NPR, again in this year, May of 23, highlighting Taylor Swift, which I've said publicly here before, she will not be playing at Ryan Field, but similar to the point that there are many, many artists that are looking at, or many fans that follow artists and travel to cities that they perhaps have never been to participate and experience that community and those artists. Just wanted to say that.
Yes. Thank you for that. And then I'll close with this. I think Councilmember Burns hit it right on the head when he said that in alignment with our Evanston Thrives goals, we need to make sure that when people are coming into town, these thousands of people who, as folks say, may not have it on their minds when they come here that they're going to stay here and shop or eat. What are we doing to ensure that folks are staying here to spend their dollars locally, and how can we make sure that the branding is on meeting standards to help encourage folks to know what options are available? How can we make sure that we're having local vendors at the stadium so there's more of that local capture? And then, so I think there's a lot of opportunity here for us to make sure that the economics work out. And I think that the issues that Mr. Guimond mentions are critical for us to think about as we move forward with this, and make sure that we're being intentional around addressing those concerns and addressing those, some of them, realities. Thank you.
At this time, only one member of council has requested to speak, and y'all can overrule me if you want, but from my standpoint, that's the last person I'll recognize before we move to the next item on our agenda. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you. I'm always late to the party, late to the council, but so we're talking about an open debate, we're talking about open discussion, and if statements, and two different things can be true at the same time. So you want this really nice facility, but you want them, we have a viaduct on Ridge that looks awful. And that has come up to me time and time again from my residents in the second ward. I sure would hate for everybody to pass under this awful viaduct coming to your beautiful stadium. I'm hoping we can have a discussion. Maybe the city hasn't had the right leverage, but maybe Northwestern can put some weight behind me having a discussion with Union Pacific to make that look better as a gateway. That's quite a bit of money, but that viaduct is awful, and you all know that. The city knows that. So I'm hoping to get some support from Northwestern if this moves forward. And then I've sat on a couple calls with the CTA, and they're working on the red line and the purple line. And I've said this before, you guys are looking for a stadium that is ADA accessible, and our train is not. And they are working on that, and that is important, and I think they need your support and your help in figuring out what that looks like, whether that's financial or not, but you can't utilize that. You can't use that as your part of your transportation plan unless you help them figure that out. So you need to come to the table, and I can make those introductions. I've sat on a couple of those, but that needs to happen immediately. It's the purple line. So I'm assuming they named it purple for y'all, not for me. My color's blue, we know that. So we need to, Oh, Lord, he done said, see, Jonathan, we was friends. My color is blue, black and blue. But I think those conversations have to be had in earnest because it is not accessible. There is no way for anyone who has accommodations or needs to be able to get to these concerts that we're talking about being equitable and Evanston people enjoying. They need those, and we're working on sidewalk plans. So those are two immediate asks. Some help with that viaduct and getting that looking better, because what is it if you have this nice facade and then you go inside and all the chairs are falling apart? The CTA, and then talking about the vendors, I hope that there are some concessions in these pop-ups where Evanston businesses can afford to get in and not and have maybe a sliding scale. I don't know what that looks like, but it would be very important to see Evanston businesses in there. And then because this is a community effort, some of the branding, in my opinion, needs to be community branding, not just Northwestern. I need to see Evanston something in there. I need to see ETHS in there. I need to see District 65 in there. So I know there's plazas. I know there's going to be walls and wraparounds. If you want the city to be part of it, then the city has to be part of it inside and out. So I don't know what that looks like, and that doesn't necessarily have financial implications. It may or may not. But that would be important that the community, if this goes forward, sees we were partners, that it was not just a Northwestern initiative, that Evanston is stakeholding in that as well. I'm done.
Well, it's still October 30th. Is there a motion on item SP3?
Move item SP3, which is ordinance 108-023, granting a special use for the planned development for a stadium on property located at 1501 Central Street in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District. For introduction.
I will second.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of ordinance 108-0-23 for introduction. Councilmember Revelle, I believe. Is that correct? Seconds. Is there any discussion? We'll begin with Councilmember Kelly, followed by Burns.
That's okay. I'm going to pass for the moment.
Councilmember Burns. Sorry, Councilmember, we're going to work on unmuting you here.
Perfect. There it is. Just wanted to kind of reemphasize that looking forward to having a discussion, continuing discussion with the community about the community benefits agreement and just the financial and other benefits as part of this. Everybody may not know, but I actually grew up directly across the street from Northwestern Stadium. I've said this during public meetings, ward meetings, et cetera, that I understand how the neighborhood changes for better or worse on game day. And I know what it's like to walk out and see beer cans on the ledge. But I've also, I think, seen a change for Northwestern in trying to address that, especially in recently and also around this issue. And so I just want to say that I kind of got riled up by some of the things I heard earlier, but I want to make sure that folks understand that I think out of probably anybody on this council, having grown up there since I was young, I understand how this could potentially impact the neighborhood. I'm not trying to minimize that at all. I am trying to say, let's use this time wisely to work on ways to address those concerns around noise, parking, et cetera. Again, public comment took some time, so I have a lot of questions about parking, a lot of questions about noise mitigation. I heard a bit of that earlier today. So again, I'm going to probe deeply into some of these questions that I have and concerns that I have in between meeting, and I'll bring it back up at the next meeting. But I understand what the concerns are, and I want to do my best to try to address them to the best of our ability. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly?
So I guess I had a couple of questions. One about just process, that I thought that the zoning amendment, I'm just looking at 6348, before any action is taken on the special use, plan development, or variation, as the case may be, the council shall first act to approve with modifications or disapprove the petition for amendment of the zoning ordinance. Because we're not doing that first, right? We're doing the plan development.
I'm not following your question, but I don't know if the Legal Corporation Council.
I thought that we had to, I'm reading from our code 6348 that I thought we would be voting first. I know on our agenda it has the build first and then the zoning amendment. So my question is, are we going in the right order according to our code?
I'm sorry, point of order. What is your question?
So
What do you believe should be happening?
So, well, I'll read it. 6348, coordinated review and approval of an amendment and special use and a variation. It says that whenever, in conjunction with a petition for an amendment to the zoning ordinance, an applicant files an application for special use or variation, such applications may be combined and reviewed simultaneously. A meeting of the Land Use Commission shall be held to hear the combined applications. And it goes on and it says the city council may also combine the applications and review them simultaneously before any action is taken on the special use, plan development, or variation. As the case may be, the city council shall first act to approve with modification or disapprove the petition for the zoning ordinance. So my question is, I imagine that there's a purpose
You believe
to
we
that
should
order.
be taking up SP4 first?
Well, I'm just asking.
So can we hear from the Corporation Council?
I was given time.
I apologize. It's a little late in the evening.
Little.
Or I guess
Early in the morning now.
Yeah, early in the morning. Happy Halloween. Staff, have you dealt with this provision previously? Okay. I mean, I do agree. I think, unfortunately, this provision is a little bit vague on what type of zoning ordinance amendment, but because we do have a text amendment and a plan development special use, according to this, the text amendment should come first.
I move that we table item SP3 and take up item SP4.
Why doesn't whoever made the motion just withdraw it?
I just wondered if staff could explain the purpose of this. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason if it's in our code.
Good evening or morning. Megan Jones, Neighborhood and Land Use Planner. Typically when we see combined applications, when it's, say, a text amendment and a special use, the text amendment will be something that is changing the code to allow a special use. So without that special use, or excuse me, without that text amendment, the special use would not even be able to occur. In this case, it's a little different because the plan development or the special use for the plan development and the text amendment, each of those could stand alone. So the plan development could still go forward without approval of the text amendment first, and vice versa, the text amendment could go forward without having the plan development be reviewed first. So at this point, I guess it's really up to what City Council would like to do with regards to the order.
I will remove my motion on item SP3, and I will move item, which, I mean, all the same, but I will move SP4, Ordinance 107023, amending Section 6, or Title 6, Chapter 15, 7.2 of the City Code, permitted uses in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Councilmember Reed withdraws the previous motion and moves passage for introduction of Ordinance 107-0-23. Councilmember Newsma seconds that motion. Is there any discussion on the new motion? I'll delete the speaking cue that I had for obvious reasons. So we begin with Councilmember Reed.
Thank you. To the specific, to SP4, the amendment, I plan on voting yes today for this. I certainly, from Northwestern, want to see an updated community benefits agreement. But we have 3 weeks before we need to finalize that. So I'm going to be voting yes today on this, and certainly look forward to meeting with the community to have a discussion about how to improve that community benefits agreement. The lens that I'm using to come to this decision is, as folks said, I mean, I don't care whether Northwestern has the money to pay for the stadium with or without 6 games. That's not my major concern. My concern is for the taxpayers in the 8th Ward, for the residents of the 8th Ward, and the entire city of Evanston, that this year we have a $4.5 million budget deficit. We project that deficit going on for years to come. $5 million a year to the city that, maybe part of it would be there. Maybe Northwestern would continue giving $1 million a year. Maybe they'd raise it to $1.5 million a year. But $5 million a year guaranteed to the city of Evanston is money that we desperately need. And I think the concerns in the neighborhood around parking, around trash, economic impact, I think all of those concerns can be addressed with smart planning. But I'm looking for someone to show me a plan that brings in this much revenue for the city of Evanston that does not require raising taxes or fees on Evanston residents, and I just haven't seen it. And also, again, like I said, the stadium is, as folks are saying, is likely going to exist one way or another. And so if that stadium is going to exist, and if that stadium is not going to be on the tax rolls, I don't want to see that stadium that's taken up, I don't know how much land, over an acre of land, a couple acres of land. I don't want to see that stadium, the parking lot and the stadium itself sitting empty. Mostly, it's still going to be sitting empty, quite a bit, or underutilized quite a bit. But by getting greater utilization out of this parcel of land, this makes our city more efficient. This brings in tons of opportunity that we discussed earlier. And for that reason, this makes sense to me, particularly when coupled with a strong community benefits agreement, which I still think there's work to do on this. But I think we are heading in the right direction. And so today I'm going to be voting yes, and I encourage my colleagues to, and I encourage my colleagues also to ensure that we are getting as much revenue out of this as possible. Just by charging a surcharge on parking, we can get an extra $1 million, whether they agree to it or not. And I think this is a great opportunity, again, thinking about that budget deficit and how can we ensure that we do not have to raise property taxes on our residents next year or the year after, and how can we make sure that we are shoring up the city's coffers. And this, to me, is one great way to do that that is not regressive. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's getting late. Forgive me if I'm not quite as coherent as I might have been 3 hours ago, which would have been super eloquent. Everyone would have been amazed. Bottom line for me is I think concerts are going to be a good thing for our community. There might be some economic benefit directly tied to the concerts. I don't think the naysayers I don't think the reality is quite as bleak as the naysayers are alleging. And I'll concede that the benefits might not be quite as robust as the proponents suggest they might be. What makes this really attractive to me is kind of putting Evanston on the map. And we have a challenge in our community. Downtown Evanston is hurting because of office workers have abandoned their offices in large numbers. And we're going to have to reinvent ourselves as a community in a post-COVID economy, in an economy that is really challenging for retailers of all stripes who don't have a major online presence. So we need to lean into our strengths if we are going to emerge into a prosperous 21st century. And I think we have undeniable strengths in arts and culture and entertainment. In music alone, we've got space, we've got out of space, we've got the Music Institute. We do a great job of growing talent here in Evanston. We export talent to the world, to New York, to Los Angeles, to Atlanta. I would like to bring some of that energy home and have the world come to us for once. And I like the idea of having concerts in Evanston because the kid who I was, a kid growing up in the western suburbs, I had never heard of Evanston until my friend went to Northwestern, which is when I got my first parking ticket when I went to visit them. I was a kid who was going to concerts, was listening to the radio, and would go places and do things because I was aware that that was a possibility. And so I think putting Evanston on the map and the attraction that having concerts will bring to Evanston, it goes well beyond just the people coming to the concerts. It's the intangible benefits that to me are almost as exciting. And these are benefits that are going to accrue to the entire community. Downtown, which I'm specifically concerned about as a council member who represents a large portion of downtown. But I want to also acknowledge that there are going to be impacts that are felt disproportionately by the neighbors immediately surrounding the stadium. It would be disingenuous to suggest otherwise. On balance, to me, the benefit to the entire community is so significant that what it boils down to is I'm comfortable asking those neighbors to tolerate some inconvenience for up to 6 days a year. And if I'm looking at this from a Fourth Ward perspective, there are an awful lot of inconveniences that downtown area residents have to tolerate for the good of the community at large. And so I'm asking the residents of the 7th Ward to accept that for the greater good. But I also want to make sure we are doing whatever we can to minimize those inconveniences and putting whatever guardrails and guidelines in place to ensure that the end of Western civilization, as we know it in the 7th Ward, does not occur. So I'm prepared to make a motion to add some restrictions and some regulations on concert volume, on the duration of concerts, on the public safety issues. I might want to hold off on doing that for a few minutes so other folks can have their initial crack at the piñata here.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Thank you. I just want to clarify something with legal counsel. You've analyzed this, and it is your opinion that this does not require a supermajority?
That's correct. This is a text amendment, not a map amendment, so it does not require a supermajority.
Okay, but you're in receipt of the rationale that some of the opponents have for why this may not, and it's your opinion that this requires a simple majority?
That's correct. My department for several years has looked into this issue as it has come up, and it is our view that this is a text amendment as it stands.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yeah, can you explain why you feel that this isn't the same as a map amendment? I mean, this is a single district in a single U2 zone. There are no other districts that are zoned as a U2, and these are drastic changes to the, of the use that completely conflict with the purpose of a U2 zone. I mean, in essence, we are creating a new zone here. So I don't understand how this can't be considered. This is the same as a map. You could call it now a new zone. It could be a Z25 zone, but we are drastically changing the use, and this is the only one. So, and that's it specifically says, it's about site-specific, affecting a property that's site-specific, and this is very site-specific. We're not changing U2 zones scattered throughout the city. It's only this one 29 or 28 acre district. So to me, and I think that, we're relatively silent on map, but I think the state is very clear on what a map amendment is. So, I don't know why we would not, I think did the groups in opposition collect more than 30%, I think, right? More than 50% signatures of people living within 500 feet. I mean, I feel like what we're really setting ourselves up for is generational litigation. I mean, I don't know why we would not accept those signatures and recognize that this is, in fact, the same as a map amendment. We're not like just tweaking this a little bit. These are drastic changes.
So I think the answer to that is twofold. One, while this is the only property contained in the U2 district, the city of Evanston could have other U2 districts. If another university moved into the city, it could apply to have a U2 district zone. And if we did add another U2 district, then that would be a map amendment. And then looking at it, the city of Evanston city code doesn't specifically define map amendment or text amendment. So generally, when attorneys are interpreting legislation and there's not a definition, we look to the simple definition of the words. A map amendment would amend the map of the zoning code. A text amendment amends the text of the zoning. So when we look at this, the zoning application by Northwestern requests that a text of the U2 district as a whole is amended to add performance entertainment venues. There's no new zoning district created, nor are the boundaries of the U2 being amended. So that is why the city's law department for many years has viewed this as a text amendment.
Thank you. So under what circumstances, what would have to, in order for this to no longer qualify as a U2 district? Where's the line?
I'm sorry, can you?
So, I mean, this is no longer, this does not resemble anymore what the purpose of a U2 district, right? So we're changing the zone here. I mean, we're really changing it. We could call it something else because of the nature of the drastic, changes that we're making to the use that conflict with the purpose. I mean, we could, why couldn't we just say, yeah, we're changing it entirely, so it's no longer U2, now it's M3.
So we could do that. Again, it would be a change to the text of the zoning. It wouldn't be a change to the map.
But if we called it a new zone, it would be, if it were no longer U2.
If we were creating a new zone district, yes.
Right, why couldn't that be the case here?
Because we'd be changing the zone. We'd be changing it from U2 to M3 or
Right,
whatever.
well, that's what I'm saying. Where's the line? Where do you draw the line? Are we not changing?
If we are changing the text that is describing an existing zoning classification, that's a text amendment. If we are changing the actual map, if we're changing it from R1 to R5 or
But
whatever
there
the
are
case.
no other U2 zones. There are no other ones. So we're not isolating this one among U2 zones. This is a single site, and that's what makes it a map amendment.
No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. There are no other U2 zones. But as our corporation counsel said, there could be other U2 zones. And right now, we're just changing the text.
Councilmember Reed, Councilmember Kelly has the floor. If you,
Yeah, so, I think that we are in fact changing the nature of the zone. We're creating a new type of a zone, and we can leave it and continue to call it U2 if we want, or we could call it something else, but it's no longer going to resemble, it's no longer going to be the same zone that it was created because the very, critical changes that are happening here. I think, I think we should respect the signatures, the more than 50% of the property owners that live within 500 feet. I think it's a mistake for us not to. I think, it's our fiduciary responsibility to serve our residents, and I think for this to be such, I just question whether we're going to hold up in court, and I don't think it's that clear. I think it's clear to me, but I think to err on the other side of going to court over this, we should be erring on the side of doing what's best by our residents. More than 50% have signed a petition, property owners within that distance. And again, because this is a singular site, this is one site that's changing radically, I think that makes it, constitutes it as a map amendment.
I think when you're looking at a zoning or a rezoning, and we have this happen a lot, where an applicant comes in and they want to do something different with their current zoning, then the staff has to look at what is the primary purpose of the property. Is it still zoning compliant with the primary purpose? So I think looking at the text amendment as applied, the primary purpose stays substantially the same, while there are new added allowances, and under the special use, the primary purpose of the U2 district still remains.
So the primary use is drastically changed because now it's becoming, commercial venue for large concerts. So the primary use is drastically changing.
Well, but it's 6 concerts per year. There's far more events that have already been allotted under the special use.
But that's a drastic change. The six large-scale concerts as well as other commercial use.
I guess it's the interpretation of my department and city staff that it does not substantially change the zoning of the U2 district.
Okay, so then I would disagree. I think this is a substantial change to the zoning of the U2 district, and it requires, and this would be the equivalent, you can call it both a text and a map amendment. I think it's both because of the single site. I think this city needs to do right by its residents and honor the more than 50% of the property owners within 500 feet, and this calls for a supermajority vote.
Councilmember Ravel.
At 12:20. So I'm switching gears here. So in deciding whether or not to approve a text amendment to our zoning code, our city code requires that we consider several standards, four standards in particular, in effect. The first, is it consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan? And specifically, the plan calls for, quote, "a balance between institutional needs and the quality of surrounding neighborhoods." It encourages support of, quote, "the growth and evolution of institutions so long as the growth does not have an adverse impact on the residentially zoned adjacent neighborhoods." And so I believe that amending the zoning code to allow a number of large commercial concerts to be held annually in the rebuilt Ryan Field would erode the essential residential character of the surrounding neighborhoods, and it would undermine the protections that our zoning code has provided to neighborhood residents for decades. Residents knew when they were moving into a neighborhood with a football stadium that they were, going to have football games, and they've learned to cope with the crowds and the noise of football games, but they did not choose to live near a concert venue attended by 28,500 people. The second standard that we need to consider, is it compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the stadium property? And I believe it would increase the intensity of use of the U2 district, bringing increased noise and traffic congestion, and it would turn residents living blocks away from the stadium into an unwilling concert audience. This will be an open-air stadium, and loud concert sound will inevitably reach far into the neighborhoods. The third standard, I don't feel like I have the expertise to really evaluate. Will the proposed amendment have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent property? But I have to say, I have definitely heard from residents who have already met with real estate agents and are exploring moving away if the concerts are approved. So I have to think that that's going to have some kind of a negative impact on property values. And anyway, the fourth standard, are the public facilities and services adequate for the proposed expanded uses? So in my view, the proposed amendment attempts to shoehorn a 28,500 person concert venue into a stadium with minimal on-site parking. The proposed parking plan, I believe, is totally unrealistic and inadequate for the number of attendees that are going to be coming to these concerts. Relying as it does on, 100 plus shuttle runs to bring concert goers to the stadium, and then 200 plus shuttle runs to take them back to their cars in the downtown. The constant parade of shuttle buses, I can't quite picture how that's going to work. And I think that's maybe everything. So basically, my conclusion is that the proposed text amendment does not meet the standards that we are required to consider, and we're required to consider that the amendment does meet those standards in order to give it our approval. But since I can't support it, given that it does, in my view, does not meet the standards.
At this time, no one is requesting to speak for a first time, so we go back to Councilmember Reed with a minute left.
Thank you. Just a few, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So one, Councilmember Kelly mentioned a petition. Was the clerk's office in receipt of that petition? I'm seeing the clerk shake her head no.
Well, it was hand-delivered.
You hand-delivered it to our office?
Yes, I hand-delivered it on September 1st.
Okay. Yes, that petition was delivered to the office. It's the same petition that came in the packet
Okay.
in the land use committee.
And then did the clerk's office verify its validity? Did the clerk's office ensure that?
No, we didn't have an opportunity to verify all the addresses.
No worries. And it was submitted on September 1st, is what I'm hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'll just respond to Councilmember Revelle. One, I'd say that we are to consider those factors. And I've considered them. I hope everyone else has. And as I stated earlier, I would weigh the benefit of the revenue, particularly the $5 million a year, given our budget constraints, over what I believe are concerns around parking and trash and sound that can be addressed in the area. Number 3, the value of the property. Someone sent us.
I want to say your time is up, so I'm going to ask you to begin
Okay, I
to wind
will
down.
wrap up here. The value of the property, there's someone who sent us some analysis. I did not verify it myself, but it seemed interesting that there are a number of folks who have engaged in the process of selling their property since this project has been announced. And those 5 houses sold above market, or above their asking price. So I think there's plenty of opportunity for that to continue to happen, and I'd be interested in watching this after if this passes. And then lastly, for parking, which you mentioned is kind of the main concern for your for the infrastructure. Again, I would encourage us to look at ways that the city can nudge people away from driving to this stadium. And I think a parking surcharge is one of those. I never drive downtown because I don't own a car, but when I did own a car, because the parking costs too much. And there are plenty of venues and places that I go nearby where taking public transit makes much more sense because of the cost of parking, or alternative modes of transportation. So I would encourage us to try to solve that issue. And when I weigh that concern, I think we do have the proper infrastructure, and I think we need to use our legislative power to more adequately address those concerns. I did consider that, and I thank you for reminding all of us of that. And my conclusion was I support this project.
Again, there's no one asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to Councilmember Newsman with 30 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I'm going to make a motion to amend this ordinance, which is 107-023, to add a bunch of provisions. It's going to take some time to read through these. I have hard copies for folks, so maybe we take a minute to distribute these hard copies. And this, to council, this is in an email I sent at 9:07 p.m. The subject of the email is motion on SP4 to add regulations to concerts.
Councilmember Nusma moves to amend Ordinance 107-0-23 as described in a document he is handing out that was also emailed to City Council on a whole different day. Councilmember Revelle seconds, and in a moment we'll hear a verbal description from Councilmember Nusma about this amendment. I do think for folks in receipt of the amendment, there's a few. If I'm of the email, I should say, if I'm understanding the email properly, the PDF document is the place that has the proposal, and the Word document has like a lot of stuff, maybe including the proposal, but also other stuff that's not the proposal. So I think the PDF might be a safer place to look.
The PDF is the cleaned up final version.
And are you moving this all, point of information, are you moving these all as one? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, just to keep it simple, let's move it all as one. And now I've handed away all my copies, so give me a second. All right, so really quickly, I got it on the screen here. Thank you, though. Another art. Okay. Okay, I'll read through this fairly quickly. Number one, to add an administrative process to the U2 district that includes mandatory logistics meetings between the city of Evanston and Northwestern before each concert event, and make sure that's required. This meeting would also include relevant agencies and concert staff that will support the implementation of the transportation management and concert operations plans. Many other communities require a permit. This is the kind of conversation that goes into a permit. So fairly standard requirement here. And this is already happening on a regular basis for football games. Number two, add additional standards, enforcement, and penalty provisions to the U2 district to mitigate potential land use impacts as outlined below. I guess we'll get to that. Number three, adding a provision to a U2 district that clarifies if a concert is delayed or canceled due to weather or force majeure, it could be rescheduled. It doesn't count. If a concert doesn't happen, it doesn't count towards the 6. Number 4, add a provision to the U2 district that establishes the authority for the mayor to grant a waiver in the case of a delay due to weather or force majeure to the additional standards, enforcement, and penalty provisions below. We're calling this the Tom Petty clause. Apparently, Tom Petty started 45 minutes late once in Austin because of a rainstorm, and the mayor of Austin had to give him approval to carry on. Okay, so now to some penalties. First section is sound standard. Number 1, the sound limitation. This is talking about volume. The sound levels during concert events shall not exceed an average of 80 decibels at specified locations. And number 2, curfew. This is when the concerts are supposed to end, and all sound systems shall be off by 10 p.m. Sundays through Thursdays, 10:15 p.m. Fridays, Saturdays, and days before holidays. I'm paraphrasing a little bit here. No evening concerts would be permitted during weekdays from Labor Day to Memorial Day, so essentially the school year, without specific approval from the city as specified within the Memorandum of Understanding. How will those be enforced? A noise monitoring system shall be installed by Northwestern at the property line surrounding the stadium and within 1,000 feet throughout the adjacent residential neighborhoods. Evanston Police Department shall receive the output and monitor compliance. The location of the noise monitoring system and ongoing maintenance and calibration shall be determined within the MOU, which will be negotiated between the city and Northwestern. So what are the penalties if this requirement is not met? If the volume, if the sound level requirement of 80 decibels at the property line or in the determined locations is exceeded, there will be a $50,000 fine per event. Fines for curfew. If the concert goes overtime, I'm proposing the 15-minute grace period. Actually, let me put it this way. I'm proposing $2,000 a minute fine be levied if the concert goes overtime. I'm willing to grant a grace period of 15 minutes, and if the concert ends before that 15 minutes of extra time, no penalty would be assessed. But as soon as 15 minutes hits, the entire then accumulated $30,000 would be owed, and each additional minute would cost an additional $2,000. Next item is parking standards. The requirement here is that Northwestern will provide 2 parking officials to monitor parking before, during, and after the events. The enforcement is 2 parking enforcement staff shall be provided by the city for events at Northwestern's expense. The city will document the number of parking tickets within 1,000 feet of the U2 zone before, during, and after the concert. And give that report to Northwestern. If parking tickets associated with concert events exceed a baseline average by more than 50%, then additional parking officials may be required as part of the concert plan. And the baseline parking tickets and exactly what we define as the baseline will be determined within the Memorandum of Understanding. The penalty there is if the requirement is for Northwestern to provide extra parking officials. If they fail to do so, there's a $25,000 fine. Next one is traffic standards. The requirement is that intersections within 1,000 feet shall return to baseline traffic counts within 1 hour of the concert, of the end of the concert. Enforcement will be via traffic counters and police personnel supplied at Northwestern's expense and deployed by the City of Evanston before, during, and after the concerts. Precise locations and the timing of the deployment and the baseline traffic counts will be determined in the Memorandum of Understanding. The penalty for violating the traffic standard would be $25,000 per event. And the last item here is public safety and nuisances. The requirement is for Northwestern to provide 3 police officers or private security personnel approved by the city to address potential public safety impacts before, during, and after the event. Enforcement will be via the city of Evanston documenting the number of substantiated 911 calls within 1,000 feet of the U2 zone before, during, and after the event. And if the number of substantiated calls exceeds the average by more than 50% of the baseline, the city could require additional police officers or private security personnel, again at Northwestern's expense, to be deployed. And again, the baseline would be negotiated in the memorandum of understanding. Penalty for noncompliance, and again, noncompliance is Northwestern failing to provide additional police or security, would be $25,000 per event. So that is it in a nutshell. I think this is it goes a long way towards addressing some of the concerns of the community that the quality of life will be unduly impacted. You know, we have fairly onerous penalties for sound and these other items, and the intent here is for these penalties never to be levied. We're not looking at this as a potential revenue opportunity. If the guitar solo goes half an hour long, that would be a bad thing. We want to hold Northwestern accountable for what they have said was the case, that the concert industry is used to hard stops, is used to curfews. The artists, the promoters are accustomed to dealing with that. And what we're doing here is holding them accountable for what they have said is common practice in the industry. So that's the motion.
Okay. No one is asking to speak for the first time, but lots of people are asking to speak. We begin with Councilmember Kelly with 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, if you witness what just happened, I let Councilmember Russo go way over. So
Okay, thank you.
there's a bit of a
All right.
precedent here, but
Thank you. Well,
but yeah,
first, just a quick question.
yes.
So, Jonathan, who wrote that, and what's it based on? Is it modeled after something? What you just submitted?
This was
that long?
prepared with input from staff based on research that they had done on industry standards in other communities.
Staff drafted this amendment?
Staff drafted this, yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I have a couple. First, I agree with Councilmember Ravel. I concur with the Land Use Commission with their 7-2 vote. I mean, it's worth noting that 6 of those 9 members felt that this ordinance didn't meet any of the standards, any of them. I think I also want to mention this list. I don't know, Councilmember Reed, you're mentioning your businesses. This is a really robust list of businesses, many legacy businesses from Central Street, 60 of them that signed in opposition to this, and I'm quite certain that's based on the impact just from game days that they've had. So I think they're in opposition based on experience. So this is very significant. And finally, I want to say that I really feel like we were thrown this MOU by Northwestern. Again, I saw it at 4 o'clock, barely have read it, and now Jonathan Newsman is giving us this long, this is like a redux of what happened at the Land Use Commission, where it just feels like a sort of a wholesale deprivation of due process. I mean, we should not be making decisions like this on the fly for something that so seriously is going to impact our community. That's absurd. It's wrong. So we should not be voting on this evening like this. It feels reckless, disrespectful, and irresponsible. We should have time to digest this, process these, and then come back. We should not be voting on this evening. And by the way, I mean, Northwestern themselves have made it very clear that they don't need the concerts to go forward with the stadium. We can vote on this after they build their stadium. I mean, let's table this till they get their stadium built and then visit it then. I mean, there's just no point in us voting on this right now when we can't properly assess sound or anything else, and there's no need for us to vote on this now. Thank you.
Again, no one is asking to speak for the first. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to agree with Councilmember Revelle and Councilmember Kelly on this issue. And I agree with the Land Use Commission. Anyone who's known me during my time here on the council knows that I have always been a staunch supporter of our zoning ordinance and recognize that we have the zoning that we have for very particular reasons. And when we disturb one piece of the zoning in a dramatic way, that ripples through the city. I've said that many other times before. For all of the reasons that Councilmember Revelle, the standards that she just walked us through, I don't believe that that these concerts meet those standards. It would be a dramatic change in this community. I also fundamentally don't think that the traffic implementation plan works. It has potential for failure in it as soon as people decide they're not going to take public transportation, and then suddenly we have more people parking or using Uber or Lyft, and then how do they adjust for the shuttle buses? So I think the assumptions that were made about the transportation plan are flawed, and they don't have enough redundancy in them to make this not have a terrible impact on the community. I agree, everyone moved here knowing there was a football stadium there, and they've accepted what that means in their lives, but it doesn't mean that they decided to move into the United Stadium parking lot. I think I thank you, Councilmember Newsma, for trying to limit the sound ordinance, but the noise is going to bounce around and be part of people's lives, whether they like it or not. And I don't think the sound from a football game is dramatically different from a concert. And that my own daughter had a wonderful time at Taylor Swift sitting outside Soldier Field. She heard everything, and I think you hear that at many concert venues, that you can hear the music without ever having to pay for a ticket. So for all of these reasons, I can't support the concerts. I do support the rebuilding of the stadium. I think that it will be a beautiful new stadium, but I don't think that Northwestern has met the burden in our zoning ordinance. So I can't support the concerts.
Councilmember Burns.
I'm going to hold off. I'm good. Thank you, Chip.
In that case, there's no one asking to speak for the first time, so we go back to second cracks, starting with Councilmember Sufferton with 4:45 left.
Sure. I guess there's a question for Jonathan. Who on staff drafted it? Land use staff, legal staff? Usually these are attached to a memo, so we know who wrote it.
Good evening. So in the staff memo, there were alternatives proposed, and what Councilmember Newsma just introduced was prepared by staff in community development and the legal team.
Okay, and so the research, can you speak to the research that was done on it?
Sure. We looked into several communities that have concert venues, special event permitting processes, to be able to understand some of the parameters.
Can you give an example of the communities?
So we looked at, for example, Wrigley Field and some of the provisions that they have there. Forest Hill was another. The city of Boston was another example. And there are others if you'd like.
And were you looking at comparable stadium design or just concert venues with noise ordinances?
So some of them are within residential areas. Some of them are not within residential areas. So I would say it's a mixed bag. There are examples that are adjacent to, they have different end times, they have curfews, they have noise limitations. So a lot of it is baked into city ordinances, municipal code.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
So still there's no one asking to speak for the first time, so we'll go back to Councilmember Revelle with 1:20 left.
Well, excuse me, I I support the amendment from Councilmember Nusma to try to put in some safeguards, but in the 7th Ward, I have a wonderful professional sound expert who has a lot of contacts in the concert industry, and he's reported to me on many occasions that you can set up these penalties as much as you want, but they really don't, the performers don't pay any attention and they're happy either themselves or to let the host entity pay the fines. So they'll blow past the sound limit, they'll blow past the closing time for the concert. So it may turn into a revenue source for the city. But I don't think they're going to really solve the problem about the unwanted concert sound in the neighborhoods.
At this time, no one is asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go back for third cracks to Councilmember Reed. Your 5 minutes are up. Again, we're being, I think, appropriately lenient, but it's 12:45, and I would ask you to be
12:45.
Cautious.
Yep. Let's do this for the budget. I am supportive of most of the changes here. What I am uncomfortable with is the 80, it says dBA here, but I'm sure in the actual change decibel limit. I don't know, has the Northwestern team seen this? And are you all okay with this? Because this council worked on a noise ordinance a few, I don't know, at this point, maybe a few years ago, that's still in limbo. And I had businesses in my ward who were concerned about the limits that we were setting, and I think we were setting an 80 decibel limit. And Officer Brooks from the Community Policing Unit and Officer, former Officer McCrae, we went out and stood in front of Good to Go on Howard Street, and just standing on Howard Street was 80 decibels. That's just from cars going by. And so I'm just unsure how, and that was, separate of, I think standing in the alley behind Good to Go was still, 60, 70 decibels away from the street. And so I'm just unsure how we're actually going to enforce this. And as Councilmember Harris, who is our resident concert goer, knows, I think this is a hard standard to enforce. And so I would appreciate if this was separated out and if we put some more thought, because certainly if the specified location is the lot line, you're going to get the road, making 80 decibels worth of noise.
If I could just offer a point of clarification, the way we've drafted this, the sound shall not exceed an average of 80 decibels. Right, so it's over time, and it sounds like you want to make it. Sorry, Siri. It sounds like you want to loosen the requirements.
I wouldn't call it loosening. I would. I don't think we should use a decibel standard for this. I think there should be some other standard that, and there isn't. It's hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my motion as is.
Well, I'm curious to hear from Northwestern. Yeah, if you all have put any thought into this, because I don't want to set this up as just a source of revenue where we're hitting you with $50,000 fines for consistently being over 80 decibels. And again, I'm just not even sure how we measure this with roads. Have you seen this before? Are you fine with this?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Reed. If you can you respectfully give us 5 minutes to consult with just our team of experts here outside? We'll come back in and let you know our thoughts on this. Is that okay?
If we have 5 minutes, but
or less.
It's fine with me. It's fine with me, but I don't control the process.
Continue the discussion, and if you could just be as quick as possible. So we'll move on to the next person. Councilmember, is that Councilmember Reed? Should we move on to the next person and then come back to you when they're back in the room?
Yeah, I also just want to raise, I'm just really interested in seeing what some of the traffic standard 1 hour, shall return to baseline 1 hour, within 1 hour of the end of the concert. I just want to know more about what that baseline is. I understand that it will be in the MOU, and as well as the, police officer baseline. I mean, 911 calls, I think, and substantiated. What does substantiated mean? Does that mean someone has gone to court and a judge or an administrator has said this person is guilty, or does substantiated mean that a police officer just said that? I don't know what substantiated means in this case. So I don't know if who wants to respond to that. And are these ordinances, particularly is the 911 call metric or the traffic metric, or do those exist in other ordinances?
So those do not, in our research, exist in other ordinances. The intent of the language would be that the baselines would be established, what that metric would be as part of the MOU. And so that's something that would need to be further discussed and negotiated between the city and Northwestern. I think, it could be tied to like game day averages is one option for baseline for parking citations within the surrounding neighborhood. Similarly, that same baseline could be used for traffic counts. So looking at what baseline average traffic counts would be at intersections during game days, before, during, after, could be an option. But again, I think the intent would be that would be further negotiated between the city and Northwestern.
Okay, and I guess from our law department, I don't know how this goes into the ordinance. If this is going to be, if the details are going to be in the MOU, what are we putting in the ordinance?
So I think often we put in zoning and ordinances this provision that the details will be determined at a later date. So the metrics, I think, are something that can easily be established and we can place in the MOU, but the fines are what's important here. And the fines are within the ordinance and they're abundantly clear.
Okay, the fines make sense to be in the ordinance. Okay, do we have a response from NU?
So I think, again, a quick reaction here. Consulted with CAA Icon, who's our project owner's rep on this one, and believe that this is something that can be achieved. I'll let him explain why.
In the interest of time, I don't even need an explanation as to why. If you guys are fine with it, I don't care.
There we go.
So.
Okay.
Still no one's asking to speak for a first or second time, so we go to a third crack to Councilmember Kelly. Again, your time has expired. Of course, go ahead. I just wanted us to all be conscious of the hour.
Sure. I just, the CBA, I feel very strongly about. We need to have time to really flesh it out and understand it and contemplate it and check in with residents. But that should be tied to the rebuild and only to the rebuild. So I just want to say I think we should, move forward to continue looking at that, but that should not be tied to, as is stated in our zoning code, it's tied to the plan development. So I just want to make that point, that everything that we're talking about in terms of an MOU benefits, we certainly should be discussing that and having a signed agreement prior to voting for the build for the new stadium. That's all. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on the motion made by Councilmember Nusma to amend Ordinance 107-0-23 with these penalties and stuff?
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is amended. And now, seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please, Councilmember Kelly for a fourth crack.
So I'd like to move to table this item, since it's been made clear that Northwestern really doesn't need these events and the zoning change. For the build, I think we should table this until the stadium is built, and then come back and develop an MOU for the build.
So you're moving to table it until when exactly?
Until the stadium is built.
Point of order, our rules require a date certain.
Can you give me an approximate date? You said 3 years?
I'll give you one. First meeting in January 2027.
Okay.
Councilmember Kelly moves to table this item to the first meeting of January 2027. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion. That's a long way off, but okay.
Councilmember Sufferton seconds the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Is your light on for this, Councilmember?
Yeah.
Councilmember Reed.
I just encourage my colleagues not to vote for the motion to table to date that far out.
Well, I just think there's no reason not to, right? I mean, we can still move forward with an MOU. We can ask for all the benefits that we're discussing and more with the build. And Northwestern can still build its stadium. I don't know why we feel we have to. There's no reason we have to vote right now on this controversial.
Thank you. And so I'm curious about, from legal, this doesn't require a supermajority. This is a special order of business. I know, so obviously it couldn't be held, but is this a regular threshold for tabling? Which means, was that a majority vote, or is this a 2/3 vote? Simple majority, okay.
I believe it's a regular motion to table.
Yep, okay.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to table this until 2027?
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris? No. Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Nusma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
With 1 voting in favor and 7 voting against, the motion does not carry and the item is not tabled. And now, seeing no further lights, would the clerk take the roll on the amended 107-0-23?
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? No. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton? Oh, Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
With 4 voting in favor and 4 voting against, there's a tie. As the mayor, I break the tie. I vote in the affirmative, and with 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries. The item passes for introduction and will be on the regular city council agenda on November 13th. Now, is there a motion relative to item SP3?
I move item SP3, ordinance 108-023, granting a special use for a planned development for a stadium on property located at 1501 Central Street in the U2 University Athletic Facilities District.
Councilmember Reed moves passage of ordinance 108-0-23 for introduction. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ravel.
I hate to be doing this at so late at night. I would actually like to make an amendment and add one more condition. And this would be, oh boy. It's in, I'm sorry. It's too late. It's in the section that talks about the sustainability plan. I mean, we're in a climate emergency, and I just want to mention that recently there was a recent invited address to the Northwestern community by Arthur Aaron from UCSD, and he stressed the need to eliminate the use of fossil fuels right now and not on some glide path to 2050 or 2040. So condition 14 provides for either an all-electric net zero building or a pathway to new net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040 where feasible. I mean, I think we need to be much stronger than just trying to be saying we're going to do what's feasible. We need to set ourselves goals and commit to meeting them. And so I guess the amendment I'd like to make is to the section on operations, and that we include that the transportation management plan and the proposed use of hundreds of shuttle buses should be addressed in the, well, eliminate the shuttle buses in the operations section. And I mean, basically, I'd like to see the university commit to not using carbon dioxide emitting buses. And there'll be at least 3 years until there's going to be any concerts, so it's time for the university to make arrangements for a fleet of electric buses for concert goers and for regular football fans too. So I don't think I have the specific language. I'm sorry. Let me see what I can do.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Ravel moves to mandate all electric buses and maybe some other stuff too.
Well, I think what I'm mostly saying that we should add the operations section in the ordinance has about 4 or 5 topics, and I want us to add the transportation management plan to be one of the topics that gets addressed in the operations, and that the shuttle buses are part of what needs to be addressed.
So Councilmember Ravel makes that motion. Councilmember Nguyen seconds. Can I ask the legal counsel to put that in writing? Just, I think, given the hour, it's better to have an attorney do that. And with everyone's permission, I would ask that you withdraw the motion for now while Ms. Ruggie does that. I know that Councilmember Nusma has some motions also because he emailed them to us earlier. Can we take those up and then come back to yours once it's drafted? Sure. Okay. Councilmember Ravel withdraws the motion. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My laptop died, so I'm switching to my backup iPad. So bear with me for 1 minute. Where am I looking now? Give me 1 second. Okay, I emailed council. All right. Sometime yesterday. Yeah, the title of the email, it was around 9 o'clock, the motion on SP3 to amend conditions of special use. There's a clean copy here of what I'm proposing, and then a marked up copy and that Google, the link to the Google Doc. And so maybe I'll just read through the markups really quick. And just for folks looking in our packet, this is page 14 of 57 of item SP3, or page 24 of 158 of the entire packet. I believe it's page 7 of the ordinance itself. So in condition number 1, this regards to the timing of when the traffic management plan shall be required, given the fact that there is a lot of there are a lot of unknowns at this point in the process, but also cognizant of the fact that we don't want to wait too long. I'm suggesting we require the traffic management plan by the completion of construction rather than the completion of demolition. The next change is in number 3, and what I'm suggesting we do there is strike the wording, it's in the first bullet point, strike the following wording: providing additional canopy or roof dome above the seating areas that incorporates adequate sound reduction characteristics. as has been discussed at Land Use Commission and in kind of some subsequent conversations and communications, the roof or dome is kind of off the table, so let's just take that out of the ordinance. Next change is to strike the old number 4, which says the applicant shall propose additional traffic and pedestrian mitigation measures that increased pre- and post-event LOS prior to city council consideration. We are at city council right now. We don't have that yet, so this requirement doesn't make sense. What else? I'm reading through a markup that is a little bit hard to follow, so if staff can help me out here. I think the next one is in what would be the new 15. Okay, the applicant, which currently reads, the applicant meets with residents to discuss the option of constructing an above-grade or below-grade parking garage on the east or west parking lot if desired, in lieu of parking in the neighborhood, and then goes on. It's fairly clear, and Councilmember Revelle can probably back me up here, that the concept of a parking garage or underground parking deck is off the table. That discussion has been had. So I'm suggesting we strike that language regarding meeting with residents to discuss the parking garage. And I think that's it, according to the markup that's hard for me to read on this device.
Is there a second for this motion? Councilmember Nusma moves a whole bunch of stuff that we have in writing and that was just read out loud relative to the proposed amendments made by the applicant to the conditions requested by the Land Use Commission. Councilmember Revelle seconds. Is there any discussion? What?
Just a quick point of order, just to be sure. This is not I think I saw a motion that would incorporate the community benefits agreement, the
That's a
separate motion. Just wanted to be clear of that, okay.
Councilmember Kelly.
So, Jonathan, so you crafted this? This was,
Northwestern had requested several of these. Northwestern requested, I'm sorry, it's getting late here. Northwestern requested several amendments. My motion here is essentially to grant the ones that I am comfortable with. There were others that they requested that I was not comfortable with.
okay. Again, I mean, I think we're proceeding incredibly recklessly. We should have time both with the MOU, all of these amendments. One thing is a sentence or a word, but when we're looking at this, going on after 1 a.m. in the morning, trying to make decisions about whether we're okay with these very large amendments and MOUs, I just can't support the way we're proceeding. This is just not right by our residents. It's not giving us, as the representatives, we should have time to look it over, vet it by our residents. This is absurd. Sorry, that's all.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk take the roll on this proposed amendment to Ordinance 108-0-23?
Councilmember Revelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 7 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries and item SP3 is amended. Councilmember Nusma, did you want to make your other amendment?
I would also, well, before I make the motion, let me ask a question. I want to include as a condition of this ordinance that we develop and execute the community benefits package. Staff is maybe suggesting that we include that language in its entirety, but since that's fairly fresh. What if we, for now, just inserted some placeholder language that's basically said, held Northwestern to develop and execute a community benefits package. And then that would allow, but not go into any further detail at this point, which allows that discussion to happen over the next few weeks.
I guess what I just would say, I think we can handle this any number of ways. What I want to be crystal clear about, from speaking for myself and my own position, is I think the outcome, whatever the benefits are, need to be in the ordinance for that ordinance to be worthy of support. So if the view is there's still questions, we'll not do that tonight, we'll do that on a different occasion, fine. But I think we should be clear that if, given the level of scrutiny of the question of would the agreement be truly legally enforceable, we ought to commit to not moving forward on final action with something that doesn't have it written out in black and white in the city code.
So do you envision line by line that community benefit text to be in the code? Or could the code refer to a community benefit agreement that is separately negotiated, separately executed?
I guess I would, as always, at least partially defer to our legal counsel, but my instinct is that we have more protection and more clarity and more legal enforceability if it's in our code.
I think it can be incorporated by reference.
Yeah, you could do both. The way that I sent you the motion is just how we normally include community benefits in plan developments.
Right, and if it was 7 o'clock, we might have enough time to go through those several paragraphs of text. It's late, there's a lot in there, and the discussion itself would probably go on for quite some time. So I want to just get through this expeditiously, as expeditiously as we can at this late hour, and allow the required community conversation to happen on the community benefits package. So.
Are you saying you'll join a meeting with me in a week and a half?
So I think what I'm going to do now, and I'll have to type it up, so maybe I'll get back in line after Councilmember Rafael, is I will propose that, at least for now, to insert a requirement that Northwestern adhere to a community benefit agreement that will be developed. And with the intention that over the next few weeks, we flesh that out, and then whether it's by reference or a copy paste of the entire text, we put that in before we take final action. Unless we want to stick around until 3 o'clock, going through it line by line.
All right, so you'll work on that. We go back to Councilmember Ravel to make her motion.
Do we have a draft from staff?
Yes, it's in the inbox. It's a motion to amend Ordinance 108-0-23, Condition 14, to include direction that the Transportation Management Plan address the use of shuttle buses and how the use of budget buses relates to CARP goals, including carbon neutrality. Does that match your intent, Councilmember?
I guess so. Sure.
Councilmember Ravel moves the thing that I just read out loud. Councilmember Wynn seconds. Councilmember Reed.
I am fully supportive of this. I think if we're asking Northwestern to electrify their bus fleet in 3 years, I think that means that we need to step up and take some real steps to electrify our fleet over the next 3 years. And so while I fully support this, and I mean, you got to do what she says, but I just want us to keep in mind that means that there's, again, substantial revenue that we need. Maybe it comes from parking surcharges, whatever, to help us meet our own CARP goals and get additional revenue for electrifying our own fleet. So I'll leave it there for now.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Ravel's motion to amend Ordinance 108-0-23 relative to carbon neutrality and the shuttle buses?
Councilmember Ravel?
Aye.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly? Aye. Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Nguyen? Aye. Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and Ordinance 108-0-23 is again amended. Councilmember Newsma, you ready?
All right, I'm sending it now, but what it reads is a motion to add as an additional condition a requirement that NU develop and adhere to a CBA.
Is there a second?
Should be going
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves that a condition be added that Northwestern develop and adhere to a community benefits agreement. Councilmember Reed seconds. Councilmember Reed?
Yeah. Well, actually, I first want to defer to Councilmember Kelly, and then, okay, never mind. So then, in that case, I'm going to support this. I just really want to make clear. Councilmember Burns earlier said that he needs $3 million for affordable housing. I support at least $1 million of that coming from the $5 million that has already been guaranteed to us, particularly the $3 million in the Good Neighbor Fund. So I just want to lay that out on the table, that is something I will be voting, my vote will be conditioned on, and that's not a Northwestern thing necessarily, that is a this body thing, so I want to put this body on notice that I'm supporting that as well. I also want to be clear that, in the language that has been released for the Good Neighbor Fund, it says that to further, so that number one is pay the city $3 million annually as a Good Neighbor Fund to further projects of interest as mutually agreed to by the city and Northwestern. Sorry, Northwestern, I think, with this community benefits agreement, this is our money, and we don't need Northwestern to tell us or to even really have a voice in how this money is spent. And so I need that to come out. As I mentioned earlier, I think these payments need to escalate with CPI. It can start in a couple of years, whatever it is. It doesn't have to start immediately, but it needs to be tied to CPI. And I listed a whole host of other things earlier that I hope folks take seriously if they want to see this pass on the 13th. I'm looking forward to the community conversations to see how we can strengthen this. And I have faith that this is a new day in cooperation between the city and Northwestern. And I think over the next 3 weeks that will be proven out. And so I look forward to further discussions. And also look forward to, right, we're making a big request here of Northwestern around CARP. This council better be willing to make a big commitment around affordable housing. And so I'll end my comments there.
Councilmember Kelly.
So I just want to say this really couldn't be more vague, that we want Northwestern to develop and adhere to a CBA. And that's what we're about to vote on tonight, and I understand it's because we don't want to go, it just reflects how roughshod the whole process is, that we're asked right now to vote on this enormous construction with a Northwestern should develop and adhere to a CBA for our next vote. I mean, it just, I'm sorry, but this should have been, we should have been working on with the public and community meetings, developing a CBA, and we should already know what we're coming to the table with, not this. And I just think, again, that we're being thrown these documents before us and asked to decide on the fly. And since we can't, we're just going to say, just, develop one, adhere to one, and come back in 2 weeks. This is, again, just reckless. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Nusma's motion to again amend Ordinance 108-0-23?
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen?
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and the ordinance is amended. Just want to reiterate, I think that Councilmember Kelly makes an important point, and I would certainly hope that we're all viewing that as placeholder language rather than a long-term outcome of this legislative process. Seeing
A point of, and I'm sorry, maybe this is a bit, point of, may I be recognized and just have the floor.
Councilmember Reed.
Yes, to Councilmember Kelly's concern, I do think that, maybe there could be a secondary motion that I'm willing to make that would say that the council is, going to incorporate this original draft and the feedback that we get from what I hope will be a robust community discussion that I hope, all of us will either hold individually or together or whatever the case may be. I hope we do it together as one, large meeting to just hear community feedback on that. I don't know if we need a motion for that, but I want to make it clear to the community that at least that's my intention, and I hope that's all of our intention, and that's why we're putting this placeholder language in rather than actual language that is clearly available to the whole world now on the internet for folks to look at. That is it.
Councilmember Ravel.
Well, the reason I voted no is because there is one word in this draft that I can't support, and it's the use of the word ordinances in the plural, because my reading of the draft here implies that we are approving both the text amendment and the plan development. And so I'm just signaling to those of you who are going to be working on revisions that I hope you revise that plural into a singular, because otherwise I won't be able to support the community benefit agreement.
Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the now thrice amended Ordinance 108-0-23?
Councilmember Ravel?
No.
Councilmember Reed?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris? Councilmember Nguyen? Councilmember Nusma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and Ordinance 108-0-23 is passed for introduction and will be on the November 13th agenda as thrice amended for action. This brings us to call of the wards. Councilmember Ravel.
Just a reminder that Councilmember Sufferton and I are having a budget meeting with our 2 wards on Wednesday, 6 p.m. at Chandler.
Councilmember Reed.
I hope that at our next budget discussion, we have the same rules that we had today to discuss a $450 million budget as opposed to this project. So I'm hoping that this becomes a new standard, and I hope we review our rules to really create a clear line as to when we're going to engage in this kind of process, which I think was, we'll see what happens. Whether it was useful or not, it'll be to be determined, but I do think it was useful to have this level of dialogue, and I think there are many issues within our city that require this level of dialogue, and I hope we continue this new precedent that has been created. Lastly, we have a ward meeting at the end of the month on the last Thursday of the month at 6 p.m. We have open office virtual time for folks to connect with me. Those times are posted on the city's website, so I encourage folks to join that, and looking forward to having a community meeting with hopefully a number of my colleagues to talk about community benefits. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
No report.
Councilmember Harris.
Wanted to wish my favorite cousin a happy birthday. I was supposed to be home at midnight, but happy birthday. And thank you all residents for being here and walking through this with us.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Yes, there will be a joint 3rd, 4th, and 9th Ward meeting on the budget on November 7th in Robert Crown. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Melissa, I think we should ask Councilmember Harry Cottage to take the lead on that board meeting since he'll be so fresh. Yes. That's
Councilmember Burns.
No report.
Councilmember Sufferton. And now, seeing as it's Halloween, the October 30th meeting of the Evanston City Council stands adjourned.